Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into the Call of Duty Charlie side of things. If you're watching the Command Center, shout out to you. Also, there are drops in the chat if you want to get involved. I'm Spaceman, that is Dream Crazy, and this is Challenger side of things. We're going to get into some of our pool play matches in a moment, but we're sorry to kick in so quickly. Ellen, we got a match ready for us. Ultra, Pollo Drone. I'm excited. Let's get into it.
Super excited to get into this one, Spaceman. And Toronto Ultra, like, what a journey they have had, by the way. Standy, the man to be the player to watch, I was going to say, or CleanX, but either which way, the road to get here was not necessarily an easy one for them, but let's just say they've been a powerhouse. They beat FaZe 3-2. Standy, one of the standout players for me, he had a 1.35 that series, Spaceman. So I'm going to be looking forward to see what he can do, especially on this map in particular.
Very much seems like the road to prosperity for Pollo Drone came down to Yako's insane psychotic challenge out of the window yesterday on Fortress, which eventually turned out to a round win in that S&D. But early on for Ultra, one of the biggest factors going into the season was, of course, the change. You know, you bring in Scrappy up from the Challenger side of things. He's clearly been a vocal addition to this squad. And not only that, but you give away Bance and Cammy, but Standy's been a welcomed addition. The route man always gets paid early on. Pollo Drone do have a 6-point lead, but we always get Mixy here early on in aBeZy.
Yeah, and on aBeZy, indeed, you see Toronto Ultra is already set up for P2, and they have to worry about Super, who was kind of the standout player of this Pollo team, and still in the back, he waits for his teammates to push through the front. This is huge if you're Toronto Ultra. P2 has been a hill that they have been so successful at holding, as well as being prepared for the rotations for P3, as you see CleanX already waiting middle, watching the cross.
It's been the back After quite literally a billion years, welcome back into the Charlie side of things. That is Dream Crazy. I'm Spaceman, and today we're going to be going through some of the remaining action that exists right now for PaulEhx and Toronto Ultra. Welcome into the stream. Apologies as well, but here's the situation. Currently up 2-0. PaulEhx clutched up in round 11 on aLLeY, and they're currently up 2-0 over Toronto Ultra. So that's the situation, Ellen. We didn't get to see the first two maps, but we know how they went. Talk to me a little bit about what this series has laid out for us.
Well, I mean, PaulEhx, the Spaniards getting here to this point meant everything to them. They had to play Røkkr Academy twice. So essentially losing to them the first time around, and then that second time in the rematch, they were able to clutch on the final map. It seemed like they really forced a Mercado there. So I think PaulEhx is playing their map pools really well. And Hotel is one of Ultra's strongest map. And it was PaulEhx one of their weakest. So I'm vetting if they kind of voted that out. Force and Embassy, a map which Toronto Ultra lost against the Seattle Surge to, right? It's kind of like they're playing their map pool correctly in the way to where, hey, man, now they're up 2-0. That's kind of what you have to do is force, essentially, you're force the enemy team to play on their weakest maps. And, I mean, it's benefited them. I
mean, this has been one of the most interesting factors, really, for PaulEhx because, again, they struggled a little bit in the respawns yesterday, but their S&D has been better as of late. They've been relying on a lot of that clutch factor to get them through the majority of these rounds. However, with Hotel being out of the equation for them, it came down to those picks, and it seems that LC has been paying off. Again, they clutch up in round 11. Scrappy did have a two-piece to send it to that round, but nonetheless, PaulEhx handled their business, and we are underway in map 3. Backs against the wall for Ultra. We'll see how they respond.
Yes, and take a look at Super 2. This has been a gentleman that has been playing over the last couple years with the most consistent KD that I have ever seen, both on LAN and online. So continuing to be a thorn in Toronto Ultra side. Super starting off 3-0.
I mean, it's a superpower Spaniards. The top two move on in this group. The bottom two will get relegated. So if you are Ultra, your backs are against the wall if you drop this series. But nonetheless, on to B early. Already have a spread nicely from Lucky, who's one of the newer additions. And yet again, we continue forward as progression at B slowly ticks away. Yaku, who was a standout in S&D yesterday, trying to find that same form here. Early on in the start of Thursday, it's been back and forth for a lot of our early teams, but it just seems that the challengers are stepping up to make that call. And with that, we continue on.
And this is really smart if you're PaulEhx, force some pressure over at B. And they're able to secure 2 ticks, by the way. But with only 50 seconds left, PaulEhx is going to have to swing it over towards that A site. You see Insight trying to do some defensive damage here. But it is Scrap on the other side of the map pulling up a huge 2-piece. And there is 3 down for PaulEhx. So there's only 1 member that remains, and that is Super still, yet again, continuing to be a thorn. But it is Insight looking for him.
I mean, this spawn hold is so brutal if you're trying to break for PaulEhx and Ultra to certainly know that, but Journey will walk away victorious for the moment, and with that, it's 3 up onto B. You're going to commit here if you're PaulEhx. Super working through the back, has a clear line, and more importantly, a chance at B, but with numbers in front, Ultra trying to flood on in. They wind up their approach, and they're good for their efforts. They find a couple.
Crazy that you kind of mentioned it, but there is only 14 seconds left. I was gonna say this is like the old versus new challenger battle, right? But see, 10 seconds left. Lucky's able to sneak on through into the point, so he creates this, the time does stop. But Ultra, they're gonna have to make the decision on how they're gonna look to break this. Journey with a defensive stop against Standy, successful, but still that clock is still stopped. 3 down, though.
I mean, you commit your resources here, but you still have plenty of time if you're Ultra just defensively to hold through. And they've done just that. One on an island. It's Standy. He's been great as of late when it comes to running those routes, and it's paid off. That Division 2 Toronto Ultra has certainly paid dividends, and now they will be rewarded for their efforts. A first-round win, and an important one to establish a baseline here for Ultra. They get themselves on the board first.
Yeah, and that was totally huge. Such big stops, too, from Insight as well. Just not necessarily throwing up the best numbers, but, of course, having that AR that values their life more. That's kind of what Insight does. He values his life more, plays a little bit slower, but makes the most important plays for the stops. And, of course, Standy, I mean, how well has he been performing, especially since the meta change? 7-3 for him, and Insight currently on a 4 streak.
One of the discussions we had when looked at PaulEhx before this entire season and really for this Major kicked off was, what is the composition going to look like? Because you're wondering about the sub presence. You got Yako, of course, and Journey, who's been leading the charge ever since he was on Atlanta FaZe Academy back in Modern Warfare 2019. But Lucky's kind of been that X factor, and he had a very strong season last year, but he finally splits off with the Methodz duoship. And from there, we wonder how the composition of this squad will work. It seems that the respawns have turned around, and Ultra, taking a play out of their book from the last couple of games, is currently on A, trying to stack, but for the moment, they'll have to work through the kills.
Yeah, and they have to deal with Scrap, who is currently on a 6 streak right now, able to earn that streak. He has all the utilities that he needs. Now posted up at A. He's still going. He gets 2, and the capture looks to be in. Looks like PaulEhx is going to still try to, well, I was going to say maybe contest a little bit, but no, they're going to back on up. Huge kill from Yako on the back, at least to clear down, to stop Scrap. But either which way, 12-4 for the young man. And now with the A capture, Toronto Ultra look to work B.
And it's a long race on feet for Toronto. All that spawn out is difficult to break, but luckily Stanley's been alive, not until Lucky cuts him down. 2 in a row for him. All yellow in the kill feed for the moment, and the defensive hold from PaulEhx has certainly paid off so far, with a lot of time on the clock for Ultra to get back into this. It comes down to the AR battle at range, and Scrappy, who's done it last year, continues to do it so far. An electric vocal leader in these comms for Toronto, something they might have sorely missed last season in Vanguard, but as of now, it has paid off, and Journey will find another. But this hold is tough. Ultra trying to work through the middle of the map. As of now, they just haven't been able to win the battle at range. Those nades will help the utilities out, and they have a couple of kills to go with it.
Yeah, and if you're Ultra, you need to send a couple members around the flank, and you kind of see CleanX working his way to do that, but the kills are cleaned up from the front. Standy is aggressively going to push on through, but if you are PaulEhx, you have to pick and choose these battles wisely, because look at this. This is a perfect setup for Toronto Ultra. Now, Standy capturing that time, and if you're PaulEhx, it's really going to be key to Super here, who's working around in the back.
I mean, you can shoot anything through that green target. But yeah, it's been that one rotation from Super, trying to hit the flank and be a nuisance. And luckily he does, but it's just not enough time, as that is going to be it for round 2. Ultra, all even across the board. 2-0. PaulEhx do not have a response just now.
No, they don't. aBeZy is so good for the side of Toronto Ultra, and Scrap. I mean, what a performance he's been having. Of course, I mean, we expect that from him, because I mean, we mentioned Super, but I mean, on the other side, Scrappy just has been lights out. I mean, just his story is absolutely insane. I think there was something crazy on Twitter, like seeing him shooting or playing at a LAN at such a young age. This man has been playing for such a long time, and just awesome to see how well he's been playing over the course of the year, and seeing him in this position, because as he was playing in the Pro AM last year, making some noise. Yep. But here we are on the defending round. Toronto Ultra getting set up, and CleanX with a heavy, fast, aggressive start through bottom middle.
I mean, it's 15-7 for Scrappy. Full streaks earned. Shut up, chat. Don't say it. Nobody mention it. Through the door we go. CleanX on the challenge and wins it nonetheless. Dropped. Yako back off respawn. 2 in a row. Toronto Ultra flying through the point defensively. They've looked fantastic in this game, and what a way to do it after that round 11. And if things continue to work out in their favor, they should be feeling good going into the hard point. Under 60 to play. Got to make a move here if you're PaulEhx. Maybe it comes down to Super, one of the best ARs in the lobby, and he gets it done with the opening pick.
Oh my gosh, and that was such a huge rotation over too from Insight, but Insight does get cleared out there. It looks like I believe, yeah, it was by Super. Sorry about that. But nonetheless, the rotation over from PaulEhx, they're not necessarily looking to attack B, but kind of creating some space to work through the flank. And again, from Insight, that's a huge stop, and from Standy simultaneously. So as PaulEhx looks to work towards the A site, Journey is able to pick up Standy, but with the line of defense coming in from Lucky, sitting over by radio side, he's able to pick up 2. So now that allows PaulEhx to maybe get this capture at A.
Yeah, I mean, you got options here, but if you're going to 3-stack, do it now. And Toronto more than happy to give them that real estate, and they'll play towards B. So the line spread at the moment. PaulEhx trying to make their move towards the middle of the map. Here's the windup and the shots at range from Yako, starting to turn things around in the latter half of this control. It was all Ultra to begin with, but Yako through the back could open up this entire point. Be so difficult, but the hold and the push, Toronto denying the entry, and that first wave of PaulEhx will have to try again.
Journey is huge to stay alive right here. Okay, so he is able to at least pick up 1, but I don't think Insight knows exactly where he is. But Journey, either which way, is going to rotate back just a little bit to help clear out the base and get that all cleaned up. CleanX does get taken down, so now Journey still stays alive. Ultra has to take him down, but able to manage to get away. This is going to be another wave of push. PaulEhx only have a minute left, by the way, and 15 lives to do it.
I mean, you get another minute on the clock, but you just haven't been rewarded for any of it. They haven't gotten past middle of the map. It's been Toronto who have continued to hold on to that kill lead time and time again. Dandy's been so difficult to bring down. Finally, a couple of kills do go the way of PaulEhx, but how do they rally their efforts? Here comes the cavalry streak to be called in. You're going to have to zone here if you're Toronto. They've done so successfully for the majority of this control. aBeZy was punishing last time around, but here it looks like they might have done just enough. What a turn! And almost Journey gets caught, but he stays alive. Finally, a chance for PaulEhx to get onto the point, but they just have to scramble and find numbers.
Yes, and also Super getting on top of that platform is very huge. He's able to take down Insight, so Scrap is able to get some tags up onto Journey, but he's going to have to work the side here. It does get taken down by Super, a huge 2, so 23 seconds. The clock is stopped. And KiSMET is going to look to break through the side, but Ultra, they have to flood in as that segment is getting ticked away.
Ooh, Yako beating 2-stack inside. Streaks continue to rain. Great shake, but nobody is falling. Lucky has not been challenged yet. One of the outside scrapping a one-on-one. Can't win it. Lucky lying down, AR in hand. It's so good. Doesn't matter on the meta change. Finally a round for PaulEhx. They keep themselves alive, still on match point, but 2 rounds to get it done.
Oh, man, that was huge, too. PaulEhx did such a good job of always constantly sending members around to disrupt the spawns, to flank around. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, Super, it was a huge 2-piece. Even though Insight had the information, of course, that he was there, it's like he couldn't find him. And at the end of the day, that was huge on Super. Huge on Lucky, too, to stay alive and pick up 3 kills. So, last time around, I mean, obviously for PaulEhx, it wasn't looking good. That was a big round to win, but top AC, we know, is such a huge pivotal power position to be set up. Lucky's going to get it set up there and hold that left side of the map, but you have a middle map push from Ultra and Journey to look to the stop.
I mean, if you're going to count your blessings here, I think the positive for Ultra, again, is that they were more than willing to give up A, and they held quite nicely throughout the majority of that last round. It just came down to a couple of lights where PaulEhx were successful, thanks to Lucky. He's having himself a very nice game, 16-13, 9-23 for Yako. We don't want to point it out too much, but it is a key note. He has struggled so far in the start of this tournament. Yesterday looked good in S&D, came down to a psychotic 1v2 that he was able to find, but regardless, it has been reliance on that sub pressure that just certainly hasn't been there. Toronto, 24-14 for Scrappy. We know what he's been able to do. We saw it on Vanguard. Nonetheless, here, continuing that same prowess. That's just been all positive across the board. Insight, the only one at 10 kills, but my goodness, what a team effort it's been. We'll see how the approach is over at A. Couple of members inside. It's Scrap leading the charge. Gunfights happening on the outskirts. Watching that back cross for PaulEhx. Nobody sneaking through. And maybe Toronto will be finding more success, as at the moment they have 2 ticks.
Yes, indeed they do. But that was a potential successful stop there. And now Standy is able to get onto the A site. And PaulEhx Journey does take down KiSMET, but still Standy with the trade. So this should be a capture over at A for Toronto Ultra. And now PaulEhx still have that middle control. You see Yako not necessarily having the best performance. Really needs to step it up in this later half of the control. But either which way, it's Toronto Ultra fighting for that middle control, trying to work their way around the long flank around radio side.
Yep.
And Journey gonna look to stop.
Begin to rotate. Lovely bit of footwork here from Toronto, finding more success inside pulls, but quick response from Yako. And defensively, PaulEhx have looked, I wouldn't say clean, but maybe not perfection in this game, as they found themselves around just a couple of minutes ago. But finally, let's never start to even on out. This is where Yako can be dangerous. One of the harder kills on the point. Toronto will regroup, try again on the next wave. It might come down to Insight. Left side of your mini-map. We'll see what he can find.
Oh, he gets taken down by Lucky, so that powerhouse AR, Lucky, has been lights out this weekend so far, but PaulEhx have a pretty good defensive setup here, as long as they don't let any members of Toronto Ultra get on by. So that is 2 down from the first line, and now pushed back into their spawn. See Toronto Ultra, this could be very devastating if they don't get out. Insight able to clean up 1.
I mean, lucky for them, they have so much real estate to move up through, but again, it comes down to Insight and Scrappy, really, with the tap. What can they find? Trying to clear as much as possible as nades fly out of plenty. No trophies down. Yako will find at least 1. Numbers continue to fall quickly. All yellow in the kill feed. A response. Standy Pinstripes makes it 2. The break on in. Deddy popped. With Battle Hard, and you think he's going to run his way through and try to find a couple of more to open it up for Ultra. He absolutely will. Evening up the lives. Yet again, the hold from Lucky in the back.
Yes, that was so devastating. 3 from Lucky again in the back. Can he make the 4th? No, Insight takes him down, and that was really the last attempt for Toronto Ultra. My goodness, that just went so fast. PaulEhx win to even up the odds again, and I would only imagine, Spaceman, like, right? This is how first map, second map went down. Really nail-biting rounds, and PaulEhx just able to through with the win is just insane. But here we are. Final round of this control now tied up.
Bryce called it perfectly just a couple of minutes ago before this control started, that the gap between top challengers players and CDL talent is closing. And Ellen, you hit on that point when this match started, that these are two teams that probably have familiarity with one another because we're a full challengers lobby. Standy, CleanX, Insight, Scrappy. We have seen all of them within the past 3 or 4 years in the challenger circuit. Now in this gauntlet here, 2 rounds in a row for PaulEhx. They send it to round 5 OT. This is it for Toronto. If they lose this, they're going to have to win outright through the rest of the group to make it towards the weekend. For bracket play, for PaulEhx, all the momentum riding on their shoulders. aBeZy in Super's hands early on. We'll see if that changes back to attack 56. But as of now, it has been a complete reversal from the start of this control, and more kills falling. PaulEhx are on the offense.
Oh my gosh, no, not to mention the fact that on the defensive side for PaulEhx, winning the defensive side, it was a Toronto Ultra that just tried to send everybody at A, but PaulEhx completely wiped everybody out, and I don't think Standy realizes where Lucky is. So if you're PaulEhx right now, you have Toronto Ultra exactly where you want them, but CleanX opened up the front line over at A, and now they have to worry about Yako on the flank, who just picked up 2.
I mean, that's smart not only to stay alive from Lucky's POV, but you're going to send Yako on the roam to find kills as Ultra commit their efforts over towards A. You don't really have a choice here. If you're not going to deal with Lucky in the backline, B locked away, so Super might be the entry point here. Running for the moment, 21-24, continued life lead for PaulEhx. They've held on to the numbers quite well, and that challenge is disgusting, but in the back, it's Lucky yet again. 25-17 on a 2 spree for him. We wondered how he would fit into the equation for this roster. I think that's been answered. He has yet to go down, and finally with that, the damage is done. Ultra trying again at A, but they get it locked up, and over to B we go.
Yes, indeed. And I was going to say Super was going to be another thorn in their side, but able to take 3 members of PaulEhx down. Now Ultra is going to make their way over towards the B site. Lucky, they have to worry about Lucky, who's posted up over by side AC, and now that's 3 members of Ultra. PaulEhx have to move fast.
I mean, they're going to stack, and I don't blame them at all. Watch on the cross. Standy does get cut. Here comes Yako on the challenge. Numbers fall. All yellow in the kill feed. PaulEhx yet again. Find 3. Up to CleanX to try to hold the front line. He needs his teammates in for support. Again, a foot race, but plenty of time here. 17-14, a minute 17 to go, and Super wins another big one. The Vaznov in his hands has been doing work.
Yep, Vaznev's tack, it doesn't even matter. So now posted up a minute and 8 seconds left for Toronto Ultra, and lives in favor of PaulEhx. So now Standy's working bottom of a pool house, I was going to say, but he does take down Yako. Either which way, that is an opening for 2 for Toronto Ultra to move on to the site. Working bottom lockers, Standy is going to try to do it, but that's huge from CleanX to take down Super. Now only 1 tick left. Can they do it?
Daddy popped. And Toronto take it. 3-2 in the end. They stack. They get it done. They survive in this series. And we will see another hard point.
Well, Toronto Ultra fans can breathe now.
Couldn't be easy, could it?
Yeah, it couldn't be easy. I mean, and especially coming from the challenger side, like, I mean, this has been PaulEhx. I mean, they have literally made this their own. At the end of the day, it's shocking because we thought this could have been a Røkkr matchup, right? But just those last second clutches that they're able to pull through. I mean, we saw it on the Mercado last night, and just forcing the map pools that you want to play. Like, if you're playing on the maps that you're comfortable with, I mean, hey, you'll go the distance. But even being here, map 4 we go.
I mean, if you're going to continue on for Ultra, you're going to want to do it in that fashion. Lose a close one, win a close one, and now a chance to find out what that next hard point will be. Again, early on, it was Embassy 250-245, but PaulEhx were able to sneak that one away. It started off with a decent 10-second hold, but we weren't able to see the remainder of that match. And then a round 11 win on aBeZy. We get that twice. And now coming into map 4, we wonder what that hard point could eventually look like, because it seems that PaulEhx are not favorites of Hotel. Maybe they get it later in this series, but I do wonder where we will be heading next. Ellen, any thoughts so far? PaulEhx still have the series lead 2-1, but they do drop in round 5 to Ultra on control. They look like they're still in a prime position to put the series away.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, just again having that momentum for the first two maps, but depending, I mean, it's hard to really give like a detailed, analytical since we don't know the next map. But I would have to imagine, just with the luck essentially and the map pools that had kind of it laid out, I would imagine maybe it could be a hydroelectric for the next map.
That's true.
Just because I mean, we saw the luck. Yeah, okay. Hotel is gone. And I think Mercado was, I mean, what was one of the ones we don't know the vetoes, but either which way, I'm literally trying to think about what the map could be, because yes, when it comes to the hard points, that's really gonna be where Poyodrome, that was the game one that they had to win. Their hard points. They've been showing the most success in their respawns, and I feel like this is a must win for them because their S&Ds, their ability to clutch on that has been a little bit more lax, but.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. We don't
I just
know.
want to know what the map is at the end of
Something
the
just
day.
appeared next to my head, so we'll find out what that is. But we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, Game 4, Toronto Ultra, Poyodrome. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back into the Charlie stream. Toronto Ultra, PaulEhx, currently 2-1 for PaulEhx in this series, but Ultra do get revenge on LSC. They take the control 3-2. We find ourselves in a map 4, and with that, things get a little bit more interesting. Let's jump into the hard point. It's on Mercado, and boy, oh boy, what a time to be alive.
Oh, indeed it is, Spaceman. And last time around, we saw PaulEhx on this map last night. They were able to take it 250 to 159 against Røkkr Academy in the losers qualifier Group B. So, yeah, interesting to see how they do against Toronto Ultra in this one. As you see, kind of similar to last night, favoring that P2 set up its journey. Who gets taken down by KiSMET?
If you're Toronto coming into this, things certainly seem to turn around in that control. But it's a bit to get going. And here we go. 20-point lead for Toronto. Back into the swing of things. Hope you guys are enjoying the action. We are as well to start things off for CDL Raleigh. It's been an interesting day one, but nonetheless, a break. Ultra still holding on to the point. We'll rotate to P2.
Indeed, they are. And as the hill does pop, Lucky works through the backside and does get taken down. This is a really good setup if you're Ultra. You got Standy holding the middle, 2 players holding top and bottom Cantina. And, well, if you're PaulEhx, you're going to have to look to break this. I mean, and you see number 5, Yako, taking that long route all the way around. They do get the spawn out, but from the back Barber, you see the push come through. Scraps awaiting.
This is one of the harder hills to break. Dangerous on the flip, and that's for dead in a very easy hold. This should be a quality start, and it will be for Ultra. Already closing in on 60 points. Here comes the rotation. Everybody get on your high horses, and here we go. Lucky opening it up with 2, make it 3 on the ridge, and he is good for his efforts. 4 and 3 on a 3 spree to start. And on the rotation, it's PaulEhx ready and waiting.
So smart from Lucky. As soon as he spawns up that back parking, he says, you know what, I'm going to wait here, wait for the rotations through back Barber, and able to pick up 3. So now PaulEhx set themselves up in a good spot to hold P3, and Journey gets 2 in the back, and Yako to follow. So that's a full wipe for Toronto Ultra, and now they're spawning back Barber.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit worried, right? You're almost down to 100 points, but guess what? The rotation does work out, and with that, maybe you start to build yourself back into this game. All you need is 60 or so. It's pretty easier said than done, but here we go into 10. Starting our approach for Ultra. The first one inside will be Scrap. He finds 1. Yako will drop. Super up top, knows exactly what's happening, but Toronto do not have the numbers for the moment. Still looking underneath, and nobody knows that Super's upside, so he just falls down, finds another kill, and with that, the numbers swing back for PaulEhx momentum as well. They should find themselves the last couple of 20 or so seconds. Still challenging for KiSMET, but that is done, and that's a hill and a full hold. PaulEhx back in this one.
Yeah, and if you're Toronto Ultra, just commit numbers over to Barbershop, over to the rotation, and you send 1 player back maybe to contest for that scrap time, but it was PaulEhx who was able to win it. So now Lucky, he's going to take the long route, but Journey, he's huge here over at top Cantina as well. Yeah, got holding Standy does take him down at top Cantina, and now Toronto Ultra looking to get some good time.
You're going to have to try through the market here because working through that Cantina, that alley is going to be completely locked away. Scrap not giving up anything for free. The Dolphin dive will not work. Make it 2, make it 3. Challenge around the bend. Scrap still alive somehow. He has yet to fall. Yako off spawn might meet his maker, but just as of now, it's been all of Toronto in the point. Winning in those close-up engagements. KiSMET finding more kills in 112 to 47. We continue on. It's been all purple for the moment, and they keep it rolling.
Yeah, and this was just a good hold from Toronto Ultra. Essentially, committing numbers just to rotate early. That is the name of this game. And, of course, positioning is important. Insight KiSMET doing a lot of just that. So now, heading over to the rotation over towards Courtyard, you see there's members of PaulEhx who are all scattered up, but not worried about their flank, clearly. As KiSMET's able to take down 1, he does get traded out, but ultimately it's PaulEhx and Scrap who's able to clean up 2 and win the rotational gunfights.
I mean, the last time we were here, it was Super up top. Maybe it's Lucky's turn to be able to find that POV. Even so, the consistent challenges from Toronto, not giving up anything for free, but into the new point. Plenty of time to fight over. You need this if you're PaulEhx. Maybe 30, 40 seconds to keep this game realistic. Ultra starting to run away with things, and they will begin their approach momentarily. Looking for gunfights on the outskirts. So far, he trades. Back and forth we go. Quick challenge. Yako quickly burns and turns on KiSMET, but all purple in the kill feed. There's the break for Ultra.
Yep, and that was perfect from KiSMET to work through that alleyway to allow that push to happen towards the front. Even though Yako recognized it, doesn't even matter. The flood was just too strong. So now as Ultra remain in control, there is 19 seconds left onto this point. And, well, what a good spawn for KiSMET, says he is going to pop the Deddy. Super, he just has to take him down.
and we were wondering what the map layouts might look like, but certainly Røkkr not really being in favor of PaulEhx. However, Toronto have looked excellent. The rotation's been there for both sides, but continuing on with CleanX and the sub in his hands, how dangerous it has been. Getting into the point early, challenging, and not winning that one. Yako walks away and then meets his demise. Inside will pick up the kill, and with that, 2 more continue to fall. Ultra trying to find their way in, but bullied out by PaulEhx for the moment.
Yes, indeed, indeed. And the comfortable lead that they have, 100 point, which, by the way, now in control over bottom Cantina. It's Standy on a 3 streak, working the back hedges, but gets 2-pieced by Journey. And, of course, away and waiting. It's Scrap with 2 onto hedges. So, 28 seconds. This, again, has been in the control of Toronto Ultra throughout the whole entire time. Each individual player having their pop-off moments. But, yeah, huge rotation coming in from CleanX right now. Yet again, he won him last time around. Can he win him this time?
We could be looking at a 100-point club to start today, which would be, I don't want to say fantastic, but it would be fun as hell to watch, and maybe we do get that. But with nades flying out and no one challenging, it's up to Ultra to close this game and put it in the dirt. Could we have a map number 5 coming up? I hope so. I hope we get to the distance. And the breakdown right now for PaulEhx, they just can't seem to find an angle. It's been all of Ultra, 220 to 70, just 30 points away.
Indeed, it has the subs of Ultra, but Journey does create a little bit of an opening here. You have to worry about Standy, who again has been having a dominant performance the last couple of weeks. This year really starting off so strong, but PaulEhx do break in through the garage side and lucky to clean up CleanX. So yet again, that leaves Insight last alive in the back and force members of Ultra to push through the front, but 27 seconds left. They're going to commit a couple of numbers to this, but not too much. I
mean, yeah, you're able to get a trophy down, so luckily the numbers continue to fly through the back alley, but it's been Ultra who taking it right up the gut, challenging left and right, but maybe 100 points. Finally, a chance here for PaulEhx. Couple of challenges that do fall, all pinstripes in the kill feed. Ultra find the break, and not enough again to win it here, so we will go to rotation. Ultra already ready and waiting. PaulEhx have to now win these ongoing battles, and that's been the biggest factor for them. They won the early rotations in the start of this hard point, but ever since then, they have been just getting absolutely blown out and destroyed. Ultra not letting up by any stretch.
Yeah, Ultra is just like completely set up, and I mean, this is perfect if you're Ultra. You pretty much have the middle control. That was huge for Yako, but again, fluttering in the middle side on both sides. It's Standy with a huge 3, and that's definitely it there for Ultra. Pretty clean through and through, and at the end of the day, hey, if you're PaulEhx, you got a map 5 coming up, and this is what we talked about. Heading to that map 5, can you be able to do so with the map pools? And hey, pretty clean from Ultra, but PaulEhx, you gotta clutch up.
I mean, listen, Ultra hit the flow state, 250 to 93, 100-point club comes in. Standy, 21 and 10. Insight and Scrap were fantastic in that one. The ARs essentially locked down the front pushes from PaulEhx for the majority of that game, and with that, we go to a game 5, and this is the interesting thing. The last S&D went to round 11. Even though Scrap found a 2-piece to send it to that point, it was, again, another clutch-up moment for PaulEhx, who we've seen them have those so far in the start of this tournament. We watched it yesterday. Yako was a big reason for that, but Ellen, a round 11 is a round 11. You play it 50 different times, you're going to get 50 different results. In here on Ultra, I have a feeling that they're not going to be hitting the breakdown anymore. They will clutch up. PaulEhx have a lot on their plate they have to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, you think about Ultra, their mentality coming into this, how the hell are we here right now? I just think about always back to that FaZe series, right? They won 3-2, but Standy had a 1.35 KD, completely popped off. So you think, man, again, we beat FaZe. I still think that, again, this is still a top team. We know that there was some meta shifts across all teams, certain teams performing well first week 1 with the M4, and then, of course, changing it into the Vaznav TAC meta. There's been a little bit of an adjustment, but hey, man, this is the start of the year. This is just a taste of what these teams look like and what we're going to get. It's crazy to just even think, hey, man, Toronto Ultras with the Challengers team right now, last map. It's just the start of a good year.
I mean, shout out to PaulEhx for putting up a hell of a fight, but Ultra on the rebound. We'll see what they can do in game 5. Until then, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, the conclusion of this series. We'll see you in a minute. Well, if you win, you move on. If you don't, you still got a lower bracket, but welcome back. That's Dream Crazy. I'm Spaceman, and this is a Game 5, Toronto Ultra versus PaulEhx. Again, it was a 2-0 series lead, but the reverse sweep begins, and Ultra trying to close the deal. Ellen, what the hell is happening in this series? Let's get into Game 5.
A bunch of craziness. All I know is I saw Scrappy standing up and screaming his brains out, and it found a fortress search and destroy. So off the break, it's CleanX with the first pick.
I think we might have a quick reset because things do not look as standard as they should. But yesterday, Ellen, let's talk a little bit about what Yako was able to do specifically. If you've seen the clip, if you haven't, what is wrong with you? Yako flew out of the building, hit the Superman dive, and just annihilated his opponent. And with that, they eventually went on to win the map. And Røkkr Academy did not qualify, which was a shocker for a lot of us. Røkkr, one of the favorites, along with LAG Academy. Ellen, talk to me about what that match meant and the position that it put PaulEhx into today.
Yeah, I mean, you saw PaulEhx, and this is kind of a crazy stat line when we were looking at it. They're one of the teams that didn't plant at all.
Yeah.
So, like, they're a team that obviously favor getting those eliminations in the round, or essentially, I mean, it's just huge because, especially on Fortress, like, yes, we saw Yako making the crazy plays through awning, through middle, really favoring that middle control is what we saw the aggression a lot coming out of PaulEhx. But the belly flop dive, right? It was so funny to even watch.
I hope we get one at least here now, but let's talk specifically about this map, Fortress, how difficult it is for the retakes at times, and we often see players electing to go bottom art, try to find the opening pick with a sub. You and I have spoken at length about how difficult it can be to play towards top green, to get some positioning at gun, and try to win this map outright, because the retakes don't happen often. If you're looking at a team like Seattle on this map mode combo, I think there was a stat that was thrown out earlier in some of the league play matches where they got like a retake 20% of the time over at A, so it really seems like there are opportunities here in the gaps for PaulEhx to be successful. But this is also Toronto Ultra we're talking about. Like, while the skill disparity has closed a bit in those gaps, it's still a pro team versus a challengers team, and Ultra have enough skill to get this one done.
Oh yeah, and this is Fortress, right? Like, completely dominating on that map.
Yeah.
And yeah, another thing that we have to look out too is those snipers in hand, a lot which we see go top maps, top green. Super was doing that a lot yesterday during that Røkkr Academy match, and getting those first bloods, those first picks are going to be severely important.
Right. One of the statistical leaders when it comes to AR specifically. We look at Super and how effective he has been, but the biggest question mark really around this squad, and we talked about a little bit before in the control and the prior hard point, we were wondering where Lucky was going to fit into this, because he splits from his long-standing duo in Methodz. That was one of the longest that we had alongside Nastie and Vortex when it came to the sub pairings in Europe. This was another one where you split up from that duo ship. Now you come over to Yako, Journey, and Super. Storied careers from those players in their own right. Journey, again, one of the leading faces when it came to challengers players and one of the most highlighted faces. Yako had a fantastic year in Cold War, great year in Vanguard, but still a lot to be desired from this group overall. And Super, who has always been that X factor. I wonder what the ceiling is for this team. I don't believe we will be seeing it this weekend, because it's going to take a while for a lot of teams to get going with not only the meta change, but as the year goes on. But Ellen, my whole point of rambling here is to say that this team has so much firepower available to them, and it's worked in instances, but we're still waiting to see this team explode, and they haven't done it yet here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, well, picking up Lucky seems really beneficial, especially the way he's been playing with attack a little bit more slower. Lucky
Sure.
has just been such a dominant AR over the years. I feel like it's just been really benefiting his play style, because there's so many times where he's consistently picking up three pieces, as we saw even last night on the Fortress on the hardpoint versus Røkkr Academy, where he was just posted up waiting at the fountain. Like, he's able to get into those positionings first, essentially, and being so aware of those early rotations that, yeah, he's going to be posted, he's going to be there, picking up those three pieces. And I think just with the play style of this team, with how aggressive the subs are, it's benefiting Lucky very well.
It certainly is, and you're going to need some of that extra luck and that magic going into this, because Ultra more than happy to sit back at range with the way Scrappy's been shooting, at least with the TAC 56 to start this series. They have looked phenomenal in the past two games. We'll be waiting just a little bit to make sure these players get into the lobby ready and set up, and with that, we hope you all have been enjoying Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta. We have all the streams currently going on in the command center. If you want to find out specifically where your team is playing, check out the schedule on Twitter at COD League, or look in the command center, because we've got matches happening. I believe it's Florida OpTic right now on main. On the other side, we had Røkkr playing in their prior matchup, I believe, on Delta. Regardless, all of this brought to you and presented by aimlab. Ellen, this has been a phenomenal start to the beginning of Major 1. It's only Thursday, but we've already had some ridiculous matches happen. 100-point club most recently, but looking at that round 11 and round 5 S&D in control in this series, this has been a close one. I think much closer than many people would have expected.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, just taking a look at some of the, stats, because obviously I'm trying to memorize everything. Just the last time around that, we know that Ultra had pulled that 3-1 against Seattle Surge, winning 3 in a row, right?
Yeah.
The Fortress was one of the S&D's maps that they played in that map too. Insight. We talk about Insight and kind of like his performance has been a little lax lately in the respawns, but he is completely dominating in the searches still consistently. He dropped a 3.0 this series against Surge on that. So 9-3. I mean, you're gonna have to look out for him. And of course, Scrappy. We know how much this guy has been so hyped. I just sick of talking about it because I mean, like the guy is just a monster. He went 10-5. So yeah. Scrappy and Insight, take him down. Maybe you can pick him off first, see what you could do to stop him.
I mean, I think that's the takeaway here is that Scrappy's been not only fantastic for the majority of his professional career, which has just been recently, but also the tendencies we know he has playing in game fives. We've seen it all of last year. We're seeing it now. He is going to be an X factor when it comes to the one-on-one matchup. What are the parallels going into this game five? Ellen, for me, as easy as it would be to say Super versus Scrap, AR battle in hand, I do look at Yako as being an X factor. I think the subs for Pollo are going to have to step up massively to counter someone like Standy and CleanX with how well they've been playing.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to pull the ice. And I mean, we talk about like players and what differentiates like the pros versus AMs. It's those decision makings, those simple, quick little decision makings that make the biggest difference. And it makes the biggest of differences when it comes to search and destroy. And yes, to be able to take down the subs of Standy and Standy as well, like you have some tough battles ahead of you, but I'm really going to be looking towards the aggression towards middle map. Of course, like that is just the most important thing. Maybe seeing those long flanks around through the gallows, through P1 to get over to control over to the A site. But we know we don't really often see a lot of B plants on this map. We do see a lot of A pushes. I'm curious to see maybe if we'll see something different from Pollo because we know they have kind of favored towards A, maybe swinging towards B once. But either which way, I can only imagine you're going to have to play very cautious. You're going to have to make those simple and quick decision making moments and make it happen. See if you can make some magic happen. But will it be a reverse sweep? That I can only imagine they would be devastated.
I mean, it wouldn't be too out of the picture or too chaotic of a reverse sweep that we normally see because I think Ultra just kind of warming up, and that's not to give Ultra more props than they need. Again, this is a pro team with championship caliber players across the board, and we've seen that before. It really just has come down to if Pollo can consistently hang against the best, and they have, but they also oftentimes don't have the slaying capabilities as of now in the start of the season that they normally had last year to get themselves moving forward. Granted, it's a much newer squad, but against a team like Toronto, it's still a good takeaway regardless if they do end up dropping this. However, when it comes to predictions, as we're almost ready to go, make sure you keep watching the stream, by the way. You get drops and all that kind of stuff. So you want to bling out your kit on Call of Duty. All the different channels have drops available. Ellen, what are we thinking predictions wise as I look intently at my notes? Just looking at how this series has gone, I feel like Ultra are probably going to clutch up, win this one 6-3. What are you feeling?
I still like I do feel like Ultra they are going to clutch up just because, but at the same time I don't want to jinx it and predict it. Because it's so intense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to actually say it, but you know what? You're fine. I'll just say it. You
can do
nope, I can't do it. I can't do it to the Spanish man. I can't. As much again, I know in the cards, but it's like this is game 5. All right. Everything matters, but it's like who can clutch up the best. I know consistently Ultra does that, but you can't take away how much ice Pollo has even had to get here. And they weren't even one of the favorites to make it.
I think we're going to have another quick reset. Yes, we will. So when we talk a little bit about Fortress, it's a difficult one to approach. I mean, even in Control, we're like, good God, get me out of this spawn trap. But looking at S&D, it's the same situation when you're playing through double doors, trying to go over towards the stage defensively, how difficult it is to find an opening pick, but you're almost hoping that there's no trophy down, so those nades do connect. With that, Ellen, what do you think the approach will be for Pollo? Do you think we're going to see that same aggression through art that we saw yesterday that was successful for Yako? Or will we be seeing the one-on-one challenges straight up wall-to-wall for those ARs at mid-map? What are you feeling?
I definitely think that the one-on-one picks are going to be most important. Of course, every single team has that trophy player. The utilities are going to be huge, but again, I really do think that it's going to. I think both teams are going to play for those picks off the break.
Sure.
And hey, you know what? We might see something crazy off the bat. Ultra might say, "Screw it, let's go for the aggression." But I don't want to predict it. But at the end of the day, it's going to be intense. I think though, with that, we are going to head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be map number 5. Who's going to take it? Fortress, S&D. We'll see you soon.
Oh, what's up, you absolute psychos? I'm glad that we got to see you for a millisecond of time, but welcome in. It's game 5 time. Toronto Ultra, Poyodrome, our challengers versus pro team, our pro team versus our challengers versus our challengers, because honest to God, a lot of these kids were still in the challenger circuit about 3-4 years ago, which is just surprising to say the least. But this is the new age of Call of Duty players, and this is a game 5. Ellen, holy bejesus. How did we get here? Bring it down. Let us know what's been happening in this series for a lot of people who are tuning into this game 5 for the first time.
Well, obviously, we didn't see exactly, which is crazy because we did get a little bit of glimpse of how the hard point started off on the first map on the embassy. It seemed to start off a little bit in Poyo's favor. I mean, at first we thought Ultra was going to win when they first had the P2 rotation. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened, but it was only 5 points. And it seems like that's always the deficit when it comes to Ultra on closing out Embassy. It was really close for Seattle as well. Like, I think that was 6 points. So it's like maybe just a couple of rotations that happened there. Poyo able to take it. And of course, clutching up in the second map on the LOCO Search and Destroy. It was round 11. It was a round 11 clutch. So each and every single map has been close. And then as we take a look at the overtime and the control, we did see Ultra clutch up in the end on round 5. So I'm just curious to see how this goes down on this other Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one. Listen,
Fortress
is an absolute blender. We've loaded in 3 times. I swear this is going to be the one that works. If it doesn't, you can blame me. Yeah, whatever. Twitch chat. Get your drops. Keep watching Call of Duty. Let's get into it. Game 5. Here we go. Could we get around 11? I don't want to think about it. Already over towards A. We've seen this multiple times in the start of the season. We will continue to do so as Util flies out, but no first blood.
Nope, but the stun check is there. So Standy has the information. You see Poyo deciding to back on down, not wanting to give away anything. Journey is going to try to shoulder peek, maybe test this out, test Standy to see who will move. But that's really it. The sub battle here, first engagement, and Standy throws a nade, forcing Journey to back down. Yep. And still no lives are given away.
And this is a lot of info if you're Ultra, right? You're getting info, not only they're going bottom R, but that also means they're likely towards double doors, but the quick jump up and chow from Journey opens up things in this round 1. Sniper in the hands of Super. More players still around just on the outskirts. Yet again, only 30 seconds to play in this round. Ultra trying to work to the back lot of A, but they just can't get anywhere close. What is that hit marker in the challenge from Super? Numbers fall. 2v1. Poyodrome have everything they need.
Yes, but that's Insight with 2 kills himself and the dead silence that is popped. So now as the bomb is getting defused, they have to worry about Insight in the back. Snooper misses the snipe, and now Yako last alive and not enough time. Ultra Academy able to stay alive long enough. It's Insight to clutch the 1v2.
Just when you think things are going Poyo's way, Ultra able to pull it out in the end. That's kind of how it's been for the majority of the latter half of this series. When it came to the control, when it came to, well, that hardpoint was a 100-point club, so we won't go there. But when it came to the control and it went down to round 5, again, it was back and forth. Ultra still found ways to pull out offensively, defensively. The holds were good enough. But early on, it has been all of the boys in purple. 3-1 to start for Insight. A sniper in the hands of Super. We'll see if he continues with it. To the P1 side we go.
You have to imagine how differently that round could have gone if Super got that snipe. But either way, clutch up from Toronto Ultra, and the retake play not necessarily deemed successful for Poyodrome, but Super manages to get away with his life, and still that bomb working its way towards the A site. Super still looking for a pick.
I mean, this is a relatively default setup for Toronto defensively. They find the pick, so much more becomes available. But that long swing, Super certainly would find someone. Information here. No peek as of yet. Careful on the route. Shots ring out, but no one falling yet again. Late into these rounds, we have yet to see a kill drop. Only 2 to go. And Scrap will try to stay alive now. CleanX finds the opening pick.
That was huge for CleanX too, but still getting this bomb down. It's Poyodrome that Yako is able to get onto the site, but they still have to worry about Scrap and Insight, who are holding the doors. The bomb is planted, and it is Journey to get away with his life. But now Toronto Ultra numbers in their favor, work towards the A site for the defuse, but they have to take care of Yako first.
Cheeky peek, but better shots. CleanX, goodbye. That one's done in this round as well. 2 rounds in a row. There's your defuse. Hope y'all are having fun. Back to back, Toronto Ultra. So clean, so precise. And they'll get the Deddy to load up. But with that, Ellen, I mean, we looked at how Poyo's been able to approach a lot of their S&Ds to start the season. Yesterday looked very good, but it also came down to Yako quite literally being a deity, Super jumping his way out of the window. And with that, they're going to have to turn things around going into round 3.
Yes, indeed they do. And I mean, if you're Toronto Ultra, this is beneficial for this next round because 3 members have dead silence. So they can really make, a really good attacking play here. Maybe we might see an aggressive one, but either way, it really came down to that opening pick that KiSMET was able to pick up. He's on a 3 streak right now, by the way. And we'll see how Toronto Ultras wants to play this. Last time around, really just about kind of playing patient, playing for those picks, feeling the enemy out. And now you see it hit towards A.
And if you had the round lead, maybe you consider that snipe from Super, but here I would like to see the AR back in his hands. Yaka opens it up. First blood finally drawn for the first time in this game 5. Poyo finds one. With a response quickly in a retaliation from Ultra as nades continue to fly. It's chaos. The stabby from Insight. The lead for Ultra 3-2. And how much more do they have in the tank?
How much more indeed. That may not have been the push that Poyodrome wanted to go for, but still Super with the sniper in hand, trying to get any connection onto the cross, but KiSMET's able to be successful. He's going to try to see if he can work the bomb plant, and he is able to get it down. Super trying to get some type of information, but he has to get somewhat of a pick. But at the end of the day, you got to clean up the members in the back.
No one's popped, and Super gets punished again. That sniper has not converted for much. It's been the lead continuing on, and when Ultra have numbers, they can usually convert that as well. They're good play. So sneaky for Lucky, but not sneaky enough. Nowhere to run, nowhere to go. And he will get caught 3 rounds in a row. Ultra, just 3 away.
And that's just it. Like, you talk about Ultra being so dang good at converting their numbers. Like, that's why in my mind, like, they're still like top 3 team. Like, they're still a very, very much so top tier team. It's just a little bit of teamwork that can falter sometimes in terms of just these close moment plays. But their search and destroys, man, they're just been so dominant. Again, last time around, they won 6-3. And big credits to that were Insight, we're Scrappy, and I mean Standy. The 3 of them alone combined just had such an unbelievable performance. But
interesting.
That's
that
not
is so sick.
the way you want to start
so sick.
the round.
That is so awesome. I love what we're seeing here. Well, if you're Poyo, you would love to take this one away. Maybe Super again will put that sniper out as they are still looking for the first round here in Game 5. How the momentum certainly has swung back in this series to Ultra's favor. But Scrap able to even it out. Ooh, finds the thigh. That's hot. And finds the kill with it. Journey will get cleared off the bomb. 3-2. Ultra have numbers.
Yes, they do. And despite a little bit of a mistake, it doesn't matter. The bomb is down. Lucky grabbed the bomb, but he takes out Scrap, which is a huge kill. But it is Insight, does get tagged up. The nade connects, and now Standy left at a 1 versus 2. He does take down Super, and if he can get away with his life, this is very doable if you're Ultra. A fix indeed that he needs to fix.
I mean, he heard him cross. I love the pre-shot, but Lucky evading for his life. Standy, what a hold. What a hold from the young one. We've seen it before. He's going to do it again. Oh! Standy, the 1v2, and Ultra have a ridiculously big lead in this Game 5. It's 4-0, and the route man gets paid yet again.
It doesn't matter, mistake or not, knife kill or not. It doesn't matter. Standy clutches up. And I mean, really credits to Scrappy there. Of course, through the door, those peaks right onto the Thunder Thigh. I mean, Scrappy with the sniper in hand is completely devastating, but able to cut down that side of the map and, of course, stop the pushes, stop the plants that Poyodrome has ensued, which, well, let's see this time around if they play for that retake over that A or if they're going to play aggressive yet again. But you see Lucky, you see Super with the sniper in hand yet again. Top maps. Going to see if he can get a pick.
I mean, it's tough to boil anything other than this. What this comes down to has been those first bloods. Even, I mean, it's crazy that Standy took out his teammate and then proceeded to take out everybody else in Poyodrome to win the round. But you need a sign of life, a breath. You need a rehabilitation program if you're Poyodrome, because it has not worked. And they will slow the approach. Defensively, not giving up anything for free. Here comes the plant. Ultra now on the stage. They know Lucky's around, but no challenge as of yet.
Oh, challenge indeed, and Lucky's still waiting. Really key for a play here. I was going to say Yako, but now Insight able to spot it, and KiSMET does pop the dead silence, looking to make a play. And he's going to see if he can confuse, but Insight takedown's Journey now, so it leaves Super last alive.
The teamwork is lethal, and you can pop the dead all you want, but it just doesn't have the weapon to work with here.
Oh, this is smart.
Yeah, we get the bomb down and GG's, right? You got 20 seconds and a 1v4. I mean, if he pulls this off, Reddit's going to go absolutely bonkers, and that's an absolute nut shot. One or around the statue, but no one else going to peek. They're going to play the time here, and it's up to Super to find this.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, if you're Super, not much to do, not much to work with, but if you could maybe isolate one of the picks over at Hayside, I mean, yeah, Ultra's got a good setup, but he takes down Standy, not before the trade comes through, and Ultra completely dominant on this fortress, leading 5-0. I think, yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
You felt something.
That quick scope had me feeling something. I was a little bit scared, but Ellen, I mean, I thought it was going to be closer than this. 6-3, potentially. I thought the momentum certainly was back in favor of Ultra. They close out the control. They close out the hard point, and really, they kind of just showed up and played firing range for a little bit. But this has just been an absolute beatdown. Poyo, not out of this if they lose this, but what a way to go down to the lower bracket and have to win outright. It has been all of Ultra all the time. If they get first blood yet again, you might as well chalk this one up.
Yeah. Most definitely, but as the A bomb does go down, Standy gets stunned up, able to get out of the window, and the bomb is planted for Poyodrome, but Ultra, they're going to play for the retake here, and Scrap looking for a pick. He has Insight right there for the trade, so now Insight makes his way onto the bomb site, and it's going to be really for your Poyodrome holding down that middle site. KiSMET gets taken down.
And Journey can't find the angle, though. Here comes his teammate, Lucky. Everybody. I guess he got everybody. We didn't see it, but the kill feed did. Lucky gets them around, and that's how that sentence works. He got them the round there. A desperate one, a last-ditch effort, but Super through the back. I guess this is just how things open up anyway. Finally, Poyodrome are on the board.
Indeed, and just that aggressive push towards A site, yeah, which was really key there. Lucky and Super both the catalyst for that round to take it, but with how strong Toronto Ultra has been looking, we'll see if they can answer back. Yeah, they stopped it. They stopped it.
Yeah, 100%. And if you've been wondering where the series has gone to, it was 250 to 245 on aBeZy. Poyodrome opened it up on a hot spree. It took it into a round 11 win as well. They were up 2-0. It's the reverse sweep for Ultra that has just been one after another, one push after another, one kill after one another. So clinical, so precise. I think Yako absolutely got spotted. You can see him under the double doors, as creeped as they might be. Super has yet to put away the sniper, has 6 kills, but he will end up dropping. And with that, 4-3. Ultra have to play numbers here. Bombs down.
Yep, that just opened it up, but Journey is going to be the one to play spoiler. If he can, he takes down Scrap through the back, but all members of Ultra aware that he is there. So takes down Standy before he falls, leaving Lucky last alive in a 1 versus 2 with that bomb plant. And yeah, that's done and dusted for Toronto Ultra, but Poyodrome does lose the map from start to finish. Ultra looked very comfortable in this scenario, winning the game 6-1.
Oh my god. Shout out to everybody in chat who just got hit with ads. That's hilarious. Get smoked. But guess what? Ultra take game 5, 6-1. Ellen. Poyodrome put a hell of a fight throughout this entire series, but at the end of the day, it's Toronto Ultra. They are a professional team. The disparity is closing, but Ultra get it done regardless. Hi, look at us. That was, I don't want to say a good game 5, but it was just clinical from Ultra. Poyodrome just looked outclassed in a lot of the rounds, and they weren't able to convert those first bloods to much positioning. With that, they will drop down to the lower side of the bracket, but they're not out of it, Ellen. They still have a chance to qualify. Ultra just need one more series win, and they'll move on to bracket play.
Yeah. Ultra, again, I mean, I'm sure the first couple of maps, it's just a couple of flukes warming up regardless. Ultra's looking really strong, and Poyodrome, even to get here, they have another chance. They have an opportunity. I'm sure they're happy to even be here, but not coming through with the ice, I was sure to imagine they're going to watch that back and learn from those mistakes.
I certainly hope they will, because Poyodrome is a talented roster. We have not seen the best of them to start this tournament, but they can absolutely turn it around, and the S&D is going to be a big factor for that. They won in round 11 in game 2, but they drop here in a very brutal fashion. Ultra handle their business, and I'm sure Scrappy's letting them know about it. But that's going to do it here for us to start. Coming up next, Seattle versus London. That's going to be a fun one. We'll jump into it in a moment, but for now, a break. We'll see you then. Well, well, well. Seattle Surge, London Royal Ravens. Let's get into this one. Welcome back to the Challenger stream. I'm Spaceman, that's Stream Crazy, and boy, oh boy, do we have a match for you. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. This is Group C. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed. And oh my goodness, the tiebreaker round between LAT and London Royal Ravens. Well, LAT able to win it. That leaves London Royal Ravens in this position, but either which way, it is a game between Seattle Surge and London Royal Ravens. We're kicking things off with Pred, and, well, off the break, it's looking like a... Well, I was going to say there, Spaceman, as it kind of cut out a little bit. It's looking like a pretty decent start for Seattle Surge. I mean, essentially they have to work for that P2 rotation, but it's the scrappy hill. We know it. We all know how this P1 hill goes down. And, yeah.
It's always a bit contested, Ellen, for sure, especially on this map and how difficult it can be. But last time we were here, it was just a series ago when we were watching PaulEhx and Ultra. Of course, Ultra win that one in Game 5, but PaulEhx won on this map mode, which doesn't say a whole lot for this series, but we'll give you that stat anyway. However, for Seattle, one of the better hardpoint teams in the game, at least for the first couple of weeks in the qualifiers for this major, it was Sib who was stepping up in hardpoints. The S&D's been a weak spot, but as of now, very back and forth evenly as we sit up on the wing. And on that rotation, it was Seattle out first, and they should have the hill for now.
Indeed, they should. So now working through the back, you see PaulEhx and BoltZero. Very, very important gunfights to go down for accuracy himself. Main AR holding it down, but he does get stunned and tagged up. The trade from PaulEhx comes through, and now the break from London Royal Ravens through the back is cleared up. They have Pred last alive.
And they've gotten so much pressure early on from the Ravens, but if we are looking at the parallels between these two teams, the last time they did play, you're looking essentially at a Respawn versus S&D squad where Ravens very good at control, very good in S&D, and they've been able to rally that into positive results in these series, but Seattle did walk away with the win. It was a final hardpoint. They got the series done, but I'm interested to see how this one does play out early on. It's all Ravens in the point, and all of them currently as they're stacking up time.
Yes, indeed, but they have to worry about the Mack attack in the back, as well as Sib, who essentially get the cleanup kills, and Asim, who's been lights out since the Vaznev, of course, change, but either which way, such a strong sub in hand. They get the break, and here through, PaulEhx gets 2 for the clean on top AC. What a nice break if you're London Royal Ravens, and that really just credits to the trades that they made it through the side, through that field side, and through the push, and through on the back. It's going to be Asim to go on through and catch Asim.
Well, if you're Ravens going into this, you're going to have to deal with Sib, and that's kind of been the key for the majority of their season so far. But early on, they've done a nice job responding quickly. 3 more in a row. It's Nastie, who had been working with Vortex in the Challenger side of things for a very long time. He eventually gets called up, and he's had a hell of a start to this season early on. All kills in his name, 5 in a row, close to streaks. No one's been able to contest and walk away with their life, and this has been a great start for London.
Yeah, and PaulEhx, too, early on this rotation. So huge for this admin hill, as you see already Pred set up and waiting. They might get some awareness there, but you know, you can hear players. PaulEhx does have the trophy, but either which way through the back, he's going to work those awkward angles, and he has Zero there to help him. So now you see the push comes through the back. Seattle Surge bunkered up in that admin hill. Accuracy picks up 2 and leaves Zero last alive. But if you're London Royal Ravens, you're pretty quite happy with this start.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to cross, and you're not going to get broken easily, as there is one. Nastie will try to open things up, but Mack, who has been excellent with the sub in his hands, of course, one of the leading players with that M4 early on in the start of this season. 94% of his kills coming through that AR, but the change, the sub, and Pred combining all white in the kill feed. Seattle with an early break and a nice hold. Still a chunk of time to fight over, and through the back it's Pred, flying, following forward like he did last year. Can't clean up the kill, but his teammates there for support, and Seattle doing quite a nice job on this point. Hard point completely locked up, and they have a good chunk of time to show for it.
And that was a valiant effort if you're London Royal Ravens, because essentially you do have the flip spawn for the new. You have that side of the map. You can still commit members to push over at old, but it was unfortunate. Sib too strong, able to hold a huge 2 to secure that scrap time, able to even up the odds just a little bit more. And, well, Sib trying to get that rotation kill. That was huge from Nastie. He's still, by the way, streaking out yet again. 13 and 5, having a wonderful game. And, well, accuracy through the top off his side. He's going to try to pick PaulEhx apart, but Seattle Surge looking to retake the back part of this kitchen hill. It is London Royal Ravens who still remain in control.
I mean, that was a big win before the trade eventually fell through, but London are more than happy to play that on the outside and just keep Nastie involved into the point without he's been shooting early on in this game. The approach begins. Seattle trying to throw their numbers now in. It's 1 challenge, make it 2. Eventually, they do find the success, and with that, for the moment. Time for Seattle. Time to bring it back.
Yeah, and the subs of Mack and Pred, excuse me, yes, to push through the kitchen side, that was so key, so important. And yeah, just breaking through the front, collapsing on through. Seattle is very successful and may potentially, if they can hold this rotation, may force a lead change here as we head into the next set of rotations. But you see kind of Sib rotating around through that office side, getting control over that is very much so important. And well, that was a huge 2 from Sib off screen, and another on the other side from Accuracy, who's on 3. Seattle Surge now in this time around have control over P1 and start to work those rotations towards P2. You see Sib doing just that.
And that break is huge from Sib. Not only does it give Pred free real estate inside the point, but no one's been able to challenge Sib up here on a 3 spree of his own. Has every weapon to work with. Oh, okay, we're going to take that challenge with the Vaznev. There is the Scar, and it's working at range. Seattle continue to find those kills, but into the point, London very briefly will get cleared off. That is a disgusting read from Pred. Can't find the angle. Nonetheless, Ravens do hold on. They have offense in control for just a moment, but nobody into the point. It's neutral time. That's good for Seattle, and they're right off spawn.
Yep, indeed they are. And as 3 members of Seattle do get the favored spawn side, and well, Pred is going to be looking to push out towards the front and see if he does get connected, but he's able to take down Nastie at least. And well, on the other side, you see it is Asim just trying to push through office, bottom office, and Sib able to push the stop. Kind of forces the flood through the front, but huge from Asim to not only play his life on the stairs, but wait for the push from PaulEhx on the other side. London Royal Ravens able to break through.
And they've been leaving Nastie or PaulEhx in the point and trying to find those kills on the outside, which certainly has worked. The crosses haven't been as clean for London, but it didn't really matter in the beginning, as Accuracy was more than happy to sit at range with Sib working as well. But it looks like Asim could be the catalyst to open up this point, watching for the break and waiting for his time to pounce. Here he comes. Asim finds the break, and there it is for Ravens. They finally get in. Here comes Deddy, all in the kill feed. It's red, and that's what you want if you're a Ravens fan.
Oh my gosh, and that was huge too from Zero to even secure more scrap time, because he was able to get a pick on the rotation to stop the first initial wave. But huge from both Seattle, from Accuracy to win this rotation, and Mack as well falls. But either which way, if you're London Royal Ravens, what a quick adjustment that was, because Seattle Surge was first. They were able to win the gunfights, and Nastie's continuing to reign supreme.
The last time we were here, it was Nastie who was in this corner for a prolonged period of time, to say the least, for Seattle, as they have struggled to find this clear. And more through the back. AC at range. Asim deadly as well. Has a streak in his back pocket to work with. Across on the office way, you still have PaulEhx ready and waiting for the challenge, but Asim will not go down without a fight. Bottom orange completely locked away, and it's been all of London for 2 rotations now on AC control. Finally, the break is in for Seattle, and they needed this time.
Yes, indeed. So now if you're London, like you are up in time, but knowing that essentially this is that type of hill that you don't necessarily want to commit too many numbers to. Just, hey, you know what? Let's just get office control. Let's just start to rotate and work admin, because this could easily be a money hill as well, should you hold successfully. But PaulEhx working through the back is able to take down Accuracy, and now London Royal Ravens is set up for the admin hill. And well, Seattle Surge is going to look to break Pred on the front line.
Slowly but surely. Seattle trying to make their move. They'll begin the windup. That stun won't find anything. The Ravens are more than happy to sit quietly inside the point. Asim continues just to go on a roll, and PaulEhx clears up everything on the stairwell. Everyone dead for Seattle. They'll try again off spawn, but what a good chunk of time it has been for London. Running into the gun of Asim, still alive and flying around the map, make it 4. 1 on the edge. He will go down, but the damage is done, and London grow their lead.
And that was so huge from Asim right there, because he was pushed out so far orange cut that he was able to keep allowing members of Surge to be cut down. Like they essentially couldn't get through, but still, as I say that, there was a chance and a sign of life for the break to happen. Now 2 members of Seattle Surge kind of forced to push for the scrap time, do just that, and Sib able to take down 2. They have PaulEhx to worry about, but it's still a successful hold for London Royal Ravens now, hitting that 200-point mark. It's the early new that Seattle Surge is in control over, but with how well Asim and the rest of the members have been playing, can they break this is going to be the question. But Seattle Surge now 151 to 206 It's Nastie looking through the breakthrough bottom kitchen.
And the question around the changes to the M4 was really about what teams would be affected most. And Mack, with the sub in his hands, has been able to respond, at least in the opening break of his life here. But again, he has struggled. 18 and 23, and most of his kills before the GA did come through with the M4. He needs to be a solid presence as that secondary sub alongside Pred. Accuracy slow to the roll, but still in a position to do some damage here. The opening break and the push from Ravens, two stacked up, but on the edge and on the fringe, it's Mack who finds another. Zero can't go anywhere without getting caught by a stun. Accuracy not going to leave his position. This is a quality hold from Seattle, and of all the times to do it, you needed it now.
Yes, indeed you do. But as I say that here, Mack, he does pick up another one onto Asim. So still, for a hold for Seattle, you put yourself back into this game. And again, you're on the back foot to get set up for the new rotations. As you see, London Royal Ravens, Zero still continuing to pop off, gets 2 at old. But that's so important. Zero needs to put himself in a position on that catwalk. And you see PaulEhx on the other side. London Royal Ravens have control over both sides of this map. So this is looking good if you're a Ravens fan to close it here if you can.
And you're going to want to keep this if you are Ravens. I mean, given the fact that the rotation is going to be a little bit dicey for Seattle. However, you have offense control. You got streaks if you're PaulEhx. If he goes down, it's a little bit easier to get back into the fray as the trophies will fall, and certainly a challenge from Pred. But he won't peek the angle just yet. We're going to sit here quietly. That might get found out, but it doesn't. PaulEhx finds him anyway. Pred goes down, and there's the clear. Asim will find the second. Here comes Streaks. No one's going to touch the point, and they hold on to this time and this back point. With that, Ravens should have a chance to get to P2.
Yeah, and that's it. If you're a Seattle fan, like they are set up P2, Ravens are, and Mack is working his way through the back, but Zero spots it. So this is going to be a huge one-on-one engagement, and Zero wins it. So that is huge. If you're Royal Ravens, Zero wins 2 on the rotation. They are set up for P2, and this is looking like London Royal Ravens is going to put it away right here. But still, with how close it is, you can never count out the man. Simp through the front. They're going to have to push.
This is a big break from Surge, as Pred needs to lead the charge here. You need an AR in the back, but 2 off spawn. You're going to have to wait for accuracy to hit the rotation. You're London, you're buying your time and counting your chances. Both teams can win it here, and it's going to come down to the middle of the map. A couple of nades do fly out. Here come the streaks. The investment early from Nastie. Ravens more than happy to sit at range, but so is Sib and accuracy and Mack, all 3 combining for headshots in the feed. And with that, it's 231 to 228.
Oh my gosh, and you mentioned Mack stepping it up. I think he had a Vazna's last time around. He was like 13 and like something, but now he's 24 and 29. So Mack really stepped it up in the last half of this series. So Seattle Surge now swinging the lead change in their favor. It is Asim working to push the old time, because now it is the Ravens that have to, in fact, push this time to stop. Seattle can win it here. There's only 2 seconds left, and there's the contestment. It doesn't even matter. Pred to clean up the kills. It's Seattle Surge with the last point to really clutch up here at the end. Take it 250 to 228.
Wow, what a final push from Pred. So often he was the linchpin for getting Seattle into position to contest these points. Early on, it was Ravens and Nastie. In the end, it was Seattle and Pred, and a just ridiculous recovery in that game. 250, 228, game 1 goes to Seattle. London will have to try their things in the S&D.
Oh, well, we're starting off like that. Finally, I feel like, oh my gosh, we get to see a heartbeat. But either which way, oh, that was crazy from start to finish. I felt like it was just so close. And then Ravens really just started to run away with that. But man, Seattle to clutch up right there at the end is really that P1 into P2. You thought Ravens had it because Zero got that huge 2-piece in the back truck. It's like, okay, they got this. They're clearing their spawns. They're pushing out the front. They're doing everything right. But hey, man, you can't count out Sib, Pred, the duo ship between those 2 guys. It can't go uncaccounted for.
I mean, this is about as close as it was on Mercado the last time these 2 teams played, where it was 250, 235 Seattle. Similar situation here, 228 this time for London. However, for London, the benefits here being that they are a very good S&D team. We've seen them consistently be near number 1%, the top 1 in round percentage wins. I mean, they are one of the best in the league at that. Hotel, of course, has been a strength of theirs, but when it comes to S&D, you're looking at one of the best players statistically, which was Asim, and he had a phenomenal start to that hard point. Seattle do clutch up in the respawn. They looked great as of late. Doesn't seem that the meta change has affected them too much other than Mack at strenuous times, but for this moment here, they have a 1-0 lead for Seattle, and for London, they will have to regroup and even up this series in the S&D. Ellen, thoughts on that final hard point, or in the start of this series, I should say, at least? It seemed that London were in the driver's seat for the moment, but Seattle did a nice job recuperating with those ARs, and the presence of Mack clearly made a difference in the end.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we kind of had mentioned that like Mack, he kind of had someone a little bit of a slow start, but really picked it in towards the later half of the hardpoint hills. And
Right.
both rotations, I mean, it was just back and forth between two teams. But either way, I feel like that should have been London Royal Ravens map, just with how like well and how set up they were essentially to take it at the end right there. But either which way, the ice factor, the ice man accuracy, man, like this Seattle Surge has so much ice that they always can come out with these situations and come up with a win.
Well, they certainly can. We'll see if they can do it going into game number 2. Before we get to that point, we're jumping to a quick break. When we come back, game 2 between Surge and Ravens. We'll see you then. Hello, friends. Welcome back to Seattle Surge versus London Royal Ravens, 250 to 228. It was Seattle on aBeZy who took game number 1, but not before a valiant effort from Ravens to send them towards this point. Now, S&D coming up, you would expect Ravens to bounce back in this one, Ellen, but Seattle looked good in the end. The composure was there. Ravens, they have to answer in this one.
Yes, indeed they do. And I guess, one of the things that would be a little bit more concerning for me, Spaceman, is the last time that we saw Ravens in a series, essentially, they didn't take their S&Ds versus OpTic, right? They did lose 3-2, and it came down to that last and final map.
Yes.
And they ended up getting completely blown out on the Fortress. I think it was like 6-1. So yeah, that a little bit that kind of concerns me is just
Sure.
more so like, yeah, from then have they
I
have they
understand.
learned? But of course.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question for I think a lot of the early parts of this season for Seattle, both and London as well, right? Like being able to adjust early. It's only the first major. We're still in December, by the way, so a lot of these feelings do feel like we're getting into the realm of February or March, or you're having the discussions about mid-season form. We're still in December, which means that this major, while it does mean a lot, is not the end of the world for a lot of teams that are still figuring it out. When it comes to predictions, which I don't like to do, but we're going to do it anyway. When it comes to predictions for game 2, of course, London being one of the better S&D teams in the league, Asim being the reason why, I have a feeling that London will be able to answer the call here and tie up this series.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you. I think that London has the opportunity to have some ice right here. Just despite just despite Seattle being so strong, and Sib especially. I mean, I just think about his snipes mid map, so overpowered. But I think London's going to come back with the ice on this, just simply for the fact that I think they learned, just from their mistakes from last week and anything that they needed to go over. And I think going into Mercado, they're going to be really strong.
I agree with you. I think even in this situation for London, it just comes down to a lot of the composure they've had for the majority of the start of the season, but also it's clear the trust in their teammates has certainly been there. When we looked at the composition and the competency of a sub like Nastie for specifically the majority of his challenger's career, he worked so well in tandem with another good aggressive sub. And I think that he's been finding a lot of success in the league so far because he has someone like Asim in his back pocket that they can work in tandem with. And with that, what a great segue. Let's get into game number 2 because, well, it's on aBeZy. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Right now, it's Seattle and London. Currently 1-0 for Surge.
And what a comeback that was, too. My goodness. Surge, if you're feeling pretty good, though. On the attacking side, something that we always typically see is just really the battles of the middle control and those utilities being thrown over. Super important for information. But London, not giving really anything, sticking all the way back in this one. And see if Mack can connect, though. But it just seems like the patient game, everybody just feeling each other out.
Sure. It's going to be a wide swing over towards B for London, but the 3-stack at A could make things a little bit more dicey for Seattle, looking for that pick on PaulEhx to open it up. But as trades fall, and there's PaulEhx, he'll find the second kill. London do have numbers and quickly collapsing in on this round. Sib, the last alive. What can he find? Nothing.
Yep. That done and dusted. Nothing. Patient plays from London plays off, and ultimately it was just everyone was posted up. You have everybody with attack, Nastie holding everything down and winning their ones. London does just that, and the setup was clean. Ultimately, all across the board, every single lane was covered, and every single gunfight was won. So it was clinical, very easy. Clinical from London.
Easy, exactly. Easy, clinical opening round, clean across the board. The island worked out. They didn't have to get too over-aggressive. For London, Asim already 2-0, and his KD and S&D has been just, like, makes you want to vomit with how good it's been. And if he continues that same spree going into this weekend, London should be heavy favorites in a lot of matchups with how good their Game 2 and 5s have been. They're also one of the best control teams we've seen as of late. They can win a series in the direct middle, which is not something you usually see, as Seattle will take the opening hardpoint, but for now, they're going to have to deal with a flurry of trades that surely London will be throwing at them as Bomb cautiously moves up towards A, and Asim yet again finds first blood.
Oh my gosh, I was going to say, not to mention, Asim is one of the members on this team that has the highest amount of first bloods, usually in a search and destroy, but there 3 falls for Seattle, and there it is. Sib last alive yet again. And let's see if he can actually pick off, but this Bomb actually might rotate over towards B.
What happened to Asim? Oh, God, that was a distraction. It was all tactical. London Royal Ravens get the second round. And, well, it's 2 times in a row that Seattle have left Sib on his lonesome. We've seen it throughout the majority of his challenger's career. Even last year, he's more than capable of the clutch, but not in situations like this. Nastie 3-0. Nastie and Asim having a very strong start to this game, too.
Yeah, it really has been the subs of London right now, or Asim opening up things with the first blood yet again. I mean, this guy is insane with the first bloods. His search and destroy game is just amazing. Love watching him every single time. And the belly flop out the window. How many times are we going to see that this weekend?
A lot.
But either way, I love it. I love it. It makes me laugh every time.
So many times. The default to A will be the call for Seattle. And across their lockers, Asim certainly would have that covered. Mack might be the entry point here. But no one on the peak yet. First blood, Seattle.
Yeah, and that's really credits to Sib. Over by the window, but he gets sniped by Zero, who essentially is going to back on down. The trade doesn't come through from Pred, but still, Pred's going to be in a very cheeky corner, just waiting. But the bomb does get planted over by the Seattle. Now Pred takes down Asim.
Just around 30 to play. Here comes the rotation from Nastie. He's going to leave it to Zero on the outskirts with that snipe. That'll open up the door. Pred's got to be careful here. He will get spotted and traded. Both teams finding a pick, but with that, it's a 2v1. And Zero with the snipe in hand has Mack on the cross. Left side of your screen. 1 peek is all it needs to happen. Bomb down, 17 seconds. Not a lot of time, and not a lot of angles to work with here. Seattle should have the round.
Yeah, and if you're Seattle, you don't even need to peek this. Just let the time run. The way that they planted, they could see the bomb from up top. And something that we've seen quite often, you plant the bomb, you have somebody post up top pool, and, you know, maybe somebody else out lingering up top or down low, depending how you're playing it, to trade. And that was just perfect, clinical from Seattle, to be able to just get the opening pick and, of course, just get the bomb down.
Once they've been able to find those first bloods, the conversion rate for Seattle has been better. It's just come down to, again, those opening engagements. Ravens more than happy to get aggressive with the subs. It's worked. Combined 6 and 2 off the start for Nastie and Asim. PaulEhx playing down the stairs often has locked up a lot of that middle map pressure. And it looks like Sib either might be sniping or waiting for someone to rotate through, but Mack more than happy to post up and wait. Another first blood. Seattle Surge have the advantage.
Yeah, and this is such a spot. The matches that everybody just sits in. But Asim with a sneaky play gets 2 onto Pred and Mack. And that will definitely put numbers in their favor, but not before aBeZy gets the trade. And, well, if you're London, you have the bomb down. You have some time to work with, but you're going to have to figure out how to take out Sib with that sniper. As you see, Seattle does have full bottom control over middle, and that bomb down is inside A.
And Zero's taking the long route here. As scenic as it might be, he could be the catalyst for how this round plays out. I don't know if Sib saw him in tower. I absolutely did not, but Zero still alive. He would have to take this sniper fight with an AR, which we've seen Zero do before. And there's PaulEhx inside. Finds the kill. Sib responds. 1v1, 30 seconds to go. You got to pick up bomb, and you got to play against Sib up close. It's going to be hard to do, but Zero, the man on the call.
Yeah, and he's just going to distance himself, really. Like, that's all you need to do. Maybe get an angle or a peek to see, but if you're Sib, you don't have a lot of time. You kind of have to play for the kill, and I think he actually did spot him, or maybe not, but the nade is in, and Zero actually gets the information where Sib is. He's going to take the challenge. I'm not sure why, but either which way, Seattle Surge win the round.
I mean, I think he thought Sib either jumped out the window or just didn't see him, and with that, that's just a smart chow. We love that final kill cam. Sib more than happy for the re-engagement. Zero tries his hand. He folds. It's tied up 2-2 going in around number 5.
Yeah, either which way, though. I mean, I feel like just play the 50-50, right? Like, even if you don't know if the bomb is down, if you still have the clock in your favor, right? Just sit in the corner. Just wait the time. Wait for the plan. I mean, I don't know. At least you got the information the nade was thrown. But either which way, 2-2, evening up the favors for Seattle Surge here. It's accuracy in the back that gets done, and an aggressive push here from London Royal Ravens to essentially kind of trap Seattle back, but numbers in their favor for Seattle.
That's been the second round for Patience and Sib that have combined for a kill. Asim at least spotted one, and that'll be good for info as the chow comes through, and PaulEhx going to think twice about that one. I don't blame him. Under a minute to play here in round number 5. Advantage Surge. Only one up. London trying to even up the numbers, and one flying way out over towards B. Player number 5, that's Zero. Maybe he'll wait for the plant to go down. He will. He'll pop Deddy, and now the push. Here come Ravens.
Yeah, Ravens only have numbers disadvantage, though, and you see the setup from Seattle. Pred in the back takes down Asim on the flank, so now this really just leaves Zero up in the front, but he's going to actually stick to defuse, and PaulEhx up top. I don't know if Seattle is going to peek this. aBeZy's working this way towards the site, but no! The clutch defuse comes in from London Royal Ravens. What looked to be a perfect setup for Seattle Surge, they were just too far away from the bomb.
That's just heads-up play from Zero. Pops Deddy. They can't hear him hop it. He gets in time. As PaulEhx working on the route, as a Guardian Angel, didn't even need it. Ravens yet again. Heads-up play in the clutch. 3-2. And they keep going back and forth, trading shots with Seattle, but Ravens are so good at playing their lives and knowing when to make the right call. 3-3 for Nastie. Across the board, 4-2 for PaulEhx. Asim right there with everybody else, but accuracy kind of the only one struggling in this lobby so far. Even there, we're only a couple of rounds deep. Let's get into round 6. It's an advantage to London, but we'll find the first blood.
You know, and I think that was huge, too. Just credits to Asim for that clutch, because he essentially forced Seattle to turn around. Pred got taken. Pred, I think, did take down one, but still, that kind of created a distraction, right? And either which way, round by round, this one did slow down just as it was the first round. You see, though, on the attacking side, London pinned up, gets tagged up, accuracy backs on down, and here's the flood.
That's a smart back from accuracy. There's no need to take that extra chow. There was multiple numbers here from Ravens, as Paul will take him down in that point. Locker's completely clear. PaulEhx now moving his way up towards the catwalk. Where do Surge go from here? They're going to have to rely on Sib, maybe with that challenge over towards the opposite side. Tower completely closed. Sib finds one. Here comes Nastie for the trade. Sib, snipe, almost gets Nastie, but can't land the shot. The second is good. Everybody in the kill feed falling. Pred, Sib, both combining for 2. It's last up to Asim. TAC 56 in his hands. What can he find? Asim, 1. Potentially 2. The challenge from Mack, and he'll find it. Seattle Surge get the round.
Oh my gosh, and what a round that was. Like, crazy stuff from Sib, holding down bottom lockers right there. And I mean, he didn't get traded out, but still a valiant effort from Asim. And that was just so clutch from Sib, my goodness. Seattle Surge, and answering back definitely in a dominant fashion after that last one.
I have a feeling it's going around 11. I would love for that to be the case, but if we do get to that point, someone's going to have to respond to Sib. And the last time these two teams played, it was a 6-4 win for London on Mercado. So far, we're on the same trajectory. Just different map, different play styles. Things have changed. We keep moving. Another quick shot from Zero, and he'll find that opening pick.
Sure he does. And Paul almost got the second there, but the information at least. Seattle gonna have to decide on this one. Numbers not in their favor, and you're gonna see the bomb. Mack just kind of waiting and deciding, maybe just coordinating where. Should we go towards A? Maybe the stun check comes out at least towards Mattress, and you get the information that no one is there. So Mack moves on to the bomb site now, and he's gonna work the plant. Gotta worry about Asim yet again.
I think Asim might have heard the push to A, but just checks it with a stun and backs on up and waits for the rest of his team. With bomb being down, this is not entirely undoable for Ravens. More than enough in the tool shed to be able to pull this one out. Zero going to play probably lower side towards the pools, and with that, instead he will back up using range. Lockers controlled. Ravens trying to make their move now. It's Nastie with a sub in hand. Can't find anything. Post-plant positioning from Seattle has worked just until now. The team finds 1. The challenge from Mack is good. On a 2 spree for him, 6 and 4. But they're sticking the defuse. Zero's on it. Can he spot a mirror? Yes! Great shots there from Mack. Keeps him off the point. The challenge is not good, and Seattle ride that into a round win.
And that's literally what we've seen from Seattle to win their attacking rounds. Slowly pushing, getting up top pool hall control, which essentially you can see the bomb from up here. It's so smart to just value this side. And Mack, I mean, he's able to just stay alive up here. You got to be able to take down the Mack attack. And, well, if you don't, this is what happens. So now 4-3 leading Seattle Surge. Will they take this map too? I don't know. Just coming out swinging. I mean, I feel like Sib's definitely feeling himself after that one, but he has the Deddy. He's got the snipes on point. And Mack is all set up inside of A yet again. They're going to have to take... London Royal Ravens going to have to take him out. Mattress.
Well, that opening pick works, and I think it's important to remember that for Ravens, they come into this one after being swept by LAT. So you've already had a game or so in the past 2 days. You have yet to find a map win. This could be it here, but if Surge take this, middle portion of this series, the S&D controls, it's bookended by strengths for London. Seattle could flip the script if they go up 2-0. Default currently at A. 3 booked inside. 1 towards the tower. It's accuracy. But Asim checking all of his corners for a potential push over towards B. And with that, the call in Seattle will start to rotate.
Indeed they are, and Sib, essentially, he did pop that dead silence, so he gets that boost, but PaulEhx just takes down Mack over on the other side, so at least the A site's clear, but Ravens, with only 27 seconds left, they're gonna, it seems, gonna get a huge one onto Sib, and now open up the site to get the plant down, so this is good if you're Royal Ravens, 2 versus 2, but make it 1 versus 3. Huge from Nastie to take down accuracy in the back, and now Pred last alive in the front.
Where do you look? You look nowhere. Where the hell do you look in that round? Ravens nicely done on the rotation. They get the bomb down. They take out Sib in the back. That was a great challenge from Asim, especially with the sub. Don't care what range it is. It's just nerve-wracking to say the least. Tied up yet again. Back and forth we go. Surge. Ravens. It's been a hell of an S&D so far.
Indeed, it has. And I feel like, man, if Ravens can just... It's really... Seattle's winning their attacking rounds. If Ravens can just win But hey, either which way, they have to win this. This is a defensive round, and as you know, sometimes it's definitely easier. But I feel like with LSU, though, Spaceman, the way that this works out, sometimes those attacking rounds can be actually much, much easier, especially just working to flood on in through the bottom side and getting those stuns off. But either which way, the push from Seattle is stopped this time around. It's Asim aggressively pushing forward and locking down Pool Hall. And, well, the trades come through, but just how quickly this round falls. It's PaulEhx already last alive in a 1 versus 1.
Just want a trophy. I just need something. Just one little trophy as everybody got caught with a nade, a stun, a check. And it comes down to a one-on-one. On a 3 spree for Paul. Accuracy, your bomb carrier. He's going to hit the push to B. And if Paul reads this perfectly, he could get there in time, but it's going to take a bit of effort on that route. And this should be a free plant for accuracy. And at range, in a 1v1, I want accuracy all day, every day.
That's exactly it, right? The Iceman, he always clutches up these situations, but I think PaulEhx spotted him on the cross. But accuracy may not have, so he's going to back down, maybe readjust. Yes, he did. And now it's just going to be the 1v1. Information is there. The tags are there, Spaceman. I don't know who's going to win this.
Paul pushing, Paul challenging, and accuracy just guns him around the corner again. The Iceman strikes. It's 5-4 surge.
Oh my gosh, the dance around, but that was so smart from accuracy. I mean, yes, okay, their plans foiled this time around. London Royal Ravens was able to stop the A plant, okay, that they have been so successful on, but the rotation to go over towards the B site and of course play the long range battle, that truck, we always know there's always those ones that are clutched if you can get over to the truck heady, because sometimes it's almost impossible to gun them out if you got the gunny like the Iceman himself. But currently up now, Seattle Surge 5-4. London Royal Ravens have to answer back on the attacking side, and Asim gets tagged up to start.
I am begging for a trophy. Just something. So much time in this round.
They don't want to give up that silence.
It's 1 round away. I don't care. I need a trophy. Someone get over towards A, but regardless, your bomb carrier is Paul. 10-6 for Asim, having a hell of a game too. But my goodness. For Ravens, can't afford just to find first blood. You're going to need a couple of more to put this round away and send us to a round 11. Nothing on the nade. And Mack is ready and waiting. There's Seattle with the advantage.
Yep, huge first blood right there. And Zero to trade with the snipe onto Sib. So winning that sniper battle, it is Zero pushing up towards the B side. You see London Royal Ravens working a coordinated push now to work B. So with the adjustment, Pred is going to spot it, rotate back. And, well, now he has to worry about Zero with the sniper in the back. Can they get this plant off? And yes, they do.
And if you're Seattle, you kind of just spread the margins here and pull defenders away from the plant. As Zero finds a hit marker, that is unfortunate, but Pred is going to challenge through the back, and he should have this. He will. Deddy doesn't even matter. It's a collapse from Seattle onto the point, and with that, they should have retake control opportunities here. PaulEhx in the corner, spotted, absolutely obliterated, and there it is for Seattle. The defuse, the round, the win. 2-0 up in the series. What a way to do it.
What a way to do it, indeed, especially considering Ravens just looked so strong. I feel like they start off so strong and then slowly kind of like deteriorate away. But either which way, such a good win from Seattle Surge in those clutch rounds. And my goodness, what a game from Mack, 11-6. And it's, when it comes to this game, man, it's really about those first bloods, the first blood battles. But London Royal Ravens, it was a valiant attempt. And I mean, Asim, PaulEhx, they still had great games from themselves. But that was just kind of one of the things that we talked about. Will London Royal Ravens have the ability to close out their searches? Because, I mean, they're looking really good in the respawns. There's just a little bit of coordination that they just have to work out. I
mean, last time it was 6-4 Mercado where London were able to close things out. But this time, the strength of accuracy and Mack just being an absolute demon over at A. Again, a 6-4 win for Surge. They take the series lead 2-0. And London, who have not won a map in 2 days. Granted, they've only played 2 series, but right now they're in the thick of it against Seattle. Ellen, closing thoughts on that S&D before we get ready for the control.
Coordinated, clean cut from Seattle, very standard, honestly, and the clutch factor from Sib, man. I just, from accuracy right there at the end. I'm excited for the next game. I'm not predicting nothing because, hey, man,
fair enough.
You never know. I feel like every game, kind of like Vanguard, right? Map 5, you never know. Either which way, excited for the next.
It's going to be a fun one. If you want to watch the control, Seattle Surge, London Royal Ravens, it's a fun one. You don't want to miss it. Tune in, get your drops. We'll see you guys in a second after this break. Welcome back into the CDLC stream here for Major 1 at Rally. That is Dream Crazy. I'm Spaceman, and this is Seattle Surge versus London Royal Ravens. Last time these two teams played on this map mode combo, it's Control on Hotel. And my goodness, it was a 2-0 lead for Ravens before they eventually lost that, and Seattle won reverse sweep fashion 3-2. Ellen, this series has been anything but what we predicted. Of course, the strengths in Respawn have been there for Seattle, but the Game 2 closeout, thanks to aCursy and Mack, have been electric. And a 2-0 lead for the Surge. Ravens, their backs are against the wall. That is the phrase. What do you think is going to happen here?
Yes, I mean, and the last time we saw these guys play this map, it was Seattle who took it in the overtime round, essentially, on the attacking side. They were able to capitalize on B. So I'm just curious to see from Ravens what they learned from that match. I mean, we know it was very scrappy, and they didn't make it easy at all for Seattle to win it. But what did they learn from that? You know, you can't let Simp obviously sneak by and get these crazy cheeky two pieces. But sure. I'm just going to be curious to see what sort of adjustments that they made from the last time that they played Seattle on Hotel Control. And see if they can go the distance, because yes, they can't lose it here because that's it. You don't want to get swept in the 3-0 fashion. You want to bring it to a game 5, but either which way, we'll see what happens.
If you're a London fan, the positives here is that Hotel has been a strength for Ravens when it comes to Control specifically, and the map mode alone. They have had success on Hotel. I don't want to look to the last time these two teams played. I don't care about the fact that they lost 3-2. I'm just saying London certainly do have a pick that works for them here for Seattle. In this series so far, Sib has been a monster in the respawns. Accuracy a little bit slow to the play, but really, I think the difference has been Mack. Pred is always going to be a factor for sure. Mack stepping up with the Vaznev. We know the change was a little bit harder on Seattle than maybe other teams, but the biggest question mark was about the S&D for Surge. So far, they look good today, and they're currently up 2-0 against Ravens. A very tough matchup, but if they close this one out, it's a sweep for Surge and a very good feeling as well.
Yes, indeed. And Asim to open up with the first blood on the Sib. So we mentioned him sneaking by. He gets taken down. So London Royal Ravens, they're going to try to work towards the B site, but got Mack here working towards Couch. That's 3 down for Ravens, and easily to capitalize this, they're going to work a push towards B.
I mean, everything that looked promising just got pushed away and dealt with, as Ravens more than happy to take back mid-map control, as they have so often, so many times. Pinstripes in the kill feed, but PaulEhx working at B slowly but surely. Halfway through that second tick, progression continues. The challenge from Seattle, and the win as well. They should to get themselves back onto the point. It's 0, the only one around for Ravens, and he'll do as much as he can, waiting for his teammates to help and vie for support. For the moment, though, mid-map control for Ravens. They look good.
Yeah, and this is where his team is going to make the decision to keep disrupting the setups in Seattle, but he can stay posted right here behind the desk and continue to spawn trap as well. Ravens going to decide, hey, let's swing back over towards B. Asim's getting the kills, and Seattle trying to break through middle here. You see PaulEhx in the engagement. Sib takes him down, but still, that's 2 ticks of progression for London over at the B site.
And it's looking good on the edge for Ravens, but the pressure continues to mount, though they do have the life lead. Still, more pressure at B. Seattle flying and winning those gunfights. Sib make it 2. Will pop Jetty, but gets caught on that COD timing, and for Ravens, they catch a lucky break here. Now they just need to hold with nobody in a bedroom, but finally an advantage. They will stall, and they will win it on this opening round, as they will get themselves back over towards A.
Yep, and if you're London Royal Ravens, working through the Seattle spawn is super smart here, and you see Asim waiting for his teammates to get into position. The coordinated push is going to come through, but Mack at least able to stop Asim and Sib on the other side. Seattle with the perfect hold that leaves Nastie and PaulEhx into the back, but Pred flanking all the way around through lobby side is going to see if he can help his teammates out, and he's able to take down one in the trade-in. So now Seattle able to clear out their base, can start to work their way towards the middle, and at least do the opposite and trap London on the other side.
And this long spread for Ravens really is just about trying to hunt down Pred and keep Mack at bay, because granted, you're going to take those fights with the ARs once you get towards the point, but Seattle not giving anything away quickly, as Nastie will have to take this accuracy in the back, the stun for the check, but just killing time and buying the angle as well. Accuracy is so good. That's your teammate. Don't do that. 40 seconds to go. Waiting for the play from Ravens, and now the move for Surge. Here comes 0.
Yep, 0 through the back now, and he is able to take down one, but that's a huge in the front from Pred. Oh, accuracy! Oh no, gun jam there, but either which way, accuracy to clean up now. Lives tied between Ravens and Surge. 21 seconds left.
I mean, the way that Surge have responded, more importantly, accuracy stepping up and clearing house, it's continued to be positive results for Surge. But the push from Ravens, one after another. Pred dealing with both. There's Accuracy, the Guardian Angel. Only 7 seconds to go. Make it another. Accuracy is absolutely frying, and with that, Surge will win the round. And what a way to do it in the end. They give up B, but they hold on to A. It's 1-0.
Both teams, man, this map particular is always so scrappy, but either way, if you're London Royal Ravens, they had a setup there, right? They were essentially working towards the B site, something that we see very, very often. But if it's one of those things that, man, if you commit too much time towards the B site, you lose those numbers and you lose that extra time. So that's just one of the things I wonder if did they commit too much time working B? Even though they were successful, it is harder to hold A. So props to the Seattle Surge to be able to successfully defend and now leading 1-0 right now on the attacking side. And they're going to do their typical strat. Let's work towards the bedroom.
And never count out the fact that Ravens are one of the better teams, again, in control and how good they've been on Hotel as of late. But if we know the recency bias between these two teams, it was Seattle who was able to bring things back down 0-2. However, in this start, it's been a 1-0 lead, and they'll continue on. Now stacking towards B, Ravens have to commit some of the resources to stop that push, but now they can focus their attention on mid-map. They do find one. They have numbers around, but the close spawns for Seattle will give them a chance to find more ticks.
Indeed, and that's the wipe there. At least they stopped the bleeding over at B. So a couple of seconds captured, but still, nonetheless, the fight ensues in the middle, and Pred does take down 0, but not before Nastie has that run control, and you see Ravens defending towards A. Seattle deciding to move numbers over towards that A site, and Pred have the middle control locked down. So if you're Seattle Surge, this is a pretty good setup, and if you're Ravens, they might decide to just give it up.
And I really like this call from Seattle. After the spawn, they initially were having to fight through the middle of the map, but once they got a favorable side at A, they moved through kitchen, and they're just working on that second tick. Already were successful at B, didn't have to worry too much about the overextension, and they leave Accuracy on his lonesome to find that roam through the middle of the map. Logging back down at the hallway in front here, just play around the pillar control. Though London do win it thanks to Asim, it's that bedroom push that you're going to need out of Pred and or Mack if they get dicey in that situation. A is locked up. Here comes Pred. Send him on the push. And B is now more viable for Seattle. London have to find a response on defense, and it comes through bedroom.
Yes, indeed, it does. And PaulEhx able to clean out Pred and stay alive and get 2, and Accuracy is huge because we know how important bedroom control is. We even saw Zero doing a fantastic job of locking it down last time around, but he has PaulEhx there to help him. So if you're Seattle Surge, you have to clear out the members of top bedroom to be able to get on to the point. But see Mack just a lay waiting over by the bar side. He is going to hop onto the hill, and now London, we're going to see PaulEhx maybe take the challenge, maybe not, but he's the last one there in top bedroom.
If you're here for Ravens, you're going to have to kind of play S&D. You would want to keep your backs towards the point, but Seattle with another big clear. All white in the kill feed. Pred does get spotted, but there's not a lot of time. You're going to have to make a push here. Nobody's really around, and Seattle, again, get onto the point. They hold the line, and what a way to do it. It's 2-0. Surge are 1 round away from sweeping Ravens in their opening match.
Yeah, Seattle is looking so coordinated with their pushes right now, and just execution. It's just key. It's there, their setups. And even though, you know, Ravens are, I don't know if it's just one of those things that could it be just a little moments where they're being flustered. I don't want to necessarily say that they're completely like, you know, it's like a slaying factor, but I don't know. You just have to wonder. Just a couple. It's really coming down to just a couple of decision making from Ravens. They can still turn this around. It's nothing we haven't seen before, but they got to figure out how to momentum.
I mean, what's crazy, Ellen, at least in this control, is other than Pred at various times, there hasn't been a lot of attention for Surge pushing towards top bedroom. They've been more than happy to play these ARs in the middle of the map, and Ravens have been trying and struggling to come up with a game plan to facilitate more offensive action over towards B, over towards A, as now they split the resources, and Surge are ready for it. They finally clear at B. They will, however, give up the majority of that opening tick, but now it comes down to the retake. Surge more than happy to split this one across the board, and we'll see what those ARs can do as Zero is posted up inside the kitchen. This is not a bad spot to be in if you're Ravens.
Yes, indeed. And this time around, they didn't decide to go back and forth. They just decided to stay at A, get the capture, secure the extra time, and then they can use that to work towards B. But Asim already waiting for it. He's working his way over towards bar to cut off the spawn while his teammates rotate over. And just like that, he takes down Mack. And this is a good setup if you are Ravens.
This is a big win from Asim and a massive, crucial backline hold, as Nastie will put Sib in the dirt, but the response from Surge continues. Zero and Asim trying to work together. The dichotomy of these two has been excellent to start the season, as they have A working on B. Not a lot on that first tick to show for it, but with 24-23, they have the life lead, and they've been able to maintain it. For the majority of this round, Asim has yet to go down. Doesn't matter the challenge, doesn't matter the angle. They're going to find more, and Ravens are in a position to put points on the board.
Yes, indeed they are. And you see the push from Seattle Surge coming through couches. Both Pred and aCRC do get tagged up, but not before Pred's able to take down PaulEhx with a nade. So Pred's going to wrap all the way around. And if you're Seattle, you have to coordinate this push perfectly. But the streaks from aCRC do come in, and he's able to take down Zero, which does help. And now Asim to follow. So Surge able to clear out London off the point. One more segment to capture it for Ravens.
Yeah, you're going to need a position in top bedroom, and Ravens absolutely know it. It's 2018, but you got a minute 20 to play through. They can take their time here and wait for a stack before they swing, just orchestrating this push together. But Surge continue to find the kills. Finally, a couple of trades that go the way of Ravens. It's 0 for 2. The break onto the point. He survives the shots from aCRC on the cross, and you stack here if you're Ravens. They should have B locked up. Surge nowhere to be found. The nades don't matter. What a final push out of the Ravens from bedroom. That was massive, and it keeps them alive.
That was huge. And PaulEhx to survive that too. That was absolutely insane. But the Dolphin dives onto the point. And of course, Zero to get the cleanup kills here in the front and stop it. That was just perfect from Ravens to stop the bleeding there. But match point still, we are for the Seattle Surge. They are still in favor of this map and potentially putting it away here. They're on the attacking round, and we know how good they are at being aggressive. They are such an aggressive team. And we'll see how they put this one away.
I mean, that resolve from Ravens is nice to see. Again, it's starting to feel like a little bit of deja vu from the last time these two played. Remember, it was hotel control. Ravens were up 2-0. They lost it. Seattle up 2-0. And they give a round to Ravens, and all of a sudden, the kill feed's starting to light up red. Nastie and Zero combining for 2. Where is Asim? But at the moment, Mack on the point. He will get gunned. There's Asim, and there's the push from Ravens. Defensively, they look great.
Indeed they do, but they have to take care of aCRC in this bedroom spot. There's Nastie that gets taken down, and aCRC, he is just going to play his life. He doesn't need to really over-challenge anything. He could just watch a corner, watch the ladder, but the only thing he needs to do here is just stay alive. So on the opposite side of the map, you see Seattle Surge working towards the A site, Sib waiting and Carpet, and there's two members of Royal Raven that he has to worry about.
I mean, if your aCRC, like you said, the importance is just holding your spot in the bedroom with how much that facilitates the pushes over towards B. He will, however, get cleared out, and that's a great job by Ravens to recognize that numbers weren't there. They're still hunting for 1 as Asim continues to go on a spree. 5 in a row for him, 0 on 5 as well, close to streaks here. As Surge are on the point, but maybe if you're Ravens, you give this one up and play time moving into another minute on the clock, as they should have control, as Zero will not be leaving this spot anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we've seen him lock that down literally almost for a whole game. So he's going to be very hard to be taken down. But either which way, PaulEhx is holding the line behind the desk here. And, well, you see the push from Seattle Surge through the back. Matt is aware of it. Excuse me. Pred takes him down, PaulEhx. And now that's the site. That's the opening that the Seattle Surge needed to get onto the site.
Mack's still uncomfortable with the TAC 56, and Pred more than happy to take these challenges, but Ravens yet again find 2. How big it's been to find those wipes. And time after time, the wave of Surge players onto the point have been met by a quick, aggressive stance. Ravens, every single time they're called upon, they answer it. 20-15, they have the life lead. You got PaulEhx working at the bottom of the bedroom, but Zero on the outskirts, still finding Mack and players on the point, and it's a complete wipe from Ravens. Surge will have to try again.
Yep, this is a really good setup. If you are Ravens, you have Zero watching over kitchen side, Nastie roaming bedroom, and with the help of PaulEhx as well. Ravens looking to hold here. Asim locking down middle, and it's Zero getting the wave of kills from Surge on the right side, being overwhelmed in numbers. Gets taken down, and now Asim is the last alive here, but still, Surge is going to rotate over through the middle of the map, and there's 45 seconds left to capture a segment over at B.
If you can't take Asim out of couches, how difficult is it going to be to get them off the point? Defensively, Ravens look great. Seattle struggling to put the game plan to paper, and now it's just come down to 35 seconds to play with and only 7 lives. You get maybe 1 hit here if you're Seattle. They're going to orchestrate it through the other side of the map, playing through kitchen here, hoping that the kills do fall. They do. Sib and aCRC find 2, and Pred finds the 3rd. Hold on a moment. Things look a little bit more realistic here. They're going to 3-stack inside the point, and Nastie on the other side of the wing's going to have to win a gunfight. He does, and aCRC wins it, and Ravens now have to make a move.
Oh my gosh, and this is really it. The Ravens have one more attempt to push onto this site as it just goes down, and that is it. The kills for Seattle Surge come in favor, come to life, and that is it. Done and dusted. The attacking rounds too strong for Seattle Surge yet again. take it. But this time in a 3-1 fashion.
Ravens had all the numbers, but Surge just had the absolute poise and clutch factor to get onto the point. They needed every kill to happen as it happened, and it did. Accuracy, Mack, Pred, and Simp to close it out. That was just an absolute, I don't want to say breakdown from Ravens, but that was a hell of a response from Surge to find 5-6 straight kills without dropping at the most opportune and crucial of times. And they win it 3-1, and that's a sweep. London, 2 games, 2 series back to back. They have yet to get a map.
Yeah, and it really wasn't like they were completely broken. It was just more so of the fact that Seattle, they were keeping names. You can tell they were keeping track of everybody. And despite even having that wipe, Nastie had an opportunity right there, top bedroom, to get the initial picks of them off the site. But I mean, you saw accuracy flooding through middle. They instantly turned around and looked up top because they knew that player was there, despite having 3 members of London Royal Ravens down. That was just beautiful plays and amazing stuff to just keep track of the enemy team.
Well, Seattle came into today essentially a 1-3, London at 2-2, but the past 2 matchups, Seattle's 2 wins on this season have come against the Ravens, and with that, they will win this series and close it out in stylistic fashion. 3-1 in the control, 3-0 overall. Ellen, Ravens, a lot of work to be done, but they're not out of it. You win 2 in this group play, you move on. For now, they have to drop down and kind of fight their way through the gauntlet to get back into the bracket play. But regardless, Seattle move forward and just need to win 1 more. We're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, more matches here on the C Stream. Seattle, congrats on your 3-0. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back to the first major of the Call of Duty 2022/23 season here in Raleigh. Actually, we're in our bedrooms, but guess what? It's Dream Crazy and Spaceman, and with that, Decimate LAG. Currently, the Academy roster is playing on main stage against FaZe, and I think they might have just lost. I think they did, but FaZe
I
was up
think they
4-0.
did.
It was end of
Yeah.
S&D. Listen, it's a whole big spiel. Welcome into this matchup, though. Both these teams, Ellen, have yet to win at all today, let alone a game. What's going on? Talk to me.
Listen, all I gotta say is these challenger teams are going crazy today. Like, I think they're
They're not
taking
bad.
these pro teams, like, what,
They're
map
not bad.
4s, map 5s? Like, it's insane this year compared to last. But either which way, much closer this time around. Decimate, kind of starting off their day just the same as they did yesterday, right? They lose their first game. But you know, they know they're better. They turned it up yesterday. They were essentially able to I mean, they did lose on the day to Røkkr. They did lose today already, 0-3, but so did LAG, 0-3 to Subliners. Either which way, both teams have a lot to prove, and not looking really too much the best right now in terms of LAG. But if you remember that stage 2 performance, man, this is nothing that we haven't seen them pull out of the bag.
That is absolutely true. And for Decimate, again, they played Elevate yesterday. It was a rough go around, but still, you know, they got some positives there. However, I think the big takeaway for LAG is they got 3-0 swept by Subliners. Decimate lose to Røkkr 3-0 as well. We've seen a couple of sweeps. Granted, it's not as common as maybe it used to be. Sweeps now are a little bit more dicey. However, both these teams looking for their first win on a map, let alone in a series. And if they have either lose, I mean, this is an elimination match. If one of these teams loses, they are out. And good Lord, didn't expect that to be the situation. Guerrillas, a little bit slow start to the season, a lot of question marks in the air. I'm sure it'll take time to adjust, but Decimate have a chance to realistically pull off an upset here because LAG being out, while not be a shocker to a lot of people, but a challengers team getting that win in a crucial moment in elimination round certainly would be, Ellen.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, especially considering how dominant the respawns have been looking. I mean, the coaches for Decimate right now, you have Bursted for Search and Destroy, you have Parasite. Overall, just the coach, it's a very dominant team that, like, yes, you may have some wins where, you know, you completely dominate, but then you have some where, like, some losses where, damn, it's just really coming down to, like, a play or two, how well Decimate has been playing. But to win and even to make it here, it was a Wobblebobs that they took it to a final map, and it was iLLeY who dropped 15 kills to secure the win. So just amazing strats coming along. I mean, we kind of said it. S&D was the game mode that they had to win because it was their weaker of the sort. But I mean, kind of with all teams though, in the beginning, that's what's to be expected. The S&D strats aren't necessarily established. You really want to start off strong with the hard points in the response.
And just kind of a quick side note, a tangential point here. I think it's impressive that a lot of the challengers teams this early on in the season have been putting up the kind of fights they have. I mean, we saw game 5 for LAG Academy versus FaZe, where it went to game 5, and we're just a couple of weeks in. Granted, a couple of weeks for the pros as well. They'll figure it out, but it's showing that the difference, the gap that used to exist currently doesn't, and why we want to keep our eyes on challengers. However, FaZe letting LAG know that as an organization so far today, they're 0 for 2. So if that is the case, maybe things turn around here. The pro team has a chance to even things out. For Decimate Gaming, a very strong roster and a competent one at that. I'm very excited to see how they approach LAG going into this matchup. And again, I don't like to do it, but we're going to fill for a little bit, and I'm going to ask you what your prediction is. Because again, I hate that question, but like, come on.
Yeah, and you know what's great now? I think
what?
when I first started casting, I thought I had to answer it. That's the best part.
Oh
is
my
I
God,
don't
you
have
really
to
have to answer it? That's crazy.
I don't have to. No, because with how close every single game has been, Spaceman, listen, even yesterday, I know you saw those per AM matches. I can't do that. I can't. I don't know what it is. It's just like, hey, I'm gonna sit back and watch because it's just with how it's like similar to Vanguard, right? You just never know what you're gonna get with how these maps are played and how well these challengers teams have stepped up to the plate. I don't know. LA, it's just really gonna be about, for me, who is going to show up.
And I want to give a big shout out as well to Parasite, who has been in the coaching seat for a few weeks, months now, and what he's been able to do for his squad, let alone like how important that transition has been for him and how they have found success because of it. Coaching is going to be more important this year than maybe ever for getting players ready to make that next jump up into the CDL. So big shout outs to Haggy for that one. But again, we're almost ready to get into this series alone. Ellen, when it comes to kind of the matchup specifically, I do wonder what LAG can bring to the board that Decimate haven't seen yet, but you're wondering, is the slow start to the season for the Guerrillas going to continue? Because as we've seen today, Challengers teams have been ready for a lot of these answers. They've been able to find ways to get into the nooks and crannies of the pros and pull out maps that we wouldn't have expected otherwise. I think this is going to be a closer series than maybe most would expect, but also just watching the way LIG has played lately, you're probably expecting the series to be interesting. What are you thinking?
I mean, as soon as I walked away, when we took that little quick break, I literally looked at the app like, what? LEG Academy FaZe last map. Like, again, you just don't know what to expect. And when I look at both of these teams with their performances over the last couple of weeks, even, it's just like, it's a wild card for me because we know what LEG brings to the table. I mean, specifically, I look at Spart and just the roster moves that this team has made. I mean, you have Alec, 2 RCDs, which you have such a strong veteran leadership there, and just his reigning history over the years. I mean, RCDs has been huge. I mean, I've been playing against the guy since BO3 even, but regardless, I feel like both teams on both sides have been a little bit shaky in terms of execution and finishing up these series, at least with LEG, but they've been pulled off some pretty crazy wins. So again, it's just going to be, for me, I don't want to predict it or curse either teams. It's just going to be about who shows up the most and how these pick and bans play out as well too, because that's important.
It just kind of, again, recency bias is not a good way to have a combo, but a good way to start one. And looking at how LAG were able to play some of their S&Ds on LSCLO, I think that there are opportunities here for LAG to have a stronger map pool and situation than what you would expect from Decimate. Granted, a little bit better reps in the CDL than you're going to get in Challengers. But again, we're going off a lot of scrims and just kind of recent cup performances. Not a whole lot of stock being put into those, but it is a good litmus test for what teams can bring to the table. And so far, it has been the Guerrillas who should be favored going into this matchup, but would not be surprised if Decimate are able to find something here and send Guerrillas home. And you're kind of hoping, at least part of me is kind of hoping, that a Challengers team does skate through to the qualification match and find their way into bracket play, because it's just a chance for pro teams to see who's coming up in the pipeline, because we've already seen the last year or so Pred and Sib move up, and Scrap, as of this year, there's a lot of competition that's waiting to get their chance to play against the pros.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, you think about the Pro-Am compared to last year and this year, like that's just immediately to look at. Like, look where we're at with a couple of teams going against the pro teams, where some teams didn't even make it there, so or even drop a map. But it's been such a tighter turnaround this year. And well, as we hop on board with LAG, we're going to be hopping on with Hook the Nuke, and it's going to be the hotel. The Breenburger Hotel. I think I heard that earlier. I was like, burger.
Yeah, the Burger Hotel. I mean, we've seen some 100-point clubs on here, so some teams would fit that description absolutely. But we know how dicey P1 can be. For Decimate Gaming, I think Key's victory going into this matchup specifically, try to limit how quickly Neptune and Hook get in your backline, how quickly they're able to string kills together and find those funnels out on rotation. Early on, though, really inside the point, he's been a catalyst for this squad as of late. Continues to do so. We're into the point.
Indeed we are, and this is a good start if you are Decimate, but looking at a long flank around, they have to worry about Neptune, who has been stellar performances lately. And now with Neptune to work the flip over here, does take down 2Real, which was huge.
Yep.
And now LAG working to control P2, kind of giving up P1. Have to worry about Hollow.
I mean, the flip is big. The back line secured. Guerrillas investing early on that rotation, and they're rewarded for their efforts. But CDL experience for players like Hollow and Mack, who was a standout on this team, looking up to that teammate and wondering what's it like up there. Hollow, of course, was playing on OpTic Gaming Los Angeles back in Modern Warfare 2019. To jog your memory real quick, that did exist. And yes, it did happen. But on the fringe, it's Neptune shutting down the push early on. Guerrillas into the hard point.
Indeed, and that was just really Neptune there on the rotation to secure it, and secure the kill onto 2Real, but LAG still hold the line now, and the contest does come through from DCM through the front, so good break if you're Decimate Gaming, and a good stop. But either which way, 25 seconds left. LAG is going to not really commit too much time to this point and decide to rotate over towards Kitchen.
Interesting thing, Spark's yet to find a kill. 0-6 to start. The James Bond stats coming out in full force, but it's already iLLeY thinking about the rotation through Kitchen. Has control for the moment through the restaurant. We'll see how the rest of his teammates fly off of the point. Early, though, it has been all of Decimate Gaming. They responded to the pressure from Los Angeles quite well. Guerrillas are set up ready and waiting into the new point. Top glass, Hollow locked down easy at range with that TAC 56. We still got plenty of time to fight over. Guerrillas looking for the early hold.
And Decimate's going to look to break through middle and also towards the parking side. And that was a huge 2 from Spart to secure some time. But aBeZy able to slip the net through. Has 2 members to worry about of lag and able to kick down one and the other from 2Real. Now that is a break yet again from Decimate Gaming. They're able to break P2 and now into P3. 35 seconds usually is is around the time that they do so. And lag have to look to break through Kitchen.
I mean, you would need that contest to be a little bit slower, but there's really not a lot of numbers around here if you're Decimate. Or I should say, excuse me, Los Angeles Guerrillas, as they were looking for a push to the side, but ran out of bullets. Doesn't matter. Neptune's there, and it's all white in the kill feed. A split from Hollow, and shots through the brick. aRSities puts him in the dirt, and a nice retake from the Guerrillas, but Decimate Gaming more than happy to meet them on the challenge. It's wall-to-wall gunfights for now. Neptune finds 2, a big spree at the bottom of the bedroom, and now a chance for Guerrillas to get some positive time here.
Yeah, and make it 4 for Neptune. He's not backing down, but he's going to slow things down up top bedroom as he waits for the push from Decimate through luggage, through the top side. And there he is, all about to earn streaks. Does get taken down, so Decimate stops bleeding. Hollow with the huge 2. They have that bedroom control, and they're pushing through the front.
And now we move into the point and how big it was to find that spree in the bedroom, because you got numbers that you could throw onto the hill. But quickly, Decimate handling that pressure as Guerrillas will have to regroup off spawn yet again. A 4 hit through the middle, 1 on the outskirts. That is Spark, still looking for his 3rd kill in this game, 2 and 12, and he will walk away with it. So maybe a sign of things to come here for Guerrillas. And the fact that he struggled, I should say, on the slaying department, and the fact that Guerrillas still have the lead, that's a good sign for LA. But Decimate, not out of it yet.
And I feel like Mack too, another one that's about to get streaks, does get taken down. But either way, that was huge for Decimate to at least be able to push and hold lag back towards the truck, back chandelier, and make them funnel through one lane. And that's aBeZy with a huge 2 and Decimate with a clean wipe. Now lag spawning on the other side of the map, funnel through middle yet again. But Decimate still continue to hold the line.
And the positives here is the squad spawn for LAG gives them a chance to hit for the break, and they will get it. It's so much pressure inside the restaurant, and a full 4-man effort works out in their favor. aBeZy's going to have to think about those shots, but it doesn't land for anything. Another push up by Neptune. He's been excellent so far in this hard point, and the hold from Guerrillas has been great. They have themselves about 20 or so seconds. Nobody getting in clear. Spartan able to find another, make it 2 in a row on a 4 spree. Potential 5. There goes Hollow, and there goes Decimate.
Definitely much better this time around for lag, and I mean, able to definitely even up the odds here a little bit. Decimate only leading by 1 point, but still, that scrap time, not that important. LAG's going to decide to rotate over towards Valet, and you see aRSities in the back, able to get the help with Neptune to secure the spawns, and there goes the trophy out, and well, got to take down aRSities here. 2Real, huge gunfight. He loses the engagement. Now LAG have to swing the lead in their favor.
Just so you wanted to know, brought to you by aimLab with shots like that from aRSities. I mean, glass controlled. It's been easy for Guerrillas. Decimate Gaming mounting their approach now. And how do they swing out? Here's the wind-up. Nades to try to clear, but no one around. You're more than happy to see it here comfortably. The Guerrillas building upon their lead slowly but surely. Nobody else challenging. Neptune on the opposite side of your screen doing all of the damage and finding kills. Spart back in the mix of the kill feed, but here comes the challenge. Mack for 1. Spart alive somehow. 9 and 16. Can he make it 10? Double digits on the board. No. Neptune will clean it up, and the hold from Guerrillas is great up top glass.
Oh, yes, and Neptune again streaking out. He is able to earn those streaks. He has been on fire this map, still controlling this bedroom side with the Vaznev in hand. It seems like Decimate can't seem to track him down, but aBeZy at least able to get 2 kills there to secure a little bit of scrap time. The rotation gunfights are going to be huge here as Spart does take down Mack. Can he make it the second onto 2Real? And there it is again with the help from Neptune. So Neptune has been a really big thorn in their side for Decimate Gaming, continuously rotating around, and their roaming sub is just doing exactly what he needs to do.
Guerrillas have started to catch rhythm, but Decimate have yet to be able to blow this game open. It seems they've been able to catch pace with Guerrillas time and time again, but never enough to pull away with a lead. Maybe this 3-piece will help. All grid in the kill feed, back to P1 on our second rotation. It's aRSities who has been such a nuisance and the thorn on the side of Decimate Gaming. They haven't been able to lock him down for very long. Mack will escape, already thinking about P2. I like the play from Decimate, keep the gunfights on those outer lanes, and pull aRSities out of the play. Now you have a chance to play numbers here, and that's exactly what they do.
Indeed they do, and that was very smart for Decimate. Mack also having a really good game, but aRSities takes him down. And now there is a little bit of scrap time, but it's Hook with the contest. He gets taken down, and well, that's Decimate Gaming though, late on the rotations. LAG set up.
That's a couple of hills now where Guerrillas had the opening time in the opening hold. It's been left up to scrap for Decimate Gaming to corral and push together an amalgamation of what could have been a quality lead, but yet they still remain currently behind. 165 to 143, still 50 seconds or so to fight over. A quick challenge out, that's 2 dead. All white in the kill feed. Neptune reloading, caught around the corner, almost guns, but Arcity's there. And with that, the lead continues. Guerrillas are rolling through this hard point.
Oh man, and this is disastrous for Decimate Gaming because you had complete control, but either which way, they know how to break. That's an opening that they have, at least through the spa side, and there it is. It is Mack, it is aBeZy, able to clean up a couple and at least disrupt the setup here for Los Angeles Guerrillas, but 20 seconds remain. The spawn flipped, so if you're LA Guerrillas, this is good for you. You did get some time on the old, but you can just get set up for new. Decimate Gaming have to look to break yet again, and now this time around, they are on the back foot on the second set of rotation, and it was Los Angeles Guerrillas that were the last time, and now it's them that are in the lead.
I mean, Neptune's put everybody in the backpack. He has a streak as well to work with, 24 and 17. But Mack on your screen has a big gunfight in the back. He has to lock down Neptune, one of the hardest kills right now in the lobby, and he doesn't get anything for it. Neptune walks away victorious yet again. Finally will drop, but the damage is done. First team to cross 200. It is the Guerrillas, just 40 points away.
Yes, indeed. And again, they know where the flood is coming in through the back kitchen area. So aBeZy able to, again to open up the site, and Hollow with that slow attack in his hand fights those long range engagements, and Arcities does win it. But it's just the trades right now for Decimate to break on in. Their breaks are looking phenomenal, and aBeZy is not stopping down. He's currently on a 5 streak.
These breaks are coming so late for Decimate, but you need it now more than ever. There's about a 20-point game here, and aBeZy's on 6 in a row. He's got 24 kills to his name, earns the streak. The cruise missile could be devastating for Guerrillas. And I think the positive swing here, Ellen, is that Guerrillas don't have a lot of slang outside of Neptune. It's really been Neptune and Arcity's own swings, but that's about it. Decimate Gaming have a real chance here to pull this game out.
Yes, they do, and they have to stop aBeZy, and they did finally, but not before. I believe he earned those streaks, and now TwoReal's going to look to try to break through Couch's LAG. They do have control over the hill, but the break, you see Decimate slows it down to get set up. It looks like they're waiting for Mack to get into position, but Hook takes him out.
It's come to a crawl, but a challenge to the bedroom, and TwoReal gets it yet again. Arcities will see you on respawn. The hold from Guerrillas, no contest. Here comes the push from Decimate. They need 4 wipe, and they don't have it just as of yet. Hollow finds one. They collapse. Everybody trading. Finally, Arcities gets something. The picks are there, but I don't know if it's enough. Huke's still alive around the bar. It's pressure, it's challenges, it's wins. Hollow and aBeZy for 2. They hold on finally in this point, but it's not over yet. You can't win here if you're Guerrillas. We will see another hill.
Yes, indeed we will, and already set up and waiting, it is Neptune, so this is going to be a huge one if you're Hollow, but he does have TwoReal there with him, as well as Spart on the other side, so that was huge for Hollow to take down Neptune, and now they have to worry about Spart. So, Decimate Gaming looking good to maybe potentially win it here if they continue to hold on.
You need 1 wipe. I mean, you still do kind of have a streak, right? But available to you are stuns and nades, and that's what you're going to need to take down Arcities and the front subs of Guerrillas. You hold this here off 1 more wipe, you probably win this game, and Mack finds a double kill. This is what you want from Decimate Gaming. Hook to the side. He has numbers for Guerrillas. It's the close spawns and the push, but Mack gets both. He's on 7 in a row. The collapse from Guerrillas. They find the wipe. They get onto the point, and they're 10 seconds away from the win.
Yes, it's really only up to aBeZy here right now, and Arcities does take him down, so they can potentially stop the bleeding, but they have to go now. They can't let any second go. They have to go in. They have to flood, and Mack uses the streaks, but I'm not sure if the investment was worth it. LAG win the game, and my God, if we're starting off like that, Spaceman, this is going to be one hell of a series.
250 to 233. Mack with a massive 2-piece, but the resolve and the constant push, the pressure from the Guerrillas gets through in the end, and they sneak this one away. What looked like a quality opening for Guerrillas and a consistent lead eventually came down to just around 17 points, and my goodness, Guerrillas had it close, but they pull it out in the end. And that was not a great game from Spart, but he really picked it up when he needed to. And with that, Arcities, Neptune, and Hook did all the damage they could. 1-0 lead in this series. Hotel going to Guerrillas. Decimate kept it close, Ellen. I think this is going to be a series that could go the distance.
Oh, yes, indeed, they did. And I really just back and forth. Like I told you, Spaceman, I don't want to make a prediction because you just never know what's going to happen. Like, Decimate Gaming really seemed like they were just in control of the first half of the map. But I believe it was Neptune that really stopped a lot of their setups, stopped the pushes, and essentially was really able to help turn this around for the squad. Of course, earning the streaks and controlling top bedroom. The roaming sub doing exactly just that. He really was popping off for the squad.
This is going to be a AR bout back and forth. I mean, the way that Neptune was flying around the map, how crucial he was getting in power positions to help LAG close out a lot of those early holds on those hard points, quickly racking up 30, 35, 40 seconds on those opening breaks. Decimate Gaming struggled. They struggled to be able to break the setup of LAG. However, they did bring it back near the end. This S&D could be very different with how close that opening hard point was. Ellen, do you think we're going to be seeing a response from Decimate that'll tie up this series, or do LAG look like they have their foot on the gas and they're not letting up?
I want to say, I mean, again, I'm not predicting anything, but I want to say yes, just
Sure.
because of how well that Decimate have been looking like in their searches particular. But so have LAG. You know, I mean, Spart, he is the search and destroy clutch master. We've seen him do it time and time again last year. You know, this team, regardless, LAG, they have that potential always to pull out magic. And I mean, we saw it in this last map. And yeah, I think that in a way, Decimate will answer back. I think this is just going to be a really tight series.
I think so too. I expect this S&D to essentially be a rematch of what Game 1 was currently. But as we wait for the players to get ready and load it into the lobby, if we're wondering how this entire bracket works, well, we're currently in an elimination match. Decimate Gaming and Los Angeles Guerrillas both have lost their opening matches today. So whoever loses this is out of the tournament. You're out of group play. You don't make it to the bracket play, which you need just to win 2 here in groups. You win 2 matches, you move on. You lose 2, you're done. That it's like a nice version of Swiss. If you ever watch Swiss and other esports, you guys get the deal. But in this instance, for Los Angeles Guerrillas, a hot 1-0 start. And with that, we wonder what the response will be like from Decimate Gaming. Is there a player that sticks out to you, Ellen, that needs to have a better push going into S&D?
In terms of, I mean,
Anything.
both teams
Like,
or
catalyst-wise for Decimate Gaming, what are you expecting? And do you see a player stepping up to help them pad this series?
I think as a whole, I would like to see Decimate Gaming maybe just execute their setups a little bit more,
Sure.
because it just seemed like there was a lot of plays. At least again, it's search and destroy. It's a completely different game mode. But if we're just going based off what we saw in terms of execution, it's just maybe just deciding to execute those plays. Don't hesitate. Maybe picking up the pace and just. Yeah, overall, their teamwork looks immaculate. It's been looking immaculate for the last couple of weeks, really. And I feel like this squad as a whole, they just get better and better and better. And I mean, we know the duo ship in Mack and holloww, how long they've been together. Yeah, and just their experience. This is just looking like a really good squad. And yeah, I really think that if I had to say anything, it just would be to execute a little bit better because they have the experience.
No, they do. And we've seen Decimate struggle in opening hard points before. However, they've been able to respond. And again, we look even back to yesterday, they tied up the series 1-1. So this is an instance for this squad specifically where I am looking at the likes of 2Real to be a factor, a catalyst, if you will, when it comes to being able to isolate players like Neptune, combat someone like Hook. I have a strange suspicion we're going to be seeing El Cilo. I'm having a stroke again going into game 2. And if we know anything, that Hook loves to play around the A site. And if that is the case, you need to be able to meet that aggression early on. Decimate Gaming still looking to tie up this series as we wait for the players to get going. Ellen, it's been a good day of action so far. We've had 2 series back to back. We're currently going into our 3rd. So far, it's been a good one. And really, yeah, honestly, no complaints here. I mean, I have enjoyed Ultra and Polydrome. I've enjoyed Seattle and London, and I'm enjoying Guerrillas and Decimate. It's been fun.
Yeah, no, it's been a fun day all around. I mean, this is a huge con event. Like, I just, again, I think about it because it's so nostalgic of the last time that we were in Raleigh. We had it's like this is, instead of seeing that triple stage event of different games, we see the triple stage event of all COD games. And truly, it's been a crazy weekend. It's going to be a crazy Sunday. I can't wait to see who makes it there if, a Challengers team makes it there. But
I hope so.
All around, yeah, I do too. I do too. Yeah. I really do. Because these guys have been so talented. I mean, have been talented players that have been playing for, the longest of years, is for as long as I've been playing personally, but also these newer players too. They deserve the shot. And I'm not going to lie, man, Spaceman, I'm sure you've probably felt this. I don't even think some of these players thought they would even get this opportunity again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talent currently in Challengers that I think when this event was announced, it was a sigh of relief, but also elation for a lot of players who have been in the gauntlet for many years. For those who have been pros who have dropped down, to those who are currently down trying to become pros. There was a lot on the line for these teams, these players, to show that their stock can be improved. And this kind of harkens back to what the CDL had been trying to plan and what we had been trying to figure out for the start of the CDL back in 2019, which was we wanted to get like kind of like an eights tournament going. We wanted like scrims going to find out who these players would be, who would be coming up into the pipeline. And that never really came to fruition. But this is the next best thing. And this is exactly the kind of event that showcases the old school Call of Duty days where we would have challenger teams or open bracket teams come into pool play, come into groups. And this is exactly what it's supposed to be, highlighting the best talent that's coming up, but also where the current pros stand, because there's been a couple of question marks today with how these results have been.
Oh, yes, indeed they are. But as we start up this aLLeY, yo, my gosh, you are so smart. Look at you go.
It's all done.
It is.
You're going to expect Neptune on the challenge, and he was absolutely ready for it. iLLeY, who's disgusting, doesn't get enough credit in his career so far. Fortunately, bites the bullet on that one. Trades back and forth aplenty, but it's 2v2. And yet again, Guerrillas off to play off the back foot. Bomb is currently down. They have a snipe, but Spark has a couple of tags in his belly he's going to have to worry about.
Decimate having to play for the retake too. And there's almost a connect. Spark able to get away with his life, but not before he repositions himself. There's 25 seconds left for Decimate to work. Both getting 2 kills and the defuse here. And Hollow is going to work, but it gets taken down towards Neptune inside by Mattress on the site. So Mack left in the last 1 versus 2. Yeah, that's done and dusted. LEG Guerrillas playing the round. Very cleanly working that A.
Yeah, you get the early pick with Neptune. Bomb goes down. Spark just buys enough time, even with the tags on the sniper. Does his job to perfection. Rolls back out. AR in hand. Good enough. Round 1 win. Guerrillas on the board early in this S&D. They win the opening hardpoint if you just missed it. Very, very close. It was on Hotel. Then we all guessed aLLeY. We were all correct. And here we go. Mack with the sniper. We'll see if he can respond.
Yeah, and again, this is like Decimate Gaming's ice map. Because remember, iLLeY dropped 15 kills on this map, and the rest of his teammates dropped 6. And either which way, the setups from them are usually aggressive, and the B site is going to be hit. But Arcides takes down iLLeY, and that evens it up to a 3 versus 3.
It's first blood for Guerrillas yet again. Snipe in the hands of Spark. He's been close a couple of times. Does he catch him? I don't think so. Neptune did find Hollow. That time he's not great, and that peek from Real is... Too real, excuse me. There's a bunch of different players with different names that all sound the same, and sometimes my brain goes boo. Okay, Mack at 2-1. Dead even across the board for both teams. 50 seconds to go.
Yep, and that's a huge kill from Too Real, and that was really smart from Decimate. Essentially, they faked towards B, and then they rotated over towards A. So now Spark with the sniper in hand, last alive with a 1 versus 2, and well, he might get perfect timing on here, but no, he doesn't. It's Mack there with the trade to help, and Decimate Gaming even it up now 1-1. And what a wrap that was, though, because originally it looked like they were going to work towards that B site, but the reposition, the replays, and committing to their play to rotate.
And the problem is there's only like 3 different places you can be on post play and inside A if you are all holding that line. You're either behind the couch, behind the door, or you're just on the bomb. And there's really only so many different places you can look. So it was a valiant try from Spark, just better positioning from Too Real. And 1-1 we go. I kind of expect the S&D to be this way for the majority of this match, especially on aLLeY with how kind of wavy the momentum can be with positioning towards statue. You get a couple of rounds to go in your favor. You got lockers control, but pressure yet again from iLLeY into into A. And Neptune on the opposite side of B might have got caught. Still isn't. Still alive and escapes.
Yep, indeed he does, and he gets Too Real down. So that's huge because he stops Too Real from getting streaks. And, well, Neptune is going to post up and wait, and that bomb from both sides is going to go towards A. iLLeY able to stop Neptune at least. He does get traded out by Huke, but numbers advantage in for LEG.
He'll pop Deddy. There he goes, spotted out, trying to refresh it. Can't. Arcides again. Not going to bet against him. 4-2 for Neptune, 3-2 for Arcides. Hollow left on his lonesome with 37 seconds to go. He's got to find a defuse and 3 kills to boot. And even if he gets Huke here, I don't think he's going to get Spark. 1, Arcides. What is happening? How is he still alive? Catches him. Alec. Saucy little man. Hollow's still alive.
Oh my gosh, well, 17 seconds left either which way. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this. Yeah, it's just one of those things. You got the time that's not in your favor, and you have to take the engagement. aLLeY playing their lives very well. And of course, that play from Neptune yet again, that really opens things up. And of course, you stop the bleeding. You stop 2Real from getting streaks. And what a round to take. aLLeY still leading this one and winning their attacking rounds. Now over to the defensive side.
Keep the snipe out. And that was one of the question marks when we looked back to PaulEhx versus Ultra in that game 5 here on S&D was, when are we going to see the snipe get put away? Excuse me, it was on Fortress. When are we going to see the snipe get put away, right? If it's winning, if you're winning rounds and it's working, just keep it rocking. Spart has 1-1. Couple of trades, Huke for 2. Very early on, advantage, Guerrillas.
Yep. Who does get traded out, though. So now the wrap from Arcitys. He's going to get perfect timing onto Hollow. So now the awareness is there from Decimate Gaming. But Mack, at least he has the bomb down now. But he does have, he does have a lot of time to work with, at least to isolate at least one pick.
The hard play here is going to be trying to play on that back control point, just slip between the boxes. And if you find Arcitys great, you're probably going to get challenged immediately off bomb through lockers. But Spart already rotated out. Mack doing the same. Wasting a lot of time, but you can't blame him for it. He's got to get to the bomb, but Arcitys has escaped, and he's already at the tower. You're going to peek this if you're Mack. I don't know if you saw him. Arcitys definitely saw him. Here's the challenge. At range, Arcitys can't find the peek. Mack, so weak, so stunned. 20 seconds to go. How do you do this?
He can't spend too much time on this engagement because he's going to have to worry about his push as well. So I'm sure he's thinking that. He does take down Spart, which is huge. So this is very doable. Arcitys not sure if he has the bomb. Is going to try to make the wrap towards B site. But
smart.
That is smart right there. The time is wasted. Arcitys is just going to back down from the engagement and play the time.
Back out and play time. And if anything, if he goes to A, you can play off that bounce. But even here, Arcitys would never take that challenge regardless. Well done defensively. It was a valiant try from Mack. But aLLeY does it anyway. 3-1 currently, aLLeY. 3 rounds away. I'm closing out this game too, going up 2-0 in the series.
Those small decision-making moments just make the biggest difference. Now aLLeY up 3-1 in this series. Who's gonna get the pick first? Who gets the first pick? But spotted, it's Decimate Gaming who are playing an aggressive push through that radio side. You see both Mack and aLLeY. So if you see kind of this triangle-ish looking setup, both the right side and the left side, middle kind of being completely given away, allowing aLLeY to slowly push on through. aLLeY's going to push thin, and he gets the first blood.
Wide peek, throwing the shoulders on the bounce. aLLeY again finds the first blood. A challenge to the middle of the map, but 2Real does fall. Hook again, constantly finding those clutch one-on-ones. Looked almost like he got up A, but Hook dealt with the pressure regardless. Into A yet again. We've seen this before. It's all a crouch game. The bomb will go down. How do you retake if you're Decimate? Maybe comes down to Hollow.
Yeah, it is. Hollow or aLLeY. aLLeY has the dead silence, so he makes the play, pushing through the bottom pool. And he's able to take down Arcitys, which it didn't look easy, but still, one more Spart. He's going to work through the backside. He has 28 seconds left. And, well, again, it's just kind of that situation, Spaceman, where you just have to play the time.
I don't think they saw Spart cross, but it doesn't matter. They got numbers around. Finish your gunfight. They do. Spart, 1v2. Finds another. Spart looking for the last kill. It's Mack on point. He's not going to challenge this. He's going to play time, and I love the decision. Finally, a chow. Spart, the only one. A knife in hand. Does it get there in time? I don't think so. I don't think Mack has this. It's 3 seconds. Oh my gosh. 7.1?
He got
it. He got it. No!
7.1?
He didn't get it. It was 0.1 off. It hurts.
Oh, that's so close if you're Decimate Gaming, but such a good play from Spart in the back. Controlling that bottom pool hall, and again, backing away from the initial gunfight, playing his life, running away from the situation. So crucial, and allows enough time for the trades to come through and that bomb to blow up. But my goodness, that was a valiant effort from Mack.
He did all he could. That's just a big round. I mean, that's one, if Spart, even if he runs out of ammo, odds are Mack doesn't realize that, so Spart did the smart thing, just ran at him with the knife, just try to buy time. He did just that. A 0.1 difference. And Guerrillas up 4-1. What could have been a 3-2 game is now a very different situation. Decimate trying to get themselves involved in the kill feed, but yet again, they don't. It's the opening pick for Guerrillas. Arcitys and Hook find 2. And my goodness, this round is just going away.
Yes, indeed it is. And that was that stun check that kind of allowed this push to happen. But there's 2 that was able to get clean up now. But either which way, Hollow last alive. The bomb is down. He's got to try to get either the plant pick, either which way. He's got a little bit of time to work with, but oh my goodness, the stops from LAG is just so dominant.
Here's the interesting thing. If he's able to get the bomb down quickly, he's going to have dead silence. So this isn't undoable. Regardless, he'll pop it now. Can he find the refresh? Well, Arcety's on the outside. He's spotted. Spart will gun him, and there's the round. Guerrillas 5-1 are 1 away from a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure like what that cluster like happened. Like it just happened so quickly towards the middle there. It seemed like the stun went off. You see the push kind of come a little bit aggressively from LAG towards the middle, but it was like just a lot of like repositioning moments that allowed Decimate to get the cleanup kills. And I was like, oh my gosh, no! What looked like so close for Decimate to clutch that up. It was Mack to get the cleanup kills. And yeah, either which way, the battles ensue back and forth, each round looking like it could go on the way of Decimate. It's just swinging in the favor of LAG, and the clutch ups. Arcitys 7-3. Neptune making the crazy flank plays. See if they can close it out here.
You can get deep in the playbook with so much available to you now, given the cushion you have of a 5-1 lead. And that's the benefit for Guerrillas. Is there's a variety of different ways they can play this. And I love the call to B. You're expecting Decimate to immediately challenge on A, to stack inside and not give up anything on the cross, but Hook's going to go hunting, and with that, it's a long rotation for Guerrillas. They're going to take their time going to B. Decimate Gaming might get completely caught off guard, and Hook finds the first blood. Now the potential collapse. Decimate Gaming, do they read this in time?
Yep. It looks like the thing is, yes, they have to worry about Spart, and Mack does get spotted. Arcitys with the team shot help. They take down Mack, and this looks like it could be done and dusted. Too Real is going to have to figure something out to get not only the kills, but the defuse off. And there is Spart taking down iLLeY, and now that is Too Real last alive. That might be it. Done and dusted. LAG Guerrillas clean 6-1 onto Decimate Gaming, and now lead 2-0.
I mean, that's a textbook perfect call when you're up 5-1 to put this game out of reach. And that's what having the veteran leadership in the lead looks like. Being able to make that call in the wrap to be 2-0 lead in the series. Decimate Gaming put up a hell of a fight, but really, Guerrillas were kind of in control from the start with what Hook was able to do, moving through Røkkr side, being able to get pools control, often playing in the bottom part of the map at A. Arcitys everywhere on the map, whether he was at Statue, whether he was at B, whether he's rotating Catwalk, didn't matter. Arcitys was a force, and Spart was good with the snipe, good with attack, didn't matter. Guerrillas, Ellen, they're up 2-0. For both teams that had yet to win a map today, this looks like a team that's finding the rhythm just now.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it was just, hey, you know what? We just got to get warmed up a little bit, but you could tell they're definitely feeling themselves. And that's kind of like what we discussed, that clutch factor that they do. Once that magic starts happening for LAG, they can carry it. And we saw that last year with Stage 2. Like, that was one of the most impressive runs personally in Call of Duty history that I've seen. And yeah, that was just so dang exciting. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't do it today. But hey, you know what? It was a clean game. I'm excited for the control because this one could be a doozy. Maybe we will see a hotel.
Starting to see a rhythm for Spart and the boys in purple. I'm excited. Maybe we do get a hotel. Regardless, could be LSCLO. Who knows how this map pool is going to play out today. With all that said, though, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, Game 3, Control, Guerrillas versus Decimate Gaming. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then. Well, you saucy little salamanders. Welcome back in. It's Guerrillas Decimate Gaming. Currently 2-0 lead for Guerrillas. Time for Control and Fortress. This one's going to be a doozy. I don't know if you guys have played it. If you have, you understand exactly what I'm talking about because, my God, it's tough to break out from this side of the spawn. So we'll see if Guerrillas can try to flip, but the choices will be early on. Decimate Gaming, looking to get a win on the board. Can they do it here?
Well, listen, the main thing that's important, of course, is middle. You need art control, and that's super important. But LAG, they're going to work towards B site, and right away, a couple members of Decimate Gaming do stop the push, but it is Neptune who makes through.
Certainly does, and it would be great if he found that kill, and he did absolutely that. Puts 2 real down, finds a second on the burn. Neptune off to a great start, and Guerrillas will have the fruits of their labor earned off of that as well. The first tick on B, locked up and good to go.
Well, that was a very good frontal push from LAG, and now our city's to help. So you gotta worry about those projectiles, though, as there's no trophies. And, well, that's 2 for Decimate Gaming, but still, the segment is almost secured. And Neptune continuing to hold the line right now is on a 3 streak. Can he make it 4? And no, at least Decimate Gaming are able to stop the full capture at B. Now LAG to figure out how to make a push. Spark up top gets taken down, and this is good if you're Decimate Gaming here, Spaceman.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest counter was Spark being in top green, and if you're lucky enough to get out towards stable side, you would hope that the ARs of our cities and someone like Spark could help watch those crosses. But even here, Hollow's not going to give this away for free. He will hold his line, and Spark hits him with an 8. See you later. We'll see you on respawn. Mock still up on top, ready and waiting, finds a kill, and push back into spawn. Guerrillas have to find a way to fight out of this hold.
Yes, indeed they do, and Mock's not stopping down right now. Is currently on a 4 streak. Can he earn those streaks? He's gonna have to play for them, but either way, 28 seconds left, and Guerrillas forced to flood out through the middle. You see Decimate Gaming severely holding that mid stack. This is pretty much the last and final push, and our cities does open up, and Hook to follow. So now the flood is gonna come in over towards B.
It was a beautiful opening break for Guerrillas, in large part thanks to the efforts of Neptune and what Hook was able to do. But finally, they get into the point. Is it enough to hold on to B? No. iLLeY with a big challenge, and Guerrillas will have to stack again. Still alive as Arcities. Can't find it through the smoke, but the nade connects. Only 1 around the bend. In Art, 2 real will drop. Arcities finds the kill. 14-8 and a minute on the clock. This helps Decimate Gaming. They can spread back out and find these kills.
And that was very important, as we know that clock was diddling, but they only have a minute to go, and that is 2 down. So Luke, very important here. He's not going to get onto the point. He's going to wait to pinch off the spawn. He does have Spark to follow in the back, but the problem is his teammates are falling. So realistically, he's going to have to get onto the point to stop the clock, but the respawns, that is the problem. There's not enough for LAG.
That's a big play from iLLeY right there, just holding his side. And finding 2 kills is massive. 8v2, a lot of time on the clock, but really nothing to work with if you're Guerrillas. And that's done. Decimate Gaming, finally, something positive goes their way. They take advantage of really the stacked side off spawn. They'll take advantage of that good spot. 1-0.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Spaceman, when it comes to the defending rounds, if you can push out towards middle and essentially trap the enemy back mountain in that back area, you need to have all sides covered. And the ARs spin Mock too. Oh my goodness, Mock and Hollow blocking it down. And essentially, I mean, LAG, it looked like they had a strong start, but it was just really the fact that Decimate favored that mid side and they weren't backing down, forcing those long range engagements.
Well, now Guerrillas on good side. Let's see what they can do. Can they pull a round out? I'm sure they might, as iLLeY flies on in, does his best impression of Neptune from earlier. It's iLLeY on your screen, one of the best players in Challenger Circuit all around. He was great last year, phenomenal in Cold War. Doing it again once more. 9 and 7 on a 2 spree. Slowly but surely working at B. A contest comes through for Guerrillas, and iLLeY just snaps on both. How does he win that gunfight? Arcities and Neptune finally clear the point, but really the damage was done there. 2 real long enough stays alive. Somewhere in there is English, but nonetheless, what a play it's been from Decimate Gaming.
Hey, it's okay. English, what? We don't spend. No, yeah, it's been a long day. It's okay. Call of Duty everywhere. But either way, that was a beautiful stop from LAG. And, well, now if you're Decimate Gaming, you have a minute left. You're going to have to stop Spart and take him down off this white truck. And 2Real does just that. But the scrambles and the trades come in. LAG still favoring middle right now, pushed up. And it's Arcities, the last one alive. He gets taken down. And now that opens up for Hollow to go over towards that B site. Let's see what Neptune can do about it.
About that halfway point through this round where you're starting to see the second and third and fourth wave of these players come off spawn, and really it's been the response from Guerrillas defensively doing the same thing Decimate did in the prior round, getting art control, and well, the numbers have split here. We have one at A, halfway through that third tick on B. Decimate Gaming have options for the moment, and luckily it's been Mack and iLLeY who have been leading the charge in the slaying department, while Røkkr tries to stay alive. He might have to challenge us one-on-one, and he misses his shots, and Mack stays alive. How long will it last? Guerrillas have to send numbers over towards the point.
Mack, a big key in that too. Oh my goodness, what the play! But either which way, they did manage to get a segment. So either way, you split the push up. You have 38 seconds left. Hollow, let's see what he can do about it. And well, even though he was trying to value his life over there, Neptune does take him down. So as the time dwindles down, Decimate Gaming, neither B nor A captured. 2Real's going to look to work towards B, but again, he has to play this carefully because they only have 22 seconds left, and that'll do it. Take down Neptune, stop the clock.
It's only 9-7. Time will stop. The fly out, the challenge, the win. Arcitys again. Ulysses, too stunned up to speak and immediately gets gunned. The push through defensively, it's perfect. Røkkr for 2. That should be it. Where do you come off spawn? Not even close. Guerrillas, they can play with this here. You get another minute on the clock, but you just play TDM from now. 2Real and Mack find 2. Arcitys shouldn't give anything away. He's getting tagged. Has to be careful. The stun's in. Spart will find the trade. 6v3. This is Guerrillas. Everything they need.
Yes, TDM, but also hard to play TDM and the objective at the same time, right? When you have so much pressure on you. But the defensive plays from LAG to answer back. And yes, both teams taking the defensive rounds. It's really going to be about who can take that offense. And LAG so close. Let's see if they can do it this time around.
Apologies, I'm trying not to die after taking a drink of water. My lungs aren't working as they used to. But Guerrillas, successful on defense. Decimate Gaming, the exact same. Both teams winning outright. We'll see which offensive side can win first. That's kind of the big question, is whoever just wins on bad side gets a chance to really steal this game away. But if you're Decimate Gaming, it's essentially come through not only middle of the map, but they've had a lot of pressure at our side. Can Guerrillas handle that from now? It comes down to Røkkr, 14 and 14 for him. And he will drop, but with that, Decimate Gaming should be able to get themselves towards A.
Yes, indeed they should. And we say that, but Spart, Arcitys working their way over there. Spart at least does get taken down, but Arcitys, let's see what he can do. He's on a 5 streak right now, by the way. He's going to try to play for his streaks. So working down bottom art right now. He's still alive. We're looking for an engagement, and Hollow blows up from the car. Arcitys finds the airstrike, and at least now I think Mack might get the timing on him. No, he backs down. So Decimate, kind of squirrely right now, but that's exactly where LAG wants him.
I mean, you got Røkkr on the roam for Guerrillas. You got Spart, who is sitting up, and with Neptune, Arcitys into the point. So the challenge defensively from Decimate has worked out, but Guerrillas got enough of a sniff over at A to understand what it takes to cap that. And with that, as they come off spawn, one wipe is all they need to lock up that point, put another minute on the clock. Decisions here for Guerrillas, but as time continues to dwindle away, it's Decimate Gaming who have the advantage for the moment. Well, they can't win that gunfight. That's a big win by Spart. Hollow, thinking about it again. The challenge won't be there. Røkkr, playing in bottom green. Nades fly out. It's a tough spawn to break out of for Guerrillas, but you need kills to fall, and fall they do.
Yes, indeed they do. And so key to kill 2Real from this spot. 20 seconds remain, but the time is stopped, and that was huge from Spart to kill 2Real onto the flank. So now Hollow, last alive, has to secure this kill, and LAG, you know what, at the end of the day, Hollow's gonna make the attempt, and LAG's not gonna push, but there it is, the help from Mack to clear off the point, but simultaneously on the other side, Røkkr is capturing B.
Yeah, it's a big wipe, but now you got to go with your Decimate. There's only 20 seconds to play, but it's been this consistent pressure from Røkkr and the subs of Guerrillas that have put Decimate Gaming on the back foot, and this route by Røkkr is masterful. I mean, he might catch perfect timing on iLLeY, and he sees him, but iLLeY has the gunny, all green in the kill feed, and with that, the wipe is there. Now what do you do off spawn? At range, absolutely not. Mack shuts it down. Guerrillas had a chance. They get nothing out of it, and the defensive hold from Decimate Gaming gets them their second round.
Yet again, Decimate Gaming looking really good on their defenses. And might I say, too, that was such a spring of life there for the nuke to make a play. But at the end of the day, the reads from iLLeY, middle, so important. I'm telling you, Spaceman. I'm gonna put you up there with an AR when we.
I'm not gonna do anything. So
when we AR a sub, we need you in there the whole entire time. Let me push around, okay?
The best I can do is a shotgun. All right.
All right. No. That's a lie. That's a lie.
M4, I'm breaking the GA. I'm doing it.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. You are trash without the 10 for.
Oh
no,
my goodness. Well, listen, Ellen, in this situation, both teams defensively have had success. Offensively, we have yet to see either side pull it around. On a good side for LAG, you'd have to think just with the way trends are going, they're going to find this round. We're going to OT, but Decimate Gaming have a real chance here to stun them and keep this series alive.
Yes, indeed they do. That is it. Can Decimate win this attacking round to swing another map? But right now, perfect holds here. Neptune again pushed up top green. And, well, if you look at the setup from LAG Academy, LAG, they have complete control over middle, and Spart yet again devastating on this white van. Yeah.
Listen,
this is looking like they're not going to be able to move.
Spart's on a heady. With the pace at which these kills are falling, LAG could just keep playing TDM and they can get pressure over at A. Like, look how far pushed up they are at the middle of the map. They have just bullied every single member of Decimate Gaming into their own spawn. Granted, Decimate on the odd side of this one, but it's just, it hasn't been close. RTC's got them all of the streak, so we're going to a round 5, and LAG have done enough to stay alive in this game.
Completely not letting Decimate secure any time, and that's so key, of course, to swing another defensive side. But this was a very strong, very fast. Oh my gosh! Like how many kills did Decimate get? Like 3. That was just absolutely insane from LAG. Complete perfect defensive round, and now this is the true factor. Can Decimate win the attacking side?
Yeah, and then here's the interesting thing. So Decimate Gaming got no ticks on that prior round, and not only that, but the spree that continues for Spart.
Yes.
He's closing in on streaks if he doesn't have them already. Decimate Gaming, a lot on your shoulders for this following round. Los Angeles Guerrillas had essentially a perfect hold. They did. They gave up no ticks. That's massive when it goes all into the calculation that I'm sure the game's doing now. It all comes down to this final round. On the attacking side, it will be Decimate. And my goodness.
He has the streaks. Yep.
This is going to be one of the hardest regains and takes of an entire control and fortress you're going to see if Decimate Gaming pulled this off. But Los Angeles Guerrillas have everything and more in the toolkit to put this game out of reach.
Yes, indeed they do. They have streaks. They have Neptune, who already opened up with a 2, but Mack looking to see how he can break this, pushing through that Hayes side. We saw them successful the first time around, get some time over at B, but not able to get anything going. LAG are just too dominant right now. Too real. Again, it's just looking like the same setup from the last time. And Decimate, they're really going to have to figure out a coordinated push to get out.
Yeah, RCDs can watch the flood through the bottom part of green. He might just get it. He'll get one. You got Spart and top art, and RCD stays alive. That's massive for control at mid-map. And they're trying to funnel through those double doors. It's not going to be easy, and no hoop does get caught. It's RCD who's been a nuisance at mid-map, but maybe that 2-piece will help 2Real and Decimate Gaming get towards the point.
Yes, indeed they do, and that was just the opening that they needed, but can they get the kills? That is important. Spart takes down iLLeY, and there's only 25 seconds left, so what looks to be some sign of life. It just, Spart is on a 10 spree right now. 11. He's got streaks. This one's done. It's over. That's 12 in a row for Spart. 10 seconds to go. Los Angeles Guerrillas got swept earlier. Now they bring out the brooms themselves. It's 23-14. And this one is dusted. Decimate Gaming had a hell of a run, but Guerrillas were too strong. Ellen, GG's. The sweep is here. GG's, that is it. LAG definitely looked really strong in their defenses, and I mean, with how crazy and how much of a blender that fortress control is, I mean, you have to think. It just comes down to who has defense, unfortunately. I mean, I know that, really I know that, but you have to think they have somewhat of a plan, right? Yeah, look, there were chances there for Decimate Gaming on offense. There were chances on defense. Both teams won all of their defensive rounds, and unfortunately, with at least the way this map is playing to start this year, with how the spawns are, knowing how that is a chokehold on bad side, if you get defense and offense, unless you're like primetime FaZe or primetime Thieves or OpTic Gaming, you're probably going to have a difficult time trying to cap this one out. So it just came down to sometimes a coin flip, but that's also credit to LAG for
disallowing Decimate Gaming any ticks on A or B in that final round, which might have helped in the overall calculation. Ellen, regardless, Decimate Gaming yet to pull a map out here in their tournament life. They do fall short. They are eliminated, but Guerrillas move on, and I think that's an important win for a team in Decimate Gaming that looked strong at times. I mean, Guerrillas take nothing for free, and Challengers players have showed up. Guerrillas get the win 3-0.
Yeah, that is like the key of this weekend. Challengers players showing up because every
Yeah.
single team I feel like has done that. And yeah, in this match in particular, in the beginning, it really looked like LEG just completely sprung signs of life. And credits, of course, to Neptune and to Spart as well in the respawn, who really picked it up that last control. But if LEG did their homework, they definitely did not. Of course, we don't know exactly how the picks and bans went, but I would only imagine they didn't want to play Decimate Gaming on a LSCLO control because, I mean,
Sure.
they are looking really good on that. And if you kind of make it like a scrappy net map, which essentially you take out the best maps, you force to play on possibly, if you will, like something like Bocage. It's like a map that could go either way. That is just, yeah, it's unfortunate, but LAG looking strong.
Fortress is punishing. We've seen that
It's very
consistently for the
punishing.
start of this year. Maybe it changes going into season 2, Major 2, but who honestly knows for the start, though, it has been consistently one of the more punishing and brutal maps. But that's going to do it for LAG versus Decimate. Again, a 3-0 sweep for the Guerrillas. They move on. Decimate Gaming's run in this tournament does come short, and they are sent packing. However, we have one more series to get through here on the Charlie side of the stream for day 1 of the Major. If you're interested, which I'm hoping you are, make sure you stay tuned with us here. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, the final match of the night. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final match here on the Charlie side of the stream here for CDL 1, major one. You know, it's the same thing. We're in Raleigh. I'm not actually, though. That's Stream Crazy. I'm Spaceman. And guess what? We're talking a whole lot of Call of Duty. Final match of the night. Ellen, tell the people who we got. We got a good one.
We have a great one, okay? LAG Academy, who just came off of, by the way, a game 5 loss against FaZe. Insane stuff, okay?
Wow.
And then we have Ravens again, who are on the back foot of essentially being eliminated completely.
This is another elimination match. That's kind of what happens here when it's in regards to group play, because again, it's very similar to Swiss. You win 3, you move on, you lose 3, you're out. But here in group play, you win 2, everybody kind of starts in winners. You win 2, you move on, you lose 2, you're out. London, LAG Academy, both in similar sides. For London, listen, I know LAG Academy are a great team. There's no question. This is probably the most stacked roster and best roster in challengers as a whole. But if Ravens lose this, that would be a shock. That would be a shock, even with how good LAG Academy is, because the Ravens have been on the up and up. Granted, they played Surge, they lose 3-0, but the Ravens are a powerful team, especially with what seems to be a phenomenal early season addition of Asim. Ellen, what happens here? What do we do if Ravens drop this? I mean, granted,
we cry. Okay, we cry. But at the same time, LAG Academy, I mean, all members of the squad, veterans, right? And then you have one member who, again, Joe Thieves, has been popping off all weekend. He is the rookie of the team. So yes, if you are London Royal Ravens, you would be devastated, especially considering some of their series were a little bit close. You know, it's just really coming down to a couple of key gunfights, I feel like, for them. It's just teamwork is a little bit scrambling. I know that it's been predicted that this has been a scrappy team, but I don't know. There's something about this squad with Asim, like on it and Zero. It's just something about as a whole. It's just really coming down to a couple of key coordination plays from them that I feel like if they can really clean it up here, like you're on the back foot, you are on the brink of being eliminated. Have to show up, get it together.
What I think is so fascinating about this matchup in particular is LAG Academy, though they did lose in game 5 to Atlanta FaZe, Academy took both hard points. And that's the interesting thing here, is that Academy looked strong on NBC hardpoint to start off, and thanks to Joe Thieves, but Assault as well. LAG Academy have a real chance here to steal the opening hardpoint of this series, and if they have a successful S&D or control, all of a sudden, throw everything on its head. But if we're going into at least the hardpoint sake, you would think London versus Seattle is going to be close, but LAG just took both hard points off of FaZe. Clearly, they're shooting back today. And this could be a situation of we're playing a 2-3-5 game type instead of like, you know, a 2-3-4. Like, this is a dangerous spot to be in if you're Ravens, but they have more than enough firepower and brains to figure this out and get it done. It just comes down to who puts the kills where. But Ellen, I know you didn't answer my question at all today, which did not make me mad, I swear. But it's going to if you don't answer it now. Who are you predicting to win this? No. Who's winning this? Tell me. It's just a prediction. You don't care if you're wrong. It's just a prediction, all right?
No, it's not about being wrong. Listen, I want you to know this. It's really not about being wrong this time around. Because maybe earlier, maybe before it was, but it's just, oh man, LAG. Okay. If I have to choose for this one, I'm just going to say LAG Academy because of how well Exceed has been slaying that we saw even from yesterday. Him and Joe Thieves. That sub duo just looks so strong on the flip side for the Ravens. Like, you're going to have to be able to take down Exceed.
Yeah, I think, well, one, that's good answer. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Just a little tease for the rest of the series. But guess what? We also have, I think it was confirmed that we're going to have HyDra as our first hardpoint map, which we have yet to see today on stream, at least on this side of the stream, which I'm grateful for. Because listen, I love me some Hotel. I love me some Embassy. I love me some LSCLO. But I'm just saying.
But you gotta love something else.
It's nice to see something else. Yeah, and who hits the backstroke first is going to be a big question. So I don't really have a whole lot to say in terms of how the series could go in respect to each individual game type. But what I will say is I think London have enough in the tank to get this one done. However, the opening hardpoint could say a lot for how this series plays out because LAG Academy are looking spicy, and that is in no large part thanks to how Joe Thieves has been playing. So let's get right into the game. Enough of our faces and right into the action on HyDra. London Royal Ravens, LAG Academy, the final match here on the C stream for the CDL Major 1 Raleigh. I am excited to get into it. Let's get it going, Ellen.
See, and then as we hop into this too, Spaceman, I know you weren't here yesterday, but LAG Academy and the Røkkr Academy game was just, that was something magical and crazy about that game. It was insane. And the HyDra was the first map.
All the time.
It was all purple. Yeah. Oh God, don't remind me of that.
It was a nightmare for trying to observe. I understand, but yeah, it was crazy.
But it was LAG Academy on the first map, HyDra, 250 to 191, and LAG took it. So what was really dominant about LAG, about the squad particular in terms of P1 and P2 was they decided to focus the rotations for P2. But you see London Royal Ravens awaiting the push. Zero makes the stop.
Already out getting wet. I like what I'm seeing from LAG Academy, but Ravens more than happy to meet that challenge early on. It's been a couple of trades quickly as Thieves was an absolute force of nature against Atlanta FaZe just about, it seems like an hour ago. It's been a bit longer than that, but quickly a lead for Ravens. How long does it last? The rotation begins. Ravens out early on for P2. See what they can do.
Yes, indeed. And, well, if you're Ravens, still not a bad spawn to have. And LAG Academy are going to look to work all the way around. They have to worry about Zero, though, who's aware and taking names. Although he does get the shot onto Assault, he doesn't get the kill. And, well, there it is. That does connect. And Asim there with him to follow. So now, if you're London Royal Ravens, this is a pretty good hold to continue on. But you have to be thinking about, essentially, the push from LAG coming in through the dome side.
And really, the only way you're going to be able to challenge that is if you're PaulEhx, you get towards mid-map, and maybe you start fighting those shots towards dome. It cuts down the pressure. Diamondcon's going to have to worry about that as well, but he immediately gets challenged and beaten by Exceed. All four dead, the wipe, self-trophy, but that's fine. Guess what? It's a break for LAG Academy, and it's good time as well.
And that's the player who we said that they need to take down. So Exceed on a 5 streak. We'll see if he can earn those streaks later. But Diamondcon, man, how electric has he been playing since the meta change? And oh my goodness, we can't count out those S&D snipes, but also the tack in hand, the long-range battles that are to be won. And it is London Royal Ravens still in control over the P3, but this is very close. It's 38 to 33. And we'll see if they can continue to hold here as Nastie pushed so far out. Stop LAG Academy for getting any time.
You know, it's one of the interesting conversations I think more people are having is that, of course, Diamondcon's history, both in the Call of Duty League, but also in top-level challengers play. He often gets overlooked when we look at the next up, or the ones who are fighting for their spot back into the league. Diamondcon has been consistent since he came down in Cold War, since he was staying around in Vanguard. I feel like oftentimes he does get overlooked, but he's been an absolute threat in the S&Ds, just as reliant in the respawns, with PaulEhx finding 2 pieces left and right. Certainly a similar tune being sung here as the Ravens have built upon their lead. They've continued to hold on those early breaks. Early on, PaulEhx for the third. He's 8-5, off to a good start.
And that's exactly how to play that P3. Nastie, PaulEhx, both simultaneously working towards the front, pushing out. And Nastie, we needed him to step up. He's 7-5. PaulEhx doesn't earn his streaks. He gets taken down. But it's LAG Academy with the hold on the answer back over towards this Rocks Hill. So Asim, he does split the net to get through, but huge engagement onto Diamondcon. He's able to take him out.
And the contest will fall through. It might come up to the sub pressure. Jodeci has been answering the call, but Asim doing just that wins both. It's a big 2-piece, and Nastie for the third. The break in for the Ravens. And LAG Academy had a nice hold early on, but with those spawns in the back, they're going to have to worry about pressure after push. And Nastie dealing damage at range. Jodeci's now inside. He gets at least one before dropping, but with all that said and done, Academy's still holding on quite strong in the point. They've managed to soak up about 20 seconds or so, still 20 out in front. This has actually gone the way of Academy on this hard point, which has been surprising. It looked like Ravens were set up nice for a push, but instead, boys in purple get it done for this one.
Yep, and Asim, he's able to push so far out here because he essentially has his teammates in the back already awaiting at new, and you see all the way on the other side, Nastie's pushing a little far out. He's going to definitely have to wrap back, but you see Generator is in control for the London Royal Ravens, and that is 3 down for LAG Academy, so this is a good hold, but there's the awareness in for the spawn flip. Now LAG Academy have an opportunity to pinch.
Yeah, and Zero is kind of the key there. The only way you get a clean push to the back is if Zero's off the play. And again, another quality break from LAG Academy. Now can they hold for the following 30 like we saw on the prior hard point, as the rotation was there for Ravens, but the push and the kills, all of LAG Academy. It continued to put pressure on Ravens, and it just has not amounted to much on the other side. Spawning out, looking for another challenge, attempt, contest, whatever you want to call it. Diamondcon does get burned. Asim will fly into the point. There's the break. Ravens do get in for the final 15.
Breaks definitely looking much better this time around for the London Royal Ravens, but they have to worry about Exceed, who's already set up towards the new hill. And that was a huge rotational gunfight that Exceed did win over by the dome side. So now LAG Academy this time around on the P1, they do have control, and PaulEhx is going to try to sneak through, but he gets taken down by Joe Deceives. So in this situation, LAG Academy, yes, they are spawning out. They do have a good hold, but again, they can just continue to bunker up here, and then they have to work towards dome side. They have 40 seconds left on this hill.
And Assault's doing a nice job just sitting on those headies and buying time for the rest of his teammates to get into the point. Zero will try to meet that challenge parallel, one at a time. Assault knows where he's at least able to find one out of the time. So you stop the clock and counting and continuing on for LAG, but Ravens trying to get back into the play. And this is a team that's won their last couple of rotations, but had struggled to hold and keep the contests at bay. Let's see what Academy responds with. Assault 5-12, having a very slow start to this game one. LAG Academy, of course, took the opening hardpoint against Atlanta FaZe on aBeZy. Now they're trying to do the same thing to Ravens. What a way to do it against two pro teams. But as of now, this is about as close as you'd want for an opening hill.
Yeah, and that was huge from PaulEhx to essentially get a 2 on the bridge side, and Asim playing his life, backing down towards dome, not overcommitting towards this point. But the flood from LAG Academy through the middle and Exceed as well. On the far left side on the bottom half of the map. So this is going to be a 3-1 push for LAG Academy. They couldn't really break it last time around, but this time around, it is looking to be London Royal Ravens to continue to hold on. And, well, the contest is in, but the kills are not coming in. London Royal Ravens still being successful on the hold.
And that's just smart patience from both Joe Deceives and Exceed, because once numbers started to fall, they didn't want to push too far to where they spawn out. You're worried about rotation. They keep numbers at mid-map, and you have a better chance for Academy to get into the next point cleanly than you are if you're Ravens. But Ravens are more than happy to soak up this time with 15 still to play. It's Diamond for 1. Looking for the entry on the second. He will get 2, not before falling. Damage is done. Ravens get the final bit of time here, but out on rotation, it's Academy like they planned for.
Yes, exactly. And, well, 163 to 122. Still a fairly close game here, but Nastie's going to take the long way all the way around to try to play a pinch on this hill. You see every member of London Royal Ravens, excuse me, English, same. Asim gets the opening break towards the front, and now the push is coming in. That was a perfect opening from the London Royal Ravens to flood on towards this utility hill, but it was a perfect stop from LAG Academy. Now still continuing to hold the last one there. It is 0 in the water, and we're gonna slow it down here. He's gonna wait, try to see if he can get a pick, and while the front and the gunfights in the front are to be won, and they're not. Zero may be able to secure this scrap time, but the problem is LAG Academy has the rotation for new.
And that's good patience from Joe Deceives, waiting for the help, the cross, the support. Team shots there for the Academy. Ravens now on the break thanks to PaulEhx. He finds both. A lot of Challengers players in this lobby, and it's nice to see these matchups come head-to-head for the first time, really, in the CDL era here at Major 1 in Raleigh. And it's been a treat so far, a sight to behold. Now on the rotation, it's Academy who had the first couple of picks. PaulEhx responds on a 3 spree of his own, 17 and 20, close to streaks. And Nastie on the opposite side, working through that water cut. We'll see what he can find on the overextension. Nastie needs a kill.
Yes, indeed, he does. And a big one at that. But in the front, it's Diamond who is able to save a couple of members. But there's the flip too. Asim in the back. And that was a successful break for London Royal Ravens to pick up some extra time and swinging them over towards a 200-point mark. So LAG Academy with this, they're going to have to make a decision. And, you know, I don't know if this is the right one here, Spaceman, because committing too much time towards this old hill, you don't want to flip out the spawn. And you see Nastie pushing out towards the front and Assault still pushing towards old. This is where you're going to see number 3, number 2. They're going to have to decide to just wait down, secure the middle.
And this is a great switch by Ravens. So Asim was pushed up at mid-map. He finds nothing, and he's struggling just a tiny bit in the slaying department. Once he comes off spawn, they put him in hill and allow Nastie to roam. And look at how much real estate they now have to operate with. The kills continue to fall. It's a beautiful call by the Ravens, and now they're in the point and rewarded for their efforts. Trophies are out, pushing through the back. PaulEhx can just buy time and bait. Joe Deceives has to work off the top, but Ravens played this so perfectly. What was essentially a tie game, even with Assault at 9 and 20, boils down to a Ravens push and a Ravens slaying out. This has just been a nutty final push from the Ravens, and they should be primed and set up to win this game on this hill.
setup. That just seems to be the issues for the ARs, for LAG Academy. Assault not having the best game, but again, it's those positionings that matter. PaulEhx doing damage on this generator hill, and you see towards the front, there is Joe Deceived, and he has to worry about who just picked up 2, but the full break from LAG Academy to secure the scrap time is in, and now the race towards P1 is going to be important because we've seen time and time again, teams come back on these chaining hills from P1 to P2.
It only takes a couple of seconds, but a push to the back and a tagged Assault can't escape the gunfight. The pressure from Ravens, they can't win on that one, so we will go to another. Inside the point for the moment, it is Joe Deceived, dead even, but the nades do fly out. A challenge, a contest, and a win for Ravens. It's enough to get onto the point, and you just need 10 seconds to win it. Guerrillas have to get in a position to contest.
Yes, indeed they do, and not a lot of time to do so. So now with only seconds to remain, it's really going to be up to Joe Deceived. But Asim is completely popping off right now, and a convincing win from the London Royal Ravens from start to finish. Secure HyDra map 1, 250 to 192.
Well, it was clinical in the end. A little switch on the strat near the final few hard points, and Ravens rally that mid-map pressure into substantial slaying across the board. And here's your play from Exceed. Absolutely nutty across the field, but the poise and patience from Ravens pays off. Zero was probably the wettest player. Pause in that entire game, taking the long routes, and in the end, that is just a quality game 1 win for Ravens. So on the board early, Ravens do find the opening hard point. LAG have to go back to the drawing board. Now we got S&D coming up. We know that Ravens are a very, very good S&D team. This is going to be a fun series.
Yes, indeed, especially considering the fact that you had mentioned earlier, it was the respawns that LAG Academy were winning. So, yeah, if that's, again, Assault didn't necessarily have the best performance, but still, this is going to be, yeah, Ravens is feeling definitely confident to this. They don't want to go out without a fight, and they're definitely making it difficult.
It's going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see how this game 2 plays out. For those of you who are, of course, watching either Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, or Delta, you are available to earn drops. So keep watching to earn more Call of Duty drops to bling out your kit as well. There are matches happening on every single station. Go check it out. This entire event brought to you and presented by AimLab. And I'm excited to know how London will fare going into not only the S&D, but again, they're one of the better controlled teams as well. LG Academy is starting to make some of those small adjustments. One of these teams will be moving on. The other will not. This is a qualification match. If you win, you move through. If you don't, you go home. Ellen, we were theorizing and making hypotheticals all week, wondering leading up to this, how would LG Academy fare? How would Røkkr Academy fare? Of course, Røkkr doesn't make it in, but we were looking at the strengths of a lot of these top tier challengers rosters and predicting potential matchups. But, it's still a surprise. Even as good as London is, I'm surprised that LG Academy are in a position where they might not see it to bracket play. It's just, this is a very good group of players with some professional and world championship experience. And right now they're in a chance of being eliminated before it's even Friday.
Yeah, that's the thing. World Championship. I mean, you said it yourself. These are experienced players that have been pros at some point or another, minus, of course, Joe Deceived. But still, he is a phenomenal SMG player, as you've seen. Yep. And as well, he has that veteran leadership surrounding him. So to be able to essentially be that young and be in this position that you are right now, he's off to a great start for his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of the standouts for a lot of these players, is that you're getting a chance to play against actual CDL competition, CDL teams. So not only do you translate that from what you're scrimming to what you're playing, but you're getting eyes and people with eyeballs on your gameplay, right? Yes, you're getting people with eyeballs on your gameplay. Yes. And that's important because this VOD is essentially, yes, I mean, they're the ones who would see this. That's correct. This is an important weekend for a lot of these players because this is essentially what was supposed to be the 8th series that never came to fruition. And now you're getting competition and chances to play against literal CDL teams, which is massive in and of itself. Ellen, so far that game 1, anything that stood out to you specifically for London that worked in their favor that you expect to be a constant factor for the rest of the series?
I definitely feel like it's Nastie. We saw a lot more from him in terms of engagements and plays. Like, he was more involved, and I feel like he really stepped up his game. So I want to see more from Nastie, of course. But also to PaulEhx as well. He's a player too who has been phenomenal at S&D in the past, of course, playing on the, I believe it was the Western squad, right? West Coast is the best coast, as some may say. Sure. But either which way, no, PaulEhx is a phenomenal S&D player. I've seen him play over the years, and with experienced players. So yeah, I would only imagine, they may have had a discussion in between games, fix up a couple of things, and the respawns are looking much more cleaner.
We're almost ready to start going into the S&D. If you're just wondering how the matches have gone so far today, okay, we started with Toronto Ultra versus PaulEhx, and it was pretty close until like the final hard point. Final hard point was not close at all. It was 250 to 93, but Ultra won that series flat out 3-1, very close fashion. However, we kept moving things forward. We then had Seattle Surge, London Royal Ravens, of course. You saw that 3-0 sweep for Seattle. And then we just watched more chaos ensue in Fortress and Control because this map is brutal. I don't know if we're going to see it in the series. We might. If not, regardless, the Guerrillas took down Decimate Gaming 3-0 sweep. We've got a couple of sweeps here on the Charlie stream. And now London is up 1-0, beginning their attempts at a sweep. But LAG Academy will try to even things out. As of now, it's been a fun day of Call of Duty. We're almost ready to get into game 2. But Ellen, this is one of the kind of the first times we're seeing a lot of teams obviously on LAN for the season, but we're seeing the conversion from online to LAN. Is there anything that has stood out to you about the difference in play styles, or is it going to take more time for the season to develop for players to show really what they're capable of?
I mean, and there's a lot of speculations where they say certain teams are like, hey, this is a LAN team versus an online team. Some teams perform better. But I feel like from everything that we have been seeing this weekend, it's more so for me, it's been about who has made the best team decisions, the team trades, like, you know, with FaZe, with LAG and the Slasher R City trade. Like, it's like I'm looking at the team changes and like who's made the best choices for the teams going into the event, because it's the first event, not to mention it's earlier this year. It's hard to tell. I feel like, yeah, it's December, right? So it's just like I'm just looking at which teams benefited the most, which teams look like they have the most at this point.
I mean, Ellen, this feels like it's a January or February event, and it's literally still December. We're still in 2022, which sounds really forehead, but just we're not used to Call of Duty being this early, which is a great thing. There's still so much to be played. We're only into the first event, first couple of weeks of Pro League as well, but early on, advantage to LAG Academy, and they find 2 off of it as well. Round 1 looking good for the Academy.
You say that now, but we've seen so many crazy plays happen over at the Gallows. It has indeed, but still, yes, London Royal Ravens on the back foot of this as they do have to plant. They have 40 seconds to do so, and PaulEhx does get taken down up top art.
Waiting for the potential push. 30 seconds to go. Big challenge from Nastie. Okay. Whoa. Didn't realize you were shooting like that going into this game too. Diamondcon gets ripped off of that power position, and now the attention from LAG Academy just pulls itself over towards stage. Assault's going to see this, maybe. But it's up to Nastie to make this 1v4 possible, and he's going to get caught. Surely he will. Assault with the positioning in round 1.
Yep, that was key there. Joe Thieves gets the first blood, and LAG Academy just play the time and back down. I mean, we know. We see it. We've seen it time and time again. But Assault, of course, picking up the last kill on the Nastie. And I mean, hey, that looked kind of promising for Nastie. That was a snap. On top, you know, we always say maps aren't whatever, maps aren't green, whatever you want to call it, balcony. But either which way, convincing round for LAG Academy, and now the snipe in hand, it is 0. I wonder if we see a little 0 Diamondcon action.
Please don't snipe your teammate. I was a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie. After what Standy did earlier, I know he talked about it, but just a little bit scared. Might just spot the dome. Asim does find the opening. Oh, he's at least going to find one on the cross and gets a hit marker, so you know numbers are here. A lot to work with in the information department for Ravens as PaulEhx converts. And he pushes up, gets punished for it, and that's 2 in a row for Diamondcon.
2 in a row, and that's make it 3. So now it is 0. Last alive in a 1 versus 2, and he's going to wrap on through the back. But that bomb, it is wrapping all the way over towards A, or excuse me, B.
I mean, who else do you want to watch over you while you plant? This is perfect for Assault. It's perfect for Diamondcon working on an ace. 0 has to know just about now that, yeah, the plant's going to be, and he'll make his move. Assault's going to sit far back right post. Diamondcon has a sub. The way he's been shooting, wouldn't be afraid of taking that challenge. But I like this play. They know that 0's probably rotated to A. He's going to be checking all those corners. So difficult to play from the back. Not a lot of time, Ellen.
But I mean, he has a sniper and he has a Vaznev in hand, so this is very doable if he can at least get a pick. But he doesn't have a lot of time, and there's the utilities. So, LAG Academy, another convincing round, lead it 2-0.
Great plays all around. Diamondcon gets the ace, 5-1. 4 of those kills in this game coming in this round. Cooks the nade. There goes 0. Working
Easy.
on streaks. Not bad.
Easy, right?
I can't do it, so yes.
Just kidding.
Yes.
No. 4 streak for Diamondcon though. And yeah, let's see if he can earn those streaks. He is, keep in mind, the trophy player, so he has that comp, but that knife in hand, he's gonna make a run. I was gonna say over towards the point, but no, he's gonna lock it down. He's locking down middle. And you see Exceed with the sniper in hand this time.
Yeah, he did not see him cross. Jumped over the gap. Bomb will go down. See, might try to find the bait. Through the hay side we go. It's a nice post-plant hold for Ravens. Exceed just looking for any smidge, any pixel he can find, but it's literally just wall-to-wall. Both teams just trying to bully their way through towards the site.
Yeah, and I'm just surprised that LAG doesn't send anybody around, but they're going to commit 4 members to the front to push this. And that's maybe might make Ravens a little bit confused, but still not a lot of time to work with. The trades are coming in, and here's the push. Exceed now turns around, waits for a member to come through, but there is the help from Diamondcon. PaulEhx last alive, and not enough time to get the kills, or might be able to get the defuse. That is it. And Diamondcon with the save. He earns those streaks as well. Currently on a 6 streak.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, for all the right reasons, but a 3-0 lead over Ravens, a response in game 2. Diamondcon now has streaks. They played this perfectly on the retake. One of the harder ways to do it as well. Retakes over at A are difficult, to say the least, on Fortress.
Yeah.
Let alone sticking the defuse in the end.
I really was surprised by that too, because like they just decided to full front attack through the doors rather than sending anybody middle and committing to everybody, just committing to one side, overwhelming in numbers. It just really worked out for them in the end. So as LAG Academy on the attacking side, they're going to try to wrap that bomb over towards A, and well, Ravens going to reposition themselves in 0, going to see if he can get a snipe pick.
Close again. Their hit marker. We've seen it a couple of times. Dolphin dives back. Not going to do that this time. But we still do find a pick anyway. Asim and Assault have been trading back and forth for the majority of this game. Seed, Assault at 3-1, Exceed at 1-3. Combine the names, love that. Still finding or looking for that first blood. Hunting as 0 rotates back out towards P1 side. Bomb will go down, and yet again, it's now up to Ravens to find that retake. Something LAG Academy did just 1 round prior.
Yep, let's see how they're gonna do it. LAG Academy overwhelmed through the front, and well, it looks like Ravens, they do have mid control, so they might do a 2-in-1 push here, but 0 with that sniper in hand gets the stun connect, but Exceed takes down Nastie, and that's strength in numbers yet again. Diamondcon, can he be stopped right now? Completely popping off. LAG Academy running away with the search and destroy, and we had mentioned that, man, they needed to work on their searches because the last series they only took hard points and controls.
Yep.
And it definitely looks like they cleaned up the work.
That's 8 in a row for Diamondcon. By the way, just a hell of a start. 9-1. He's fully streaked out. Don't say it, chat. I know you're going to say it. Don't say it. 9-1. This has been all of LAG Academy. There's really not much to hit on for Ravens. I mean, granted, you have 0 who's still trying to work on 1 kill. The counter snipes really haven't been there. Nastie's found some pressure, not much. Asim hasn't been a contributing factor, which is massive with how well he's played in the start of this season. A S&D absolute freak of nature. Maybe find something here. Shotzzy's on the opposite side. That peak, that wiggle room. Not enough. Asim's going to have to back up.
Yeah. And for this attacking round, it's definitely going much, much slower. But PaulEhx has dead silence to work with here, at least for this round. Ravens really need to win it here. But they have to do it on the attacking side. So there's the peak from PaulEhx, and he gets taken down by Assault. So making the trades, it seems able to take down 2. And that bomb's going down.
I mean, that play from Paul is more about bait than it is about trying to find the kill. Yes, he wants it, but really not much you could have done otherwise. He needed to start pushing this round forward. As Diamondcon will play towards the hay side, and Assault underneath R just is lucky enough to walk behind and catch Ravens off guard, and immediately flies out for the extra chow. Nastie burns him at range, and Diamondcon finally loses a gunfight. Ravens lose numbers, but they hold on thanks to Nastie. What a response and a resurgence on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, indefinitely. And 0-2, I think he started to make the decision. I feel like that could have went very differently had he went for the plant, because that would have essentially forced them to reposition, but also maybe make those awkward gunfights happen as LAG, obviously their retakes are really good, but Zero decides to get off the bomb, help his teammate middle. And yeah, like you said, the bait and the trades didn't necessarily happen. LAG Academy did get the first blood, but London Royal Ravens made those quick adjustments that was able to secure them the round.
Into round number 6. Just joining us, this is the final match of the night here on Charlie. It's Los Angeles Academy, the Guerrillas versus London Royal Ravens. It's been a rough day for both teams, but positives throughout, no doubt. And there goes dead silence. 0. They'll find 2 in the last round, make it a third onto DiamondCon. Can't get out with his life, but does enough and gives PaulEhx a chance. In a 1v2, he still got Daddy popped him. He could get right behind him. Oh my god. Please turn the corner in time. COD timing is the worst.
Indeed it is, and he has to slow down. He can't sprint at him anymore, so he's going to have to crouch walk. Will he get this? Nope. Too strong. Simultaneously on the other side, LAG Academy win another round, and now this is match point. And still looking so dominant here. LAG Academy. They definitely want to go all the way with this one.
If you're up 5-1, you're putting this one to bed and hoping you get right into the control as quickly as possible. Keep that momentum moving. Was a little bit of a prolonged break between games to start, but even here, it has just been all of the Guerrillas. 9-3 for DiamondCon, really the catalyst for why. Assault been such a solid backline. Exceed's been fantastic for First Bloods. Jodeci's been a nuisance. Only 5 engagements, but those have been 5 very important ones at that. And we'll see the snipe yet again from Exceed's POV. We started to see as this game has waned on, Ellen, less and less offensive pushes towards A, more stagnant and patient approaches with not a lot of trophies available. Dead silence starting to get earned, those engagements being easier and quicker. 0 on the counter snipe, looking at the wrong double doors, though.
Indeed, but he might be able to get a pick onto Jodeci's here, but the setup from LAG just will patiently awaiting. And you see the reposition coming in from Nastie to help out the front line, but LAG Academy, they're not moving. 43 seconds left. So you can see if Exceed can get this pick, but the bomb is managed to get onto A.
And I'm curious if DiamondCon would leave his spot to go bottom R and try to take a challenge quickly to advance this round forward. PaulEhx is very weak, but Assault's ready for the extra chow. There goes Jodeci's, and here comes the push from both teams. Now Academy makes their move. They do find one, but not before trading it out quickly. 30 seconds to play, a challenge, and Nastie gets burned. Asim with a response. All of a sudden, dead even. Both teams with 2 up. Asim and 0 versus Assault and DiamondCon can't hit the shot.
Nope, he can't, and not enough time to do so, but that is a 1 versus 2 yet again for 0 in the back. Not a lot of time to work with, and the kill is connected, so Assault able to take him down. Will have time for DiamondCon to get the defuse, and well, LAG Academy, Spaceman, when I said go the distance, I definitely meant winning the whole thing, because for some reason, this LAG Academy squad just feels magical. Feels magical, okay? I'm sure they're feeling magical, especially, but evening up the odds 1-1, taking the Fortress S&D 6-1. They're feeling really good going into this next map, 3 on control, which we don't know just yet. Yeah. But we'll let you know when we get back.
I mean, listen, Academy, 6 First Bloods in that game. So that kind of tells you everything you need to know. Look, we played 7 rounds, but 6 of those, LAG Academy had the numbers advantage early on, so they were able to force a lot of the pacing discrepancies against Ravens. Ravens handled it quite well, but in the end, just were unable to close out a lot of those close engagements bottom art, and the positioning from Assault and DiamondCon in top green was crucial for the success in this game, Ellen. And I think in the end of the day, you need to rely on those S&Ds for LAG Academy. Still a respawn, all of a sudden, this series becomes viable. But until we get to that point, we will be going to control. And with that, we're going to jump to a break. When we come back, Game 3 for Ravens and LAG Academy. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, you absolute freaks. Hi, how you doing? I'm Spaceman, that is Dream Crazy, and this is London Royal Ravens versus LAG Academy. Guerrillas have looked good. The S&D was basically all Diamond Con, but let's get into the control element because, of course, it's on LSCLO. Of course, we're getting back into this one, but I'm excited. I want to know how Ravens are going to play it for LAG Academy. Key to victory. What do you think it's going to be here for them to take a 2-1 series edge?
Oh my gosh. No. No keys here. You know what it is? They just need to get into it. No, I'm kidding. The keys, the respawns we know have been really, really strong, but the key, they need to have that middle control, and you see London Royal Ravens doing just that. But for the defensive side, that's just it. They need to win their defenses, okay? They need to win it for this particular type of map. It is, I would say, one of the maps that kind of favors both sides, but I mean, you don't want to get trapped by the Ravens. And I mean, starting off strong, LAG Academy, they're doing pretty good. You see Diamond Con over on that radio control. We're probably going to see him there the whole entire game.
Widespread. LAG Academy posted up, watching their corners and angles. Always have to be somewhere with an AR locked at range. We've seen it many times to start this season. We'll see it again. Joe deceives. Goodbye. Nice try to move through pole side. It will not happen. As Exceed gets onto the point and will remove that progress that Ravens had. But as of now, very difficult from that back spawn for Ravens to get towards mid-map. They're being met by aggressive ARs from Diamond Con, who's just following his prowess from the S&D. And so far, it's been all purple. It's continuing on for LAG Academy. They have a very strong round one on their hands.
Yeah, and we mentioned Diamond Con on radio side too. He's pushed up, so he has the initial stop, but he might get caught by Asim, who, Exceed there for the help. Does tag him up, but there's only 13 seconds left to get any time for Royal Ravens. This is a pretty good defensive hold from LAG Academy, and simultaneously on the other side, it's Nastie that gets one, and PaulEhx over on the A site may create some space for Ravens to get a capture.
And finally, the Ravens get somewhere, and they're working on A very, very quickly. Got a 2-stack, 0 in PaulEhx in the point. Academy still going to challenge. The contest comes in, the fly in, the chow, not going to happen. 0, 4, and 1, turning things around from game 2. And all of a sudden, we got a brand new round on our hands. 18v15. It's Academy with the lead, but Ravens on the assault and the push. Here comes the dead silence. Nasty. Oh, God. Going to have to burn this one. Getting around the corner. Team shot's great. And all of a sudden, Ravens have life.
Yeah, and kind of in the respawns, and by the way, I was totally kidding. When you asked me about keys for a second, my brain just went towards predictions. But you know what?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's the Ravens, the subs. We mentioned Nasty stepping it up a little bit in the respawns. 0 as well didn't necessarily the best performance last series around when we had spectated them earlier, but either way, doing such a phenomenal job now on a 3 streak and watching that long cross as LAG Academy have to flood on through the front. The problem is numbers here, and well, that for LAG Academy is 3 down. One more segment to capture. They have to flood on through.
And they're having to worry about 0 as well. They can't really challenge him at range, but he's just going to keep putting shots out and finding kills. The contest comes in. The decap for Joe deceives. Can he stay alive long enough? Yes. So Ravens will have to try again with 38 seconds to get that final bit of progression. The tick won't come through, but no one's dealt with 0. He's able to rotate through green tarp. He's able to find more, has a streak. This is a round 1 win, basically locked up, but he's going to invest it anyway. Not going to rely on his teammates for kills. Here it comes to clear the point. Does he find anything? Ravens got to take advantage of this now.
That's still so smart. I feel like from 0 to make that play, but it's his teammates in the front that essentially can't get these pushes, so he's gonna have to rotate over. There's only 9 seconds left, and Nasty is huge right here, but Joe Deceives is able to take him down, so this is the last push for Royal Ravens. They have to stop the time.
Oh, they get onto the point. They finally get there, but it's only 5v4. 0 trying to stay alive. He does fall. That's it. That is a costly investment and one that might come back to bite Ravens, but LAG Academy defensively hold on. They annihilate the pressure in the back, and they keep themselves invested on the point with those subs doing most of the dirty work. Ellen, we're going to come back to that discussion, but that was an interesting investment of the streak. I wasn't sure it was the best time, and they lose the round regardless.
I see what the play was, though. Like, that was smart from 0. It's just the fact that maybe it was a timing thing. Like, maybe his teammates need to get a little bit more coordinated with the push in the front. But the thorn that was so annoying for LAG Academy was 0 on the long flank around essentially in the useless area or over on the far deep southwest side of the map. So that was just so important for him and crucial to be set up like that. But they couldn't execute the play. But right off the bat, executing this play over towards the defensive side in the middle, it is Ravens able to essentially maybe trap LAG right now in the back left.
Decisions. If you are LAG Academy, which one do you choose first? Maybe it is A, but having to work through the middle of aBeZy is a very difficult task for any team, regardless one that's running into the AR of Asim, who's had a slower series than he had prior against Seattle Surge, but as of now, still in a power position to do some damage, and doing it, he is. Another player cut down quickly from LAG Academy, make it 2. Asim, 7 and 11, almost looking for the 8th. He's going to get challenged, assault, potentially flying off a catwalk, but Asim will play his life. 26-22, London have quite a lead.
That is so smart for Asim to back down and play his life. And I mean, you see Nastie in the back playing a wrap all the way around while the LAG Academy does capture, but from the front, from the back, it's Nastie and Asim to get the cleanup kills, and now 24 seconds remain. And well, for LAG Academy, I guess this is not looking too good, because you didn't get a segment over at A nor B, and you don't have a lot of time to work with. So this is the last attempt to make anything happen.
Yeah, I mean, these spawns are tough if you're Academy. Again, granted, it's a little bit easier to get A than it is B at times, but you do need a wipe and a potential hold over towards... I was going to say what would be a tower, but really, never mind. They find the wipe, and here comes Zero up top. Going to try to contest from the catwalk side. You certainly can. Looking for Joe Deceives in the corner. Can't find the pick. And this should be a hold for LAG Academy. Ravens now just have to play TDM, get back to B.
Yep, indeed they do. And that was huge for LAG Academy, because they had nothing secured. So that in that moment in time, if it went to an overtime round, it would have been the Ravens to win that factor. But either which way, very important. Joe Deceives, he's going to pop the dead silence. He's on a 4 streak, and he's working all the way around, but he gets spotted by PaulEhx, but he has the help of Diamondcon to take him out. But not able to earn the streaks. It's LAG Academy that's still working towards the B site, and it is clear PaulEhx last line on the defense in the front.
I mean, given where the spawns might be for Ravens, if Assault just holds his spot and you all of a sudden have Diamondcon lining up at 4 in a row and he is finding kills left and right, this is a great way to play through the back, play spoiler, and cut down Ravens once they get towards the point, but it also just relies on the kills up front. Diamondcon trying to work to the backside. He will find one and needs to play his life here. Ravens on the defensive end, trying to hold onto the point. It's Diamondcon. He has 1 streak. Academy have to stack now, but Diamondcon's really the only one around, and he's still alive.
Yes, and as well, he has earned a streak. So now his 1 segment does get captured in. There's 17 seconds left. Ravens is going to go for this one last attempt to push, and there's 2 down. But last alive, Assault, he is there with Joe Deceives in hand, and well, on the capturing the point, the attempt is coming through. Wow. But LAG looking too strong, and that was so close, because I think they were 10 seconds away from not capturing A or B, and they were able to pull out a win.
That's just absolutely huge for Ravens, who are such a great control team. And really, it's come through the slaying in large part for this squad. They have struggled right now. Maybe it's through just the simple TDM style nature that often comes down to on this map when you're fighting over A, and specifically when you have ARs looking over B. But PaulEhx at 9-14, it's really not the reason. It's just been slow to the start, slow to the struggle when it gets towards contesting the point. LAG Academy have read a lot of those late pushes. You got Assault, who was playing his life perfectly, stayed up, stayed contesting in the point. He's able to find the final capture. And now it comes down to an offensive round for Ravens, desperately needing to get on the board here. 2 in a row for Diamondcon. He's been an X factor in this series, and if they win this series outright, Diamondcon should be MVP. The dude is absolutely on another level.
Diamondcon is just shutting it down every which way, and yes, you need to be able to take him out, essentially, to be able to do anything or get anything going, because he's completely set up radio side. You have Joe Deceives, who again is just disrupting the setups for Ravens, and they're going to work to go over towards B, but they have Assault in the window to worry about and take down. He's going to be taken down by Asim, and well, at least that creates an opening to get onto the site.
45 seconds to play. Time will stop. Asim working through the back, but so will be Assault, and it just comes down to timing, unfortunately. But rewarded for his efforts, as Asim does find one, and Assault with the nade almost did enough. The trade there. Diamondcon has the close spawns for the teammates. LAG Academy have more than enough numbers to contest this point and keep Ravens off of it as well. But they're starting to split their numbers, and I like this. If you're Ravens, start thinking about a 3-stack a day.
Yeah, exactly. 3-stack a day, secure the time, don't play around anymore. But Joe Deceives is going to look to see if he can break this through the pool side or through the back, but maybe deciding, getting tagged up by stun nade, to sit and wait for his teammates to push on the opposite side. Diamondcon still having a phenomenal game, full streaks, 21 and 11. You have to think this could be done and dusted if you're Ravens, considering the fact that, well, they have a wipe on A. There's only 20 seconds left, and the lives in favor of aLLeY Academy.
And you're going to give them A because player 4, that's Assault. Look how far up he's pushed. He's in the white spawn. He has so much opportunity to play spoiler, but you also have streaks if you're Diamondcon. So whether or not you lose Røkkr's control, you're forcing Ravens to have to play B with a minute 10 and only 17 lives to give. You have a streak if you're Diamondcon. This is an opportunity for aLLeY Academy to win this control 3-0 out. Exceed finds one off spawn. Diamondcon looking for another, but Asim opens it up. Can they rally this into some positive movement? So far, it looks like it might just happen. The parallel spawn is there. Diamondcon has to come back up and immediately meet the challenge of 0.
Yes, and that was so huge from Asim right there to take down Diamondcon, stop the streaks, stop the push, and it helped secure the cap. But with 0 in the back spawn, taking the long-range gunfight over by top white, that is insane stuff. He has PaulEhx onto the site, and London Royal Ravens, you have to worry about the mid pushes from Joe Deceives. He's able to clear out PaulEhx, and well, the line of defense for aLLeY Academy is looking pretty good for the setup here. It's just trades back and forth, but won ultimately by Royal Ravens. They only have 25 seconds left to get this B capture site, and they're able to stop the clock.
I mean, how nice would it be to have that missile right now? How nice would it have been to hold on to that if you're 0? The call was interesting to say the least, but here comes a streak, an investment now in this final potential round for aLLeY Academy. Diamondcon doesn't know 0's around, but I think 0 either hears him or at least knows that he has to hold his sight long as possible. Neither giving away any edge, but 0 didn't spot him. Now he does, and he can't win the gunfight. Diamondcon, that's huge. Pressure onto the point. Assault is there. Surely Joe Deceives is not far behind. And exceeded 13 and 21, the slowest one right now for aLLeY Academy, but it does not matter. Time dwindling. Very few on the clock. Just 3 seconds to play.
Yep, and that's it. The timeout, but Nastie's able to get on through a last-second kill on Joe Deceives and get onto the point. He's getting stunned. He's getting naded. And if you look, aLLeY Academy, they have to come through middle, or look how far back they are. But as you see, number 3, he's waiting. There's the time, and 0 does get onto the point, stops the clock for just a second. And what a dominating fashion. I don't know if you expected that one. aLLeY Academy, 3-0 on LSELO control.
Well, you had to force the kills at that point with such little time on the clock, and they do it. aLLeY Academy clutch up. Really, Diamondcon was the standout. 25 and 17, 2,700 damage. And just look at the kills on defense. Consistent across the board. 16, 17, 10, non-stop. aLLeY Academy looked good.
And that's crazy because Exceed went 14 and 23. And
Yeah.
I know we kind of briefly looked at a little bit of their stats, but like if you're aLLeY Academy and you're playing this well with one of your best slayers not even performing at his best, they are looking really strong right now in the respawns. It's an extremely scary team. As we know, like this is a team that has been so dominant in the North American region, like, you know, the top team, if you will, but like just crazy stuff, man. I wasn't expecting that one.
It's been an interesting response in the Fortress S&D all the way down to an LSELO control. I am fascinated that an aLLeY Academy roster that looks so strong in the opening hardpoints has now found that bookended middle portion of this series, and now they find themselves in series point where you win this next hardpoint, you're able to steal one, boom, series is done, 3-1, but you could at least have the cushion of a game 5 in your back pocket, and with how it was a 6-1 finish on that Fortress, aLLeY Academy are probably feeling quite nice right now, and Ravens are thinking, oh my God, what is happening? What do we do? So it's just, you know, there's a lot at play here, Ellen. I don't want to I'm not asking to harp on it, but more just general question. It seems that the investment from 0 with that streak was to either go for players on point, but instead he went towards the back cut for the player who just came off spawn. It did find the kill, but he didn't clear off anybody on the point. And from there, aLLeY Academy just sat and gathered time and gathered ticks. What do you think about the investment now looking back? Granted, it was a 3-0 fashion that they lost in. Do you think they should have waited to use that streak?
I feel like, I mean, I see your point in that. And yes, the investment in that streak totally could have helped. But they were in a situation where, I mean, I guess when you're in that moment, you want to secure those attacking rounds at all costs on LSELO,
Sure.
and even in terms of control. And they were on the brink of winning. Like essentially, I think it was PaulEhx or somebody, his second AR. They had a couple of kills in the front, or at least one. I think at that point, he's like, okay, you know what? We can open this up a little bit more. We can really just hammer aLLeY Academy down right here, right now. We can end the game. And that, of course, is a big momentum factor. But I feel like if you want to talk about, Zero, he needed a little bit more AR help.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And we were looking for Asim to potentially be that player. We saw it oftentimes, the parallels between him and Assault. Asim, of course, did not find the edge there. But even looking at how this series has played out, it's really been, and again, this is not on the shoulders of Asim, but it has felt, we have felt, I should say, the lack of presence from him because he's been a bit quiet in the opening hardpoint and the S&D. We have been waiting for Asim to pop off. A little bit slow where Nastie overtook that main slaying role. Asim in the opening hardpoint on HyDra was a little bit behind the lines. And here, we're still looking for him to explode into this series. And I think that even with LAG Academy struggling, at least from Exceed's POV, they have exceeded, no pun intended, where LAG or where Ravens has struggled. So in this situation, they have all of the chips on their side of the table. Like they're playing kind of with house money right now. You got 2 maps to get it done, and Ravens have their backs against the wall in a very surprising matchup.
Yeah, no, I can kind of see that a little bit. Maybe we haven't felt his presence as much, but if I had to say, I would say maybe it's a little bit more of PaulEhx. I feel like I haven't been seeing as much. Maybe and I like to, when I watch these matches, Spaceman, I like to like more so. Obviously, I know individual gameplay is really important, but I like to see or try to pick out what the team is doing as a whole. And for Ravens, it just, because I feel like their execution, again, it's just not really, it's not there. They know what they want to do. They kind of set up for the play, but they don't execute. It's like, and I don't know exactly what's lacking a little bit. But, specifically, obviously we're just kind of spectating from, these intense moments, but from these players, it just really feel like, I feel like I need to see more from PaulEhx just from yesterday and today. I want to see more presence from him. Specifically.
I think that's a fair assessment. I believe we're almost ready to get into our hard point, and with that comes an interesting dilemma for the London Royal Ravens, a team that, got swept earlier by Seattle when it came to some of their prior matchups. They've looked really, really good at maps like Hotel. We haven't seen them play a hard point when it comes to on Hotel, I think, yet today, if memory serves correctly. So, listen, this is an interesting matchup to say the least. I have a feeling for some reason that we're going to a game 5. I don't think Ravens are going to go quietly into this night just yet. But LAG Academy look very, very strong, and right now you have to wonder which map are we going to get. I feel like Mercado could potentially become a pick all of a sudden. We might get Hotel if that is the case, and would be the first time today we've seen London, at least on this stream, having that Hotel in their pocket for a hard point, because again, the prior series was all aBeZy, aLLeY, and Hotel for control. Regardless, though, Ravens have looked good in stretches, but we need to see them in this respawn coming up. Ellen, you know what's about to happen. Predictions, Ellen. What are we feeling? Even if it's just like 250 to 100, like what are you thinking?
I can tell you what I want.
I mean, I want a game 5. So
exactly. I can tell you what I want, but I'm not going to give a prediction. I can tell you what I want though, but I'm so sorry. I know that, today, obviously we have multiple streams going on. You guys can check out the multiple different channels that we have on Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, but I was just trying to see, because I know we didn't exactly watch every single game today.
Yep.
Particularly in the map layout, if we do get a Mercado, because I know they had played FaZe on this twice, they won it, right? Like you said, they won it 250 to 156. And what's crazy to me about that is it was JoeDeceives that kind of underperformed that series. But either which way, we're going to a Hotel, not a Mercado, finally jumping on board with this one. Right. And hey, it's JoeDeceives that we're hopping on board with.
I've been right a couple of times today, which is usually a bad sign for the universe. So let's hope that evens out very quickly. But here we go. What could be the final map in this series? LAG Academy versus the London Ravens. It's been a fantastic one to start, but LAG Academy looking for their first hardpoint win in this series. And with that, we expect P1 to be anything but even across the board. Early, it's Exceed opening things up with a kill on the PaulEhx as London try to look for the flip over towards P2. And the Ravens already thinking about that rotation, as well as Academy as they're out early and Exceed leading the charge.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you see this team playing on Mercado and they beat FaZe 251-56, you definitely want to force a Hotel. But either way, we saw how dominant they are in their respawns. And, well, to start off 21-11, it is LAG Academy that have the lead and they have the spawns for new.
Genuinely wonder what their approach might be like for the Ravens, because we've seen them time and time again struggle when it comes to the opening breaks, but even in the opening hard point, when they did find that rotation, it oftentimes was those flurry of kills from someone like Zero, from someone like Nastie, who was able to get the team on the board. But very quickly, a solid hold, and it's spread at that. Look at the top side of your minimap. Player 2, Joe Deceive, so far out, already ready for a rotational hit. Transition down the sideline was pretty clean for Academy. They've been rewarded quickly with a solid lead. 20 points in counting. Here comes the chow from PaulEhx, gunned at range. Zero up next. Asim gonna look for the fight, but Nastie flies in. A nice bait and switch, and Ravens are into the point.
Yep, but they still have the contestant from Joe. They have to worry about who is essentially set up in the back end. Well, even though it was a little bit scrappy, that is 20 seconds to be in favor of the Ravens. And, well, quickly on the rotation, Joe Deceives does take down Asim over by the diner. And, yeah, this is again on the back foot. It seems Ravens on the back foot of the setups. They do get broken, but can they hold? That's going to be the question here. But now they have to look to break a 2-2 split through the bottom side of the map and also through diner, through rugs. We'll see how Ravens break this one.
A couple of days ago, I want to say about 4 or 5, when we saw Ravens versus Surge really for the last time before this major kicked off. Again, it was 250 to 68 in favor of Surge. Ravens struggled. Well, they're already closing on that score, and we'll see if they can continue on top of it. But this break is difficult. Through the side, it's Diamondcon yet again, and once more, it's a wipe. The Ravens have to try off spawn with very few numbers, staggered hits at that. aLLeY Academy have been so lethal past mid-map, and they are not slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's the key. Don't slow down, especially the fact that I'm sure Exceed feeling like, man, I didn't have the best performance, but my teammates are beasts. Now I'm going to step it up. That's exactly what he's doing. But Diamondcon, we mentioned beasts. He's on another streak right now. And the rotational gunfights is still to be won for aLLeY Academy. On to the new point we go. And, well, this is huge. If you are Nastie to be one at Spa, he has to worry about the all the way assault in the back. And this is going to be a close quarter engagement that he should win. And now if you're Ravens, this is a setup to get some good time.
Well, the scary thing for Ravens here is that when they've won the rotation, they've lost the contested break. When aLLeY Academy's won the rotation, they've won the contested break, and they've won the hold as well. And number one, that's Diamondcon. If he gets the top glass in your bedroom, all of a sudden, this hill becomes much more viable for aLLeY Academy to jump on through. Guerrillas, do get met with a flurry of shots, and PaulEhx, who's able to light up a couple, does enough to give his team time to soak up more inside that point, but it's a 3-man hit right off the gut. Couches control, bottom bedroom as well. Purple for the moment, but a nice hold by Ravens. They needed a solid chunk of time here, though that team nade does fall. The damage is done, and the quality result is there for the Ravens. This was a great way to get themselves back in this hard point.
Yep, and that's exactly what they need to seem to pop off right here, because even though that they're getting the remaining scrap time of the 20 seconds, yes, it's the rotational gunfights that are key to victory here to win. And, well, that's exactly what happened. Nastie and Asim both winning their engagements. They are set up over at the Diner Hill, and, well, now the push from aLLeY Academy through rugs is happening, and, well, it looks like a couple of kills do fall in favor of Ravens, and there's the break yet again from aLLeY Academy. Can they hold on? PaulEhx tries to, but Zero continues to do so. No, there is the trophy kill. The luck, but it's still Ravens is able to continue to hold on, and Asim pops the dead silence and gets one.
Breaking the mold, starting to vibe a little bit more in the flow state for Ravens, starting to hit right in the middle of this hard point at a perfect time as well. They finally have a lead, and they're building upon it. Now to the rotation. 25 seconds still to go, but the Ravens look like they've locked this up, but a hit continues through the kitchen. It's Exceed working through the side. Hello, nice to see an 8 and 9 on a 2-spree for him. Nastie right around the bend, but we're going to leave that to the rest of our team. And with that, the damage is done. Let's start hitting rotation out. It's number 2, Joe Deceives. He's ready and waiting for the next hill.
Yep, indeed it is. Over Valley we go, and Diamondcon as well to just cut off the rotation. Takes down one. Does he get the second? He does. And now with PaulEhx last alive in the back kitchen, this again leaves Raven kind of floundering again how to break these setups. The setups for aLLeY too strong, but the nade in the back will do it, and PaulEhx stepping it up, getting 2 in the back. Now that is a clear wipe for Ravens to hold Valet and now flip the spawn out.
We've seen a couple of teams elect to pull out that extra Bazinet, but as of now, I mean, Asim's been doing the dirty work up close. PaulEhx with the tack has been lethal to start this game. The duality of Zero and PaulEhx are enough to build this lead. Ravens have been rolling through the past couple of hills. There hasn't been a response from aLLeY Academy. Exceed slow to the start, 8 and 11. Everybody else still trying to find their way as well. And what the criticism was to start this hard point was that Ravens had struggled just to hold hills and hold on for the break. Here, though, pushing the kills towards the outside, controlling mid-map, and winning rotational battle after rotational battle, fully streaked out for PaulEhx. This is a great response and turnaround for Ravens in this game.
Yes, indeed. We mentioned he was one of the players that needed to step up, and he has full streaks right now, and he's on an 8 streak. So holding down the middle lane with the Vaznev in hand, he's going to get taken down by Joe Deceives, but still either way, answering back. It's LAG Academy now, this time around on the second set of rotations on the back foot, but the good news is they do have control, but they have to worry about Zero, who is behind them, trying to break the setups and the rotations for new.
The slaying has slowed down for the Academy, and the Ravens have picked it up where it left off. Zero just gunning players left and right in the back. One more on the challenge, the contest. Goodbye. There goes Joe Deceives. Teammates are there on the opposite side. You got PaulEhx finding DiamondCon. 3 more dead. LAG Academy have no numbers and no help right off spawn to get back into the hill. This is all Ravens. What was around like, what, a 60, 70 point lead for Academy. Quickly, Ravens crumble it away, and they're finding pieces left and right. They have P2 locked up. Rotation is going to be tough for the Academy.
Yes, indeed it is. But look at the setups and look at the spawn from Asim. He gets a front bedroom spawn. So this is a little bit squirrely here. But you know, with the spawn, they have to be important. You have to get every single kill as LAG Academy work through the back. And DiamondCon is able to pick up 2. So the break is in, the flip is in. And now 43 seconds on this hill. Just like that, Ravens get broken so quickly.
It's still so close. Imagine what might happen on the next few hills if this one goes the distance. It surely might. On the fringe, those nades continue to fly, but Trophies cut them down where they stand. And Assault, able to find a couple, needs to play his life here. More pressure mounting from the Ravens. They begin their swing, but Assault finds one. Almost connects on the second, but Exceed is there for the trade. And Joe Deceives is in the point. They're stacking and stacking well. Ravens lighting up the kill feed, but not before Academy responds. Very quickly, it's all purple, and it's just under a 10-point game.
Oh my gosh. And how quickly they were able to bring it back too. And we had mentioned the chaining from P1 to P2 time and time again, but the fact that LAG Academy able to break their setups, Raven setups so easily. Let's just see if they can do it again on this kitchen hill, but that was good. That was really good engagements in the back to be won for Ravens, and now they're forcing the funneling through the front of kitchen, and it's Nastie with the sub in hand, who slowed down, by the way, from the start of this series, start of this map, rather.
Yeah.
And there it is yet again, the break, even with the team kill. How is the hill contested right now? Thank you, Asim. He gets the seed down, and now 30 seconds left. They have to start thinking about the rotation.
Streaks for PaulEhx. You can't win it here if you're Ravens, but if you're trying to break through kitchen, just nade the hell out of the point. So far, it worked. Finally, a trophy does fall. Even with that, though, you are worried about rotation. 18 seconds still to play through, but I'd be more concerned about what's coming on the pipeline, what's coming down the bend, because as of right now, LAG Academy are ready for for the next hill. They're waiting, or they're ready and waiting for that bottom bedroom control. And it really comes down to whether or not they can get those first 2 wipes. If they do, there's a chance they tie up this game. If they don't, Ravens are going to win it here.
Indeed, they are. But at the same time, LAG Academy could be set up for success here. And that was a huge gunfight for Zero to take down Assault in the front bedroom side. And you see the wrap coming around for number 6, Nastie. He has an AR in his hand. He's going to try to pick those engagements wisely, but he's able to take down Assault, at least in the back. That opens up a push through the front. That is 3 down, but DiamondCon is still on the point.
These wipes are huge. Ravens, again, handle the pressure, and they get themselves onto the point. They just need 17 seconds, and Zero doesn't let anybody from LAG Academy get near it. Exceed has nothing to work with. Assault trying to stay up, but he needs help. He can't push this alone. Ravens funneling through the side. It's Nastie, it's Asim, it's Zero, all combining, and they're just around 10, I can do math, seconds away from closing this one out, but they won't win it here. We're going to another hill.
Yes, they have to rotate, and that was huge from Nastie to win over onto DiamondCon. You see the body shot, you see everything being shot in the air, and we'll see if there's LEG still going to try to contest it. I feel like maybe they could have. I don't know what Assault was thinking. I don't know exactly if he was body shotting, but either which way, that was such a crazy game from Ravens to bring it back. And we said the man PaulEhx needed to step up, in 24 and 14 he did. We're going to a map 5, Spaceman. What a game that was.
Well, we wanted to see the response from Ravens. They certainly showed it, and that was really the Zero and PaulEhx show for how well they were able to combine 24 kills apiece. You're looking at 48 in total. It was a hell of a response from Ravens, and they handled the pressure early from LAG Academy, who had held on to a lot of those early hills and chained them together, but Ravens withstood that first couple of shots. They rally back. They get cleaner breaks. They get cleaner holds. The rotations were clean as well. Ellen, closing thoughts on that hard point as we get ready for a game 5 to decide it all for this elimination match.
Game 5, baby! I can't wait. Here we go. This is what we wanted. This is it. It's do or die. Honestly, that was just a really good game. I feel like on both counts, I feel like Ravens maybe made things a little bit harder for themselves, but at the same time, so did LG and a couple of hills. But it really came down to just a couple of breaks. And I mean, like I said, we wanted to see this map 5. We called it. We said PaulEhx step up, and we really just saw a lot more coordinated pushes from the Ravens.
Yeah, the team play has been there for the Ravens. I expect that to continue. We'll see if it does. Game 5 coming up after the break. Alrighty, you absolute psychos. Welcome in to the final match here and the final game on the Charlie stream for day one of the CDL Raleigh Major, the first one of the year. And it's the London Royal Ravens versus the Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy. This has been fun. It's been exciting. And guess what? We got a game 5 on our hands. It was a bounce back from the Ravens on that hotel hard point, excuse me. The control, of course, with a 3-0 sweep by the Academy. And now we find ourselves on El Asilo once again. Ellen, it's going to be a fun one.
Oh, yeah, indeed it is. Not taking anything for granted here. At LAG Academy, we know how a lot of teams favor this plant towards the A site and having an AR control up top pool hall, but LAG Academy able to get onto the site, but not before Zero gets the pick. Will that bomb go down? Yes, JoeDeCeives is going to stick it.
What this Game 5 means for this LAG Academy roster cannot be put into words how hard they've worked, but Ravens trying to stop this flurry of purple kills left and right. Assault does escape with his life, and Asim does go down. There's the entry point onto the defuse, but DiamondCon will try his luck at things on the long swing. He might get close enough, and he will find one. Nastie, oh, there's so much in front. Everything's happening, and no one is falling. Finally, the trades come through. LAG Academy in a dangerous round 1 do get themselves on the board.
Yeah, and I think JoeDeCeives right there, I think we saw off, he got 3. So not only DiamondCon able to stop the push there, that was just, oh my gosh, that execution from LAG just felt almost near perfect. Even despite Zero having that snipe kill right down the middle, it seemed like it just, JoeDeCeives did not let anything go down. And well, the stop from LAG Academy, the attacking round was won. So now leading this to 1-0. We'll see how they answer back. And man, we're going through, so to say, maybe an aggressive hit, but at least onto the site, JoeDeCeives and Exceed are there.
Well, already DiamondCon again in the power position we've seen earlier in this series on control. Finding another kill very quickly, but the response has been there from Ravens time and time again. Dead even across the board. Looking for the advantage now for PaulEhx, still hunting for his first kill in this game. And he'll start to hit the route right up the gut. Might get lucky enough, thanks to the dead silence, to get a clear entrance over to B. But in the back, it's Assault. If he spots anything, going to give the call out to the rest of his team, and Guerrillas will rotate.
And that is it. There's the pick from Assault. So Zero gets taken down, but the bomb plant from PaulEhx, he's going to get the bomb down. So now in a 2 versus 3, you kind of have this situation where Ravens is hunkered in, but JoeDeCeives gets the pick onto Nastie, now leaves PaulEhx alive in a 1 versus 3.
Couple extra shots, just letting him know, and there will be the defuse. Nicely played by Exceed and JoeDeCeives. Deep breath, sigh of relief, 2 rounds in a row. LAG Academy. They are on the hunt, 1 round at a time, doing the damn thing.
Man, and that rotation from Assault was just huge. Just to tiptoe it, not necessarily knowing, okay, they could be at B, not recklessly sprinting over there. He takes the long way around the map, cautiously, and gets that pick on to Zero. So, I mean, just being able to make such a huge play like that could have been very different if Zero was alive. But either way, the setup from Ravens was broken yet again, and we'll see how they answer back on the defending side, but LAG Academy just looking so strong without this whole entire weekend. This whole entire roster is just so dominant. See how they make the play for the attack, but Zero over at radio does spot some information.
Well, if it worked for DiamondCon, it can work for the Ravens as well, but it seemed very slowly moving his way across. And underneath, it will be LAG Academy. So if anybody pushes up what could be Asim, going to be met by some pressure and some resistance. Doors open. Nades fly out onto the point. A contested, but no one falling just as of now. Assault gets absolutely halo jumped, but doesn't realize that Asim is right behind. And Asim doesn't finish the kill, and that's a mistake. Assault escapes, and JoeDeCeives is now running on the hunt. He finds PaulEhx. It's a 2v1. LAG Academy yet again. Great timing and good kills give them an advantage in the round.
Oh man, 18 seconds left, but Asim, nothing, God mode that we see, this is almost impossible for him, but the setup too strong from LAG Academy, a member up top and member down low, execute the setup, and now 3-0. If you were Ravens, you have to stop this bleeding now. Stop JoeDeCeives. He has 5-1-2, by the way. You just have to imagine just a couple of key kills that could have went in the Ravens' favor for these search and destroy rounds. It's really just becoming, it's just that close. Both Assault and Joe are streaking right now, and Assault hasn't even dropped yet. Asim 0-3. Stuff that we don't often see from this young man, especially in this particular game mode. Let's see what he can do.
It's been 3 straight rounds in a row for LAG Academy. Ravens struggling to get on the board. Asim and Nastie, a prolific sub-duo in the league, very much on that same foot, trying their best to find an opening pick. Asim will be your bomb carrier. Bomb going down with that. Force the issue and get Academy onto the point. I like the play and the call from Ravens. Now it just comes down to execution. And it's been up to the boys in purple to make that response quickly. Finally, a blood goes the way of Asim. They'll pop dead silence in the corner. How do you scramble back and make a play here if your Academy Exceed finds one pick? Site is now open. 3v2.
3v2 indeed, and the bomb has been planted. So Diamondcon might be able to get timing onto 0. He does, and Exceed is going for the defuse. So it's up to Nastie now to see if he can at least get one. But still, the members of LAG Academy not going for the defuse, but playing for the trade, playing for the kill. And Exceed, he has to be a defender here, but Nastie gets the pick, and it is Assault who gets the bomb defuse. So LAG Academy yet again win a round. Ravens have yet to win one.
It was the right play from Nastie. It was just better timing all around. LAG Academy, hold the line. They trust one another. And guess what? They are 2 rounds away from eliminating the London Royal Ravens from Major 1 contention. 3-0 for Assault, 4-3 for Exceed. Everyone contributing, doing their part, talking over the strats for the moment. The Ravens, gotta wonder what's going through their heads right now. What's going through those comms. I'm sure it's insane. I'm sure it's electric, but I hope everything is okay, and we will pause for the moment. 4-0, current lead. And I think I just saw there, it said match pause. So if that's the new feature, I will take it. I love it. We can call timeouts now. Shout out the league. Shout out the developers for getting that in the game. 4-0. Do you think this hurts LAG Academy's potential chances in this game? I mean, granted, it's a 4-round lead, but the momentum was all on their side. Ravens now get a chance to breathe, drink, talk it over. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, the momentum factor obviously is in their side, but time and time again throughout this day, we have kind of talked about, again, just the setups from Ravens. It's not like they don't have the potential there. It's just the execution, and somehow, some way, LAG Academy just pulls the impossible out of every situation. But man, to be up 4-0 in this series and potentially the biggest upset of the weekend, I can't believe we're here. I can't believe we're here, man.
I mean, of all the teams to do it, of course, it would be LAG Academy. Granted, they're arguably the #1 seed coming out of Challengers. But in respect to how this tournament plays out, how granted the prowess and talent has been on that roster, but the fact that the Ravens find themselves in this spot against a hard-fought battle, granted a 3-0 sweep for Seattle, I am just surprised that, look, a Challengers team is currently on the brink of potentially being able to knock out a CDL roster, and a roster that's starting to find their footing, and one that's very good at S&D and control that has struggled today. So Ravens have a lot cut out for them on their plate, and Academy's been eating their food for the majority of this series. This has been a hell of a response, and to go up 4-0 in Game 5, I don't think I expected that. Maybe a close Game 5, maybe one that Academy could win, but Guerrillas up 4-0, didn't see that coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned, I mean, if we talk about LAG and, you know, a little bit in terms, I mean, this is Assault, right? He is a world champion. He has the experience, but like, oh my gosh, Joe Deceives, how impressed have we been with this guy over the weekend, just making his debut? And I mean, I say that and Nastie takes him out, but you can't count the stats and how well he's performed all weekend long.
I mean, I love the call from Ravens just to rush right up the gut, change up the pace and tempo that LAG has been rocking with. But when it comes to the next iteration of Call of Duty players and kind of one of the high scouts we're looking at for the iteration of this year, potentially next year, Joe Deceives is that guy. This is a big weekend for him to show that he is capable of not only playing online, but playing in a LAN environment and doing it well against the best of the best. His stock is rising left and right. Assault looking for the kill on 0, and 0 gives it to him very quickly. A 3-2 advantage. LAG Academy have numbers.
Yeah, and keep in mind what is so amazing about this is the fact that Nastie still, he's on a 4 streak. He's able to stay alive in the back. He did get the first blood, but that bomb, it is down. And, well, in a 2 versus 2 situation, it's only 28 seconds left. So it's like the momentum factor has completely shifted for the Ravens. And now Diamondcon is last alive in a 1 versus 2, and he only has 20 seconds left. Plant and make a play.
I mean, you got options here, but you certainly have to worry again about the immediate reads that would be happening out of the Ravens. And guess what? That's exactly what happens. Deddy does get burned, but not before the Ravens find their first round here in Game 5. Not going to start talking about the fact that the momentum might have been killed in that pause, but we will mention that Ravens finally had a chance to breathe, because that entire S&D, up until now, was going by at light speed. Academy were running away with it round after round, winning gunfight after gunfight, thanks to Joe Thieves, thanks to Exceed. And Ravens finally have a chance to talk things over, and that quick rush up the gut worked out.
Indeed it did. And from start to finish, LAG Academy have been looking dominant, but since Nastie, he did get the first opening pick last time around. He is on a 5 streak, so we'll see if he can earn those streaks, but he's got to play it cautiously, as you knows. Joe Thieves and Exceed love to play this bottom mattress side inside the A site. No one to fall just yet. Minute to work with.
Well, if you're going to make that rotation, I mean, Assault's going to see one, and once he sees one, and if he's going to know that the push is on. Sees two, he absolutely does. How long do you hold your spot here for Academy as Guerrillas will start to make their move, and how quickly they can get behind that ridge line is important. Bomb will go down very quickly. Might come through the middle of the map. For players like Joe Thieves and Exceed, they could open it up and spoil the plans of the Royal Ravens. What can Assault find?
Yep. Exceed's huge in the back, but yes, Zero staying alive is going to be huge, but Assault working his way through the side is going to try to see if he can get Asim, and he gets tagged up, and he gets the execution, so now that's 2. LAG, their play to retake might actually follow through, but Zero last alive. That is it. That is the defuse, and the setup's just broken so easily from LAG Academy. That is another round. Oh my gosh, for a second I thought we won, but still.
Europe's been in shambles for a little bit this week.
I am a little bit, because you know what? This is just so intense. I'm just thinking, how did that happen? Zero was set up in the most perfect position up top in the window. And it's just so fast. LAG just execution, man. Execution for me. It's so quick. It's so fast. It's so concise. And they just do it again.
Between the World Cup and other things that I'm sure happen in the UK, and now this, someone please get a heart check. I'm going to text Tun and Bryce after this and ask them if they're doing okay. Because right now, they are 1 round away, LAG Academy, from knocking out the Ravens and moving on to bracket play. Nastie might get picked early, escapes with his life, but Assault knows at least one's crossing. It could be a flank through the back. Hold your spots, watch your crosses, and Joe Thieves finds first blood on Asim yet again. My goodness, they just need 3 more kills.
This is it. 3 more kills or a plant, whichever way you want to take it. They're going to decide to wrap this actually over towards B, but I think Zero is going to spot it. He might be able to get Exceed, but no. Yeah, there's the opening for B at the B site. So now Nastie's going to have to play this cautious, but it's a 2 versus 4 for Ravens.
It's the slow crawl, though. Assault very carefully working through the back line. If he gets one, this round's over, but Nastie would have to pull off a miracle here. Did he hear anyone running across? He might have heard Exceed, and if he did, he's going to pounce and win the gunfight as well. It's still alive for Ravens. They have a chance here, but Assault has to back on up off the fight. How do you retake on site? It's going to come down to PaulEhx on the entry.
PaulEhx on the entry. He's going to have to do something, but he doesn't have a lot of time to work with, and that's it. Simultaneously, 2 members fall. LAG Academy officially win this time. Sometimes the resets throw you off, but hey, in a dominating fashion, 6-1 on the final map. From the Breaking Point Next winners and Cup #1 winners now to eliminating the London Royal Ravens. This is just absolutely insane. But hey, man, not surprising, because despite the meta change and everything, like, they've been consistent since they've started.
I mean, Assault is a world champion, an MVP, and now he is London's nightmare, because my goodness, not only was it a great play through the back just to hold off and cause chaos for Ravens' final few defenses, which was essentially just 2 pushes, but in the end, Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy will walk away with the victory here, and they will be moving on into bracket play, which means the Ravens are done for Major 1, which is a surprise. Granted, is this one of the best challengers teams going up against a very competent Raven squad? For sure. But this is still a surprise that a challengers team has snuck through and taken down a heavy-hitting favorite in the Ravens with how good they've looked as of late, with their respawn capabilities, with their S&D prowess. Ravens have looked great. I am still surprised. I know that LAG Academy is a good squad. There's no question. They're probably one of the favorites when it comes to the challenger squads in this tournament. Still, a win is a win, and it's still shocking to see a challengers team in this spot. They will move on, and London is done. Ellen, my goodness, what is happening? Well, how do we get here?
Listen, we knew some crazy stuff was gonna happen, but either which way,
What a
LAG
day.
Academy, man, I just it's from start to finish. I mean, and not to mention they've had a great day. Just the fact that they took FaZe to final map, like they know they want to be here. They're in their gameplay, it showed, and I can't wait to see them moving forward.
I am so excited to see how the rest of this weekend plays out. Again, we will be covering a lot of the action here tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday as well. We'll be jumping into some more of the Challengers Mosh Pit. But to recap kind of how all of today went, we start off with Pollo Drum, versus Toronto Ultra. That one was exciting, but Ultra did eventually take it nonetheless. And then we moved forward. It was Seattle. It was Ravens. It was a sweep for the Surge. And continuing on, Seattle kept it going. Decimate LAG. LAG found that one in a sweet fashion as well. And Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy take this one in Game 5, 6-1 over the London Royal Ravens. The London Royal Ravens, as I get tongue-tied, have had a rough day, and unfortunately, their run ends here. Ellen, talk to me a little bit about how this team came to be. But no, actually, no, screw that question. Just talk to me about today. All right, I don't want to talk about that match anymore because congratulations to the Academy for getting it done. But this has been an insane day of COD. I think we have finally seen the Challengers players can absolutely compete with the best, and they're absolutely doing it.
Yeah, like we kind of mentioned earlier, like these challenger teams this time around. I mean, yes, we are playing earlier. I know we had the Pro AM earlier in the year, I believe what was like back in April, but either way, or March, either I don't even know, spring seasons, where are we at? But either way, like these guys, I mean, just off the gate, the challenger teams have been taking pro teams to the final map. You do have to take into consideration that the game, we are doing this a little bit earlier too as well. I don't want to say that's the factor that they're not coming out swinging,
Start of the season.
but I'm curious to see like what would have happened if this event maybe happens again, right? A couple months from now, how differently that would look, because these pro players too are kind of in the same boat where those, strategies or setups, they're not 100% established, maybe the most established as they can be at this point in time right now. We had a lot of issues right off the break, like, so yeah, you got some time to fix things if you're Ravens, but either way, I know for this event, it's just been everything. It's been huge. We've had so much going on all weekend in terms of Call of Duty all around. And I'm really, really impressed with the fact that these challengers teams have been taking these pro teams to the final map, to the distance.
They really have. And again, the gap is closing in terms of skill, but there's still levels to this. We have just seen that LAG Academy understand those levels for the start of this season. And for Ravens, they will have to try again another time. But we bid you all a very appreciative thank you for joining us today here on the Charlie side of the stream. We appreciate your attention and your commitment to Call of Duty, as we love it as well. That will do it for us here on this side. For tomorrow, we will be back with, I believe, one match, and then we'll continue on for the rest of the weekend. But that is 4 series done and dusted. And we congratulate LAG Academy for moving through as one of the better teams in the Challenger circuit. They now get a chance to play against the best. Thank you guys so much for watching. From Ellen and myself, from all of production behind the scenes for Challengers today on the C Stream. Thank you all for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the games. Have a good night.